Like for
holding stuff.
no.
Thank you, everyone. I'd first like to thank you all for coming on this really chilly, very early, deep winter Montreal day. My name is Krista Lynes. I'm a professor in the Department of Communication Studies and also the director of the Feminist Media Studio and a researcher with the Hexagram Network. These are two institutions that have actually played a vital supporting role in bringing World of Matter to Montreal. The Montreal iteration of the World of Matter project emerged out of a series of really kind of haphazard and ad hoc conversations between myself and Peter Mortenböck and Helge Mooshammer, and then eventually with Ursula Beeman. The World of Matter is a really interesting international art and media project that sought to create a series of open platforms for engaged public discourse through things like exhibitions, an online multimedia platform, conferences, special issues of journals. The project asks how contemporary art and media practices might counter both the privatized and patented forms of knowledge gathering at play in extractive and agrarian industries, and the anthropocentric focus of much debates around the Earth's various ecosystems and quote-unquote natural resources. The World of Matter project is global in its scope. It has artists and scholars who are participating from countries around the world, as well as media works that connect extractive industries across different continents. Previous iterations of World of Matter have been in various European countries, the US and South America. And what I appreciate especially from the World of Matter is the nuanced manner in which globalizing forces might be reappraised when tracing these various ecologies. Extractive and agrarian industries are scale-making ventures, and so too is a project like World of Matter. The World of Matter iteration is fruitfully articulated in the location where it's held. And it seems clear that the questions raised by the World of Matter, questions about extractive ecologies, about subjugated knowledges, about imperializing imperatives and unceded terrains are urgent in the Canadian context. We're, of course, a carbon state, And from the tar sands and pipeline networks to the imaginaries of infinite resources in the great north of Quebec, the sites of contestation over the category nature are being played out in a really urgent and critical manner in Canada. World of Matter is even more urgent as a forum for public dialogue, a forum that crosses the arts, the humanities, and the social sciences in the context of Prime Minister Stephen Harper's new Bill C-61, which annexes new and great power to security agencies to collect information on and disrupt the activities of suspected terrorist groups. For those of you who are not coming from Canada, it's a very scary, frightening new bill that's been tabled. The bill allows security agencies to target any activity that quote-unquote undermines the security of Canada, a particularly poignant turn of legal phrase, given the recent RCMP assessment that suggests that opposition to resource development runs counter to Canada's national interest and poses a security threat to Canada. This impacts not only the public sphere of environmental protest, but also importantly movements such as Idle No More, which have highlighted the ties that bind resource appropriation and settler colonialism and maintain the sovereign status of First Nation territories to actively unseed geographical, political, and symbolic terrains from settler appropriation. In this regard, I'm embedding in these introductory remarks an announcement that quite unfortunately 2 participants in the World of Matter Symposium have had to cancel at the last minute. These 2 presenters are Scott Morgensen and Nicholas Brown, who were meant to present in the first panel this morning. Not only were they both on the same panel and canceled at the last minute, but they were on the first panel this morning. But more substantively, where they were both opening the World of Matter panels with a detailed account of the ties between extractive industries, political and legal infrastructures, and settler colonialism. So the loss of these 2 papers at the beginning of our symposium, I think, compels us to remember that the World of Matter Montreal project is located on occupied Kayonka Mohawk territory, and to highlight the fact that the question of limiting the vast appropriation of land and nature as a resource requires a decolonial and decolonizing praxis. Montreal is a palimpsest of fiercely competing geographies and claims to sovereignty, all of which challenge the enforced boundaries of the Canadian nation-state. It's constituted at the crossroads of bitumen transportation, logging trails, and hydroelectric dams. Culture is loaded in the terminology of values and accommodations, and standoffs at Kahnawake and Kanesatake are present in the contemporary conjuncture. It's in this potent mix that we propose the World of Matter Symposium with a theme of extractive ecologies and unceded terrains, an effort to think across disciplines and build substantive discursive ground for resisting incursions into sovereign lands, denials of the rights of nature, and the persistence of dispossession locally and around the globe. We ask what role contemporary art and media might play in bringing into focus the globalizing dynamics of extractive industries, as well as giving voice to a politics of unceding terrains appropriated by capitalism and colonialism. I'm delighted everyone's able to be here today to join in the conversation over the space of these 2 days. And we've allowed a lot of space in all of the panels for discussion, and so we'll have long times where we can engage together about a lot of the questions that emerge and topics that emerge in people's presentations. I'd be remiss before handing things over to not thank all of those who supported the World of Matter project. First and foremost, these incredible research assistants, Anna Pringle and Hubert Alain, without which none of this would have happened. Really amazing people. The Hexagram team, Ariane Bélanger, Nathalie Lafortune, Lauren Osmond, Jason Pomorensky, who's our technical director for the event, as well as the Hexagram co-directors, Chris Salter and Gisèle Trudel, for their support for this project. The Leonard and Bina Ellen Gallery, particularly Michel Thériault and Marina Pelosa, for the exchanges and collaborations over the past year that have made both the symposium and the exhibit possible. Colleagues Monica Kin-Gagnon and Carrie Rentschler, who pledged support for the project early on. My co-organizer, Darin Barney, who worked to shape the symposium with me. There have been all kinds of institutions that have lent their support: the Austrian Cultural Forum, the Feminist Media Studio, the Hexagram Network, Media at McGill, the Mondrian Funds, Pro Helvetia, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council for their generous connections grant. It really does take a village. A couple of announcements. So the first is that because of the changes to the first panel, we will be starting the first panel at about 10:30 after the keynote lecture by Darin Barney. We'll have a break, and then we'll start the first panel at 10:30. It will include the paper by Peter Mortenböck and Helge Mooshammer entitled Frontier Operations, and it will also include a new paper by World of Matter member Emily Eliza Scott entitled Denaturalizing the American Landscape, From Art in the Land to the Politics of Land Use. So that will be the first panel after the keynote lecture. I'd also like to announce that at day's end at 6 p.m. there's the vernissage of the exhibition at the Leonard and Benna Ellen Gallery entitled World of Matter, Exposing Resource Ecologies, and I hope you can all make it to the gallery. It's across the street at 1400 de Maisonneuve to see the incredible works that are on exhibit there. Darin just told me over breakfast that he hates and feels embarrassed to be introduced. So I'm going to forego an introduction of Darin Barney and take his lead and forego lengthy introductions to all of the panelists. You have, hopefully in the schedule, the bios of all of the people who are presenting. You can read up on them. You can see what their paper topics are so that we save time for people's much more interesting presentations and for the discussion rather than these lengthy introductions of what people's major accomplishments have been. So please join me in welcoming Darin Barney.
There will be, I'm sure there will be other opportunities for thank yous over the next 2 days, but seriously, Krista Lynes is one of my new heroes, so thank you so much, Krista, as well as everyone that Krista thanked. This is a truly exciting moment, I think, and I feel really honored to be present at the beginning of it. So, my remarks today come in 3 sections, and I want to start with this verse from a poem by the late Al Purdy, Canadian. Sod huts break the prairie skyline, then melt in rain. The hip-roofed houses of New France as well, but French no longer, nor are we any longer English. Limestone houses, lean-tos, and sheds our fathers built in which our mothers died before the forests tumbled down, ghost habitations. Only this handful of earth. For a time at least, I have no other place to go. The verse comes from a poem called A Handful of Earth, which was published in 1977 and dedicated to René Lévesque, who had just been elected Premier of Quebec on a pledge to carry the Quebecois people to sovereign independence from Canada. The poem speaks directly to the anxiety that Lévesque's election had provoked among English-Canadian nationalists at the prospect of the breakup of the country. But there's much here besides that. There are sod huts and limestone houses, the prairie skyline and rain, forests tumbling down. We might wonder with Eduardo Cohn what those forests were thinking as they tumbled. There's ancestral ghosts, and in the rest of the poem, mountains, rocks, wind, and trees, and even the streets of Montreal. Canada's Indigenous peoples are absent from this particular poem, which is curious given their specific stakes in the question of sovereignty as it played out in this and every single moment of Canadian history. But they're not absent from Purdy's poems and poetry more generally. Same with animal creatures, here in this verse, but who are very much present throughout Purdy's work. As the critic Sam Solecki describes, the poems in which Purdy deals with the radical otherness of people or animals, and I would add rocks and sod and forests, These poems simultaneously show him exploring the limits of the self, the cognitive epistemological boundaries that can only be transgressed in imagination and poetic rhetoric. Purdy's poems tend to be stages on which humans and non-humans assemble to make a country together. In other words, with due respect to the great work of Adam Dickinson, who we'll hear from later in the symposium, Purdy might just be the poet of Canada's world of matter. That said, it's not Purdy's new materialism that's primarily interesting to me today, but rather his latent Heideggerianism, right? A characteristic that he shared with many Anglo-Canadian nationalist intellectuals of his generation. In an earlier verse of this poem, Purdy disparages the maple and the fleur-de-lis as only symbols, and he eschews the linguistic chauvinism for which they stand, declaring that our true language speaks from inside the land itself. And in another poem called Man Without a Country, he writes, "These are my history, the story of myself, for I am the land, and the land has become me." This land that we are, and that has become us, this prairie where those who came before us built and dwelt, this particular spot in which we are rooted, such that we have no other place to go. This handful of earth. It's remarkable how strongly Purdy's language resonates with things we sometimes hear from many of Canada's Indigenous peoples in their ongoing struggles against settler colonialism, or that we hear from Indigenous peoples engaged in similar struggles elsewhere, for example, from the people of the Sarayaku in Ecuador, whose struggle together with the forest of the Upper Amazon is illuminated so movingly by Ursula Beeman and Paulo Tavares in their work Forest Law, which we'll hear more about later today. It resonates also with what I expect we might hear tomorrow when Peter Thiesenhausen discusses the inextricability of his life, his art, his land, and his community. This handful of earth, this uneasy language of land and rootedness that, when uttered poetically by Europeans and settlers, rightly conjures such dread with its anti-modern, anti-pluralist connotations of romantic longing for a return to some more authentic existence rooted in the land and the waters and their traditions. Here we think right away of the history and present of nationalist extremism in Europe and elsewhere, but even the North American settlers' urge to return to the land as a way to escape the dynamo is far from innocent. Right? As Mark Rifkin observes in his excellent reading of Walden, Thoreau's simplified mode of being in as nature, at odds with expanding and intensifying capitalist networks, is predicated on a space void of native presence. In order for it to offer the possibility of a non-native ethics of purifying regeneration, it needs to be voided of this presence. Thoreau is living like an Indian, not among them. It's important to consider that Rifkin's critique of Thoreau comes in the context of what's otherwise a celebration of the ecological ethics and oppositional queer conception of personhood elaborated in Walden, both of which rely on what Rifkin calls immersion in a location apart that allows Thoreau to evade the dictates of market, of nation and state, a location that's available to him only because of the ongoing displacement of its indigenous inhabitants. As Rifkin argues, the conditions of degradation endured by indigenous peoples in New England serve as the precondition and corollary for Thoreau's ethics, which take shape around modes of narrating place made possible by the subjection of native peoples to the very conditions of destitution that the text seems to repudiate. Okay? Such does the unfinished history of settlement trouble every effort to withdraw from the place-annihilating circuits of capital and instead root oneself in a location apart. Location whose very availability is a token of the places that have been annihilated to make them available. Even closer to home, I think the great Canadian philosopher George Grant made something like the same point when he observed in 1968 that the battle of subjugation waged by European settlers to North America cut us off from any possibility of a more authentic rootedness in the land. That conquering relation to place has left its mark within us, Grant writes. When we go into the Rockies, we may have the sense that gods are there. But if so, they cannot manifest themselves to us as ours. They are gods of another race. We cannot know them because of what we are and what we did. There can be nothing immemorial for us except the environment as object. Here, in invoking the environment as object, as the original metaphysic of conquest and settlement, Grant turns us away from the romance of rootedness and toward the hard truth of the standing reserve. In his 1955 memorial address in honor of the composer Konrad and Kreutzer, when Heidegger tried to concretize his view of the essence of modern technology as Gestell or enframing, he turned to petrochemicals. Right? Under the regime of technology as Gestell or enframing, right? Heidegger says, nature becomes a gigantic gasoline station, an energy source for modern technology and industry. Energy was central to Heidegger's conception of technology as enframing, in which the world is set upon as a standing reserve, a mode of being which he says to nature the unreasonable demand that it supply energy that can be extracted and stored as such. This is what we did, right? What we are doing, right? And why we have no other place to go. Right? This handful of earth, right, is not some ground upon which those who came had their being once and left a place to stand on, as Purdy once wrote. It's no location apart to which we might escape or innocently return. Right? This handful of earth is an extraction site, a standing reserve. Indeed, the current state of things in the Athabasca region of Alberta makes it almost seem as if this is the place that, exactly the place that Heidegger might have had in mind when he used the image of a gigantic gasoline station, right, to suggest the extractive character of modernity. Right? However, the extractive project that's defined the materiality of modern Canada came to the Canadian prairies long before the first 300 barrels of bitumen were produced near Fort McMurray in 1930. Before the prairies were set upon as a standing reserve of petrochemical energy, they were set upon as a standing reserve of another sort of energy, food energy. Before petroculture, there was agriculture. My own interest in the prairie as a site of extraction started with a single technology, the country grain elevator. This one was built in 1963. It was abandoned in 1988, though a grain elevator has stood on this site in Saskatchewan on the CP rail line since 1917. I brought a piece of it with me today. That's this piece here. And I also brought this iron cut spike from the railway siding that runs alongside of it. And I want to pass it around today and have you pass it. Hello. I want to pass that spike around so you can feel the weight of nostalgia that it carries. Okay. For it was nostalgia indeed that brought me to this site and to many others like it over the past few years. My great-grandparents settled on the prairies in the second wave of Ukrainian immigration to Canada in the mid-1920s, and I spent the summers of my youth in Saskatchewan, where it was no longer Purdy's sod huts, but instead grain elevators that broke the prairie skyline. And a few years ago, when I learned that the country elevators were disappearing, replaced by high-throughput inland terminals made of computers and concrete, like many other people, I felt a sense of despair, kind of longing for that handful of earth, right, where my ancestors were being once and left a place to stand on. And as the elevators tumbled down, so too did everything they represented. But what exactly did they represent? You'll notice, if you're close enough, I guess, that this elevator, like all country elevators, bears on its side the name of the town where it stands. Sovereign, Saskatchewan. Sovereign, Saskatchewan is officially now a designated place, but it no longer really exists as a town, at least not by that name. In 2005, the town of Sovereign was dissolved and became a special service area within the rural municipality of St. Andrews. At last census in 2011, 26 people live there. It's one of many such places where elevators have been abandoned, branch lines torn up, and demolished across the Canadian prairies. So this elevator is really nothing special, except for that name, Sovereign, which tells one of the truths of this technology, that name, right? Whatever else these elevators might have been, they were first and foremost technologies of occupation, extraction, and industry, which is to say, technologies for materializing the sovereignty of the Canadian settler state on behalf of the interests of imperial and domestic capital. These elevators were used to store grain, gathered from across a prairie that had been cleared of its indigenous human and non-human inhabitants by dispossession, forced migration, slaughter, habitat destruction, starvation, murder, and disease. As Candace Savage has described in great detail, along with the plains buffalo, a species crucial to the grassland ecosystem, the disappeared and the dead, as she calls them, included plains grizzlies, plains wolves, pronghorns, prairie dogs, prairie chickens, sage grouse, all the special creatures of the grasslands that are either long gone or grievously diminished in numbers. As she puts it, by the 1870s, the entire Great Plains from Western Canada south to Texas had become a slaughterhouse. The foundation for agricultural settlement was laid in wholesale carnage. This lovely place had witnessed an apocalypse. Starving and sick with disease and addiction, the indigenous peoples of the plains, the Cree, the Ojibwe, the Saltus, the Assiniboines, and the Blackfoot, agreed to treaties in which their land was effectively confiscated in exchange for reservations that could not sustain them, residential schools that abused them, and 2-acre farms that federal policy went out of its way by denying indigenous farmers access to technology, to knowledge, and additional land in an effort to motivate them to surrender their farms to white settlers. These are the lost harvests recounted in Sarah Carter's excellent book of that title. It was upon this geography of blood, that's Candace Savage's term, it was on this geography of blood that the great extractive enterprise of prairie agriculture was built. The first country elevator went up at Gretna, Manitoba in 1881. By 1938, there were nearly 6,000 elevators across the prairies. Millions of tons of grain would be hauled by farmers to these elevators, where it would be stored for transport by rail to terminals at the lakehead, at Tidewater, and the Seaway, and from there by ship to distant markets. While you're here in Montreal, if you can brave the winter, you might have occasion to visit the ruin of silo number 5 at the old port, where much of this grain once terminated. The railways were what Tim Ingold has called lines of occupation. As he writes, from time to time in the course of history, imperial powers have sought to occupy the inhabited world, throwing a network of connections across what appears, in their eyes, to be not a tissue of already existing trails, but a blank surface. These connections are lines of occupation. They facilitate the outward passage of personnel and equipment to sites of settlement and extraction, and the return of riches drawn therefrom. In other words, that spike in your hand, wherever it is, that spike was actually a weapon. Together, the railways and the elevators comprised a system by which the land could be occupied, sovereignty materialized, and the prairie set upon as a standing reserve to which we could put the unreasonable demand that it supply energy, whether as food or later as biofuel or now in the form of petrochemicals. Energy that could be extracted, stored, and consumed as such. Far from being some quaint bit of rural architecture, the country grain elevator was a signature technology of Canadian modernity. And so, in the 1980s, when the country elevator and branch line system started being dismantled and replaced by fewer, larger, more centralized and efficient high-throughput inland terminals operating on fewer railway lines, serving fewer, much larger farms owned and operated by fewer people, often absentee operators. Right? This was perfectly consistent with the logic of extraction that had given rise to the country elevator system in the first place. Right? Towns like Sovereign disappeared as the prairie was once again cleared of its inhabitants in order to make way for the rationalization of the extractive project. The high throughputs were just a souped-up version of what the country elevator system always and already was. But that's not all that it was. I'm not sure you can see it, but if you look closely at the Sovereign elevator, you will see another word on the side of it. A faded word, a faded insignia that's the trace of another truth of this technology. The word is pool. The elevator at Sovereign was not just any elevator. The elevator at Sovereign was a Saskatchewan wheat pool elevator. The railway and elevator system were not just lines of occupation. They were also what Sarah Ahmed has described as lines of orientation. Or, as she puts it, lines that direct us, that allow us to find our way, that are in front of us, lines that make certain things and not others available. It's in following or deviating from these lines that we become subjects. The lines laid down by the Sovereign project of industrial agriculture in Canada oriented those who followed them to becoming subjects of extraction, farmers, in a manner consistent with the interests of imperial capital. This is what was available to them on the prairie. But as Ahmed points out, sometimes these lines don't hold our direction. Sometimes, responding to some fugitive desire, we turn and go slantwise. We deviate from the line that is given to us, and as she puts it, different worlds come into view. For those immigrants who took up prairie homesteads in the late 19th century and began farming on the heels of the national policy, the dream of free land, imagine, free land, right? The dream gave way in the early 20th century to the nightmare of trying to sustain a living and a livelihood in the midst of predatory economic interests, the private grain elevator companies, the railways, and the Winnipeg Grain Exchange, right? Interests over which they had no control, and in the face of whose abusive practices, they had no recourse. It was these conditions that set the stage for several decades of struggle to establish a cooperative and collectivist framework for the prairie grain economy. Beginning with the establishment in 1906 of the Cooperative Grain Growers Grain Company, prairie farmers built a set of highly integrated economic, political, and social institutions that materialized a collectivist and cooperative subjectivity on a scale and level of complexity that for several decades seemed capable of constituting a viable alternative to the organization of life along capitalist lines. The wheat pools, the retail, wholesale, and dairy co-ops, the credit unions, farm implement co-ops, even a cooperative oil refinery. A democratic socialist political party that became a government, that won successive elections and initiated many of the policies that came to define the Canadian welfare state, and also the Canadian Wheat Board, a collective grain marketing agency run by and for producers themselves. These institutions in which social, economic, and political democracy were combined were not marginal. They were certainly in rural Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and to a lesser degree in Alberta as well. And they were sustained by a well-developed apparatus of education, journalism, recreation, culture, right, that socialized successive generations of cooperators on the Canadian prairies. The social, political, and economic subjects and institutions of what I will call the Prairie Cooperative Commonwealth, right, were in no way innocent of the crimes of occupation and settlement that preceded them and made them possible. Like Rifkin's Thoreau, their location apart was made possible only by a prior evacuation of the land and denigration of its indigenous inhabitants. It was, after all, still a massive material complex for the industrial organization of large-scale commodity grain production, primarily for export, which demanded produce from the land and placed great demands upon it and its creatures. In all these ways, it was a part of, not apart from, the configuration of the prairies as a site of extraction, as a standing reserve. It's just that it was also the infrastructure of a political subjectivity that interpolated and thereby oriented people as cooperative, democratic, collectivist, organizing economic and political subjects, subjects who, in important ways, deviated from the lines of orientation that had been laid before them, subjects who are now in the process of being brought back into line. Okay, get ready. Over a decade, beginning in the 1990s, the prairie wheat pools effectively disappeared, privatized, merged, and acquired by a small handful of transnational agribusiness conglomerates. Elevators were demolished and consolidated across the prairies. Railway branch lines were abandoned or torn up. In 2012, the Canadian government dismantled the single-desk marketing system of the farmer-owned, controlled, and Canadian Wheat Board and mandated its privatization. These are all long and complicated stories of their own, and I'm happy to talk to them if people have questions about them. Right? But when the shell of the Wheat Board is finally sold to private agribusiness sometime later this year, right, the last great institution of the Prairie Cooperative Commonwealth will pass out of existence. And there will be nothing left, nothing of comparable scale, right, to hail farmers as anything other than privatized competitive agents of extraction, setting upon the prairie as a standing reserve on behalf of global capital and its national representatives. Whether the complex ecology of the prairie will fare better under this arrangement, right, than it would have in the hands of more cooperative subjects is impossible to know. We might never know what different worlds would have come into view when a large-scale cooperative orientation to the standing reserve came face to face with the diminishing returns of the Anthropocene. The buffalo and its people were destroyed to make way for the sovereign elevator. Looking at it now and catching the trace of its fading pool insignia, it's hard not to see it as strangely akin to the decaying buffalo skulls that one sometimes still comes across on the prairie. Those skeletons that Candace Savage has described as a lifeless reminder of the power of commodity markets to wreak havoc. As another great thinker of the Canadian prairies, Roger Epp, has put it, the Canadian prairie is a place where not one, but two working human cultures, Aboriginal and settler, have been dispatched to the dustbin of history by the proponents of the new economy. It's hard to see at this scale. This is a map of Treaty 6 territory in Alberta. So I want to close by talking about a handful of earth where the drama of the prairie as a zone of extraction has been playing out, the Battle River region of central Alberta. What's now called the Battle River region sits on Treaty 6 land, the land of the Plains Cree people, the Blackfoot, and the Stoney. Treaty 6 was signed in 1876 under threat of starvation after the extermination of the buffalo in exchange for unkept promises, reservations such as those of the Ermineskin Cree, the Louis Bull tribe, and the Montana and Samson Cree First Nations, and residential schools, including the Ermineskin School at Hobbema, which opened in 1894. Hobbema, which has recently been restored to its original Cree name of Masquesis, will be known to many in this room, Canadians, as a site of great violence and misery, conditions that are a direct and ongoing legacy of the abuses suffered by Indigenous children and families in the residential school system. About an hour from Masquesis, but also kind of a world away, branch line 4303 runs for 90 kilometers south from a town called Camrose through the towns of Kelsey, Rossland, Heisler, Forestburg, and Galahad. Campbellton is kind of gone now. And terminates at Alliance. With the closure of the country elevators that I talked about a few minutes ago in these towns, area farmers were left to bear the additional costs of hauling grain to one of either the Cargill or Pioneer-Richardson high-throughput terminals near the junction of the branch line and the CN main line at Camrose. These costs included increased fuel for repeated long-distance hauls, the purchasing or contracting of Super B tractor trailers like this one, able to carry volume sizable enough to make long-distance hauling economically feasible, maintenance charges for these vehicles, farm road upgrades, increased elevation charges due to a lack of competition. And as in other areas, these conditions have contributed to what is now a well-known dynamic of farm consolidation, as small and medium-sized producers, unable to absorb escalating costs, sell out to larger operations which are able to achieve the economies of scale at which long-distance and high-volume hauling become sustainable economically. For the remaining small and medium-sized producers, options have been few. Among them has been something called producer car shipping, whereby farmers, taking advantage of a century-old provision in the Canada Grain Act, order hopper cars, which are rail cars designed to hold grain, directly from the Canadian Grain Commission, which in turn directs the railway companies to deliver them to producer car loading sites. There, producers fill the cars with grain directly from their trucks or from trackside storage bins. The grain is then hauled to a terminal position at the coast, bypassing countryside elevation and the major grain companies entirely. And with the prairie wheat pools privatized, local country elevators all but disappeared, branch line service abandoned across the countryside, freight service regulation in retreat, and grain handling consolidated in the hands of a few massive transnational corporations, the importance of producer car loading as an alternative to a private grain trade that's dominated by a very small number of transnational companies like Cargill. The importance of this practice in relation to all of that has been unique. In 2008, for example, this was a record year, that's why I pick it, 2,800 farmers loaded a record of 12,500 producer cars with what were then Canadian wheat board grains. The Battle River Producer Car Group was established as a nonprofit organization in 2003 to organize and support producer car loading along branch line 4303. The group has approximately 200 members. Almost all are single proprietor owner-operators whose farms range in size from 1,000 to 7,500 acres, along with a number of community supporters. They operate small loading facilities at 6 communities along the line, typically at spots where country elevators once stood. And in addition to these, the group now operates a country elevator at Forsberg, which they acquired through a kind of subterfuge, which I can talk about later. So along with modest cost savings, producer car loading offers a range of other advantages. It exerts at least some competitive pressure on the private grain companies. It provides spin-off activity in the communities where it takes place, and crucially, it recovers something of the cooperative organization of economic and political life that I spoke about a few minutes ago. Here's what a farmer in the Battle River region named Howard Vincent, who you'll see in a minute, told me. He said, "What I found with this group is that it's brought a lot of the farmers closer together, whereas if you're hauling to the big elevator, you're just kind of doing your own thing and you're running your own business and piss on the neighbors. It's kind of made more of a sense of community in the area again. Let the farmers work together instead of against each other." So not surprisingly, the railways and the major grain companies are not big fans of producer cars. From their perspective, producer cars represent precisely that inefficiency that they'd hoped to eliminate through branch line abandonment and country elevator closures. So, in November of 2008, the Battle River Producer Car Group learned that CN Railways had decided to discontinue a 75-kilometer stretch of that branch line, 4303, that runs from Chiron to Alliance, claiming that the line didn't generate enough volumes to allow the company to operate it profitably. CN would keep the small stretch that ran from the main line to the Cargill high-throughput terminal just south of Camrose. Right? But beyond that, through the 6 communities where the Battle River Group loads their cars, right, would be torn up and sold for salvage. So faced with market forces that would deprive them of their agency as producers and that would also likely entail the final demise of their communities, the men and women of the Battle River Producer Car Group made a decision of their own. They would buy and operate a short line railroad at a cost of $4.8 million. The cooperative took possession of the line in June 2010, and the Battle River Railway was born. A locomotive was purchased. A local man, who happened to be a retired CN engineer with a lifetime of grievance against the company in his pocket, was hired to run it, and farmers were certified to conduct the trains safely. And I've ridden in that locomotive, and they know how to drive it. It's quite incredible. On December 14th, 2010, they pulled their first 50 cars loaded with barley to the junction at Camrose. And they've since bought a second locomotive, built a shed for it, and have loaded and hauled many hundreds of cars each year since. The dismantling of the Canadian Wheat Board, which began in 2012 and is about to be completed, right, has put further pressure on them because this forces them into the business of grain marketing. Right? Along with growing grain and handling grain and running a railroad, now they have to market their grain to China as well. Although they've been very successful at marketing their grain to local flour mills in Canada. But yes, so the demise of the wheat board has put great pressure on them, right? But they've managed. They haul a bit of freight, including liquid fertilizer from a local plant. And they've also started to run some tourist excursions down the line, driving much needed trade to local restaurants and shops along the line. Now, the farmers of the Battle River Railway are extractive subjects of the prairie as standing reserve. The comparatively small scale of their farming, grain handling, and railway operations do not detract from the fact that they are agro-industrial commodity producers. Right? Some of them engage in less environmentally damaging farming practices, others do not. Their communities tend to reproduce the traditional gendered and racialized divisions of labor and advantage typical of many prairie farming towns. The land they work is Treaty 6 land. But for all that, they're also slightly disoriented. Right? These are clearly not the same people who see the prairie as what Roger Eppes called a residual supply region for the North American food processing industry. Ken Eschpeter, a canola, pea, and wheat farmer, a railroader, and one of the civic and intellectual leaders of the group, drives an electric car in the prairies. He practices it's really quite funny. The first time I went into the field to meet Ken Eschpeter, I was to meet him at the Forsberg elevator, and I was all worried about like being the guy from the city out in the prairies, and so I rented a car, and it was like this kind of truck, because I thought, oh yeah, that's and then I look, and then there comes this little, it's like, that's the guy. Oh man, what a loser. Yeah. So he drives an electric car. He practices zero-tillage farming. He raises livestock for his family's food and for trade in a local barter economy in the town of Daysland. He submits briefs to federal committees that decide on the future of farming in meeting rooms thousands of miles away from the places where farming actually happens. He's restored the old Palace Theater in Daysland, where he and his wife Sharon hold concerts and run the Real Alternative Film series showing art house films and labor films and environmental documentaries. And they run kids' arts camps in the summer. He calls me on the phone once a month to talk about the books he's reading, books by people like Richard Sennett and Bill McKibben and Naomi Klein. And on the wall of his kitchen, he has a poster listing the early warning signs of fascism. Because one of the advantages of living on the prairie is that you can see things coming from a long way away. For him, the project of the Battle River Railway is all about finding a way to sustain the prairie as something other than a depopulated zone of extraction, a place of communities where people can actually live. And to his mind, this possibility rests on reclaiming the ethos of cooperation that once defined the prairie political economy. And that sets me to thinking. In a recent essay entitled "For Our Nations to Live, Capitalism Must Die," the great Dene thinker Glenn Coulthard asks, what forms might an indigenous political economic alternative to the intensification of extractive capitalism on and within our territories take? And his answer harkens back to some Dene proposals from the 1970s that called for, and this is how he describes it, the democratic organization of production and distribution through indigenous cooperatives and worker-managed enterprises. And he calls explicitly for alliances with communities and organizations that are also struggling against the imposed effects of globalized extractive capitalism. Here, Coulthard speaks the language of his own people, but also the language of Ken Eschpeter and his. Maybe it could be the language of a new indigenous/settler class, self-composing itself as a cooperative confederacy against the ravages of transnational extractive capitalism, a prospect far more radical than anything that now goes by the names of recognition or reconciliation. The organization Food Secure Canada lists Indigenous food sovereignty as the first priority of a sustainable food economy in Canada. Food sovereignty in rural and remote communities is a close second on their list. And in its discussion paper on Indigenous food sovereignty, prepared by members of the organization's Indigenous Circle, the notion of sovereignty is decoupled from its colonialist frame and tied instead to a principle that would sound familiar to the settlers of Battle River. The principle that ties food sovereignty to indigenous stewardship of the land. And it reads as follows: cooperation is the way to survive. That's what Ken Eschpeter thinks too. And in my dreams, Ken Eschpeter's people and Glenn Coulthard's people occupy this contested terrain where they stand shoulder to shoulder, not reconciled, but resolved to sabotage the project of extractive capitalism on the prairie. But for now, that's just a dream. And the reality of enduring what Elizabeth Povinelli calls economies of abandonment is much more sobering. Right? In such economies, endurance means, and this is Povinelli, maintaining a life world under constant threat of being saturated by the rhythms and meanings of another. Grain volumes and producer car shipments are steady on branch line 4303. 2,100 cars of grain in the 2013-14 crop year. But they still might not be enough to generate enough economic activity to keep the Rosalind School open for its 22 students. Or the old hotel and cafe at Heisler, where the train sometimes delivers passengers to the annual Oktoberfest sausage supper that's been running for 80 years. And this being Alberta, the standing reserve is standing right there. So in 2013, when a company called Predator Oil, I'm not making this up, came looking for a railway to haul tank cars full of light, sweet crude into Camrose, where they can be picked up for transport to tanker ships waiting at the coast. Well, let's just say the line was already there. That year, the Battle River Railway hauled 1,000 cars full of oil from Alliance to Camrose. And there are plans for even more. As Povinelli says, sometimes doing something keeps everyone from sliding into nothing. Who knows where this will end? For a time, at least, Purdy writes, the Battle River cooperators have no other place to go. For them, the short-line railway has been what Ahmed describes as a lifeline. Right? A figure with two meanings for her. A lifeline, she says, can be an expression for something that saves us. A lifeline thrown to us is what gives us the capacity to get out of an impossible world or an unlivable life. For subjects and communities faced with the impossible world, materialized by the transnational grain trade, a world in which they would simply cease to exist, the Battle River Railway has been this sort of lifeline. But it's also another sort of lifeline, the sort of line that leads them to reproduce the life they have inherited. Ahmed again. Following lines also involves forms of social investment. Such investments promise return, which might sustain the very will to keep going. Through such investment in the promise of return, subjects reproduce the lines they follow. The Battle River Railway is that sort of line too. Right? It sustains the will to keep going, to persevere, but along a line that's deeply invested in the prairie as standing reserve. We now know that continuous extraction of energy from the Canadian prairie through industrial agriculture and petrochemical belongs to an impossible world and an unlivable life. Even as it rescues the cooperative farmers of the Battle River region from oblivion, this line also extends, right, into an oblivion of another sort. As George Grant said, that conquering relation to place has left its mark within us, such that we are deeply invested in the environment as object, because of who we are and what we did. Right? The cooperators of the Battle River Railway live out the agony of this investment. It's our agony too. The agony of every line we followed to get here. The agony of the Anthropocene, the agony of the prairie, the agony of this handful of earth, the agony, I would say, of the standing reserve. We got to, sure. Yeah, we have just a little bit of time.
Also mentioned that this technology is here because we're live streaming it so people can see it from outside. We should turn off your cell phone, but also know that we're in a kind of visual. Just so that everyone can be aware of that. But we do have some time for questions if people want to ask them.
And just to mention, the questions will have to be, we'll have handheld mics so it can be heard on the live streaming.
Imre.
Thanks very much, Darin. That gives me, and I think everybody here, lots to think about. One thing I would be very interested in having you unpack for me a bit more is the relationship between standing reserve and political form. So there was some intimation, though I think you drew back from it, that something like a co-op could have a different kind of relation to, could not produce a standing reserve. And I guess I would wonder whether we have any examples of any contemporary modern political form that has anything but an idea of environment as standing reserve, which, I mean, I guess that's one question. The other is that produces an incredibly difficult political situation.
It does.
That is not one that we can easily think our way through. So then the question that is always asked, of course, from the floor is, how do we do it?
Yeah.
I don't really mean the last question, but
You're
I just
right,
kind of
though.
want you to kind of help me think through that relationship.
Yeah. You're right that was a kind of throwaway kind of intimation there. That line when I said, we'll never know what would have happened when a set of cooperative institutions and a set of cooperative subjects are brought face to face with the implications of the Anthropocene. I would not say that the co-op would solve it, right? Or that, and I don't know of another example of a modern political form in the sense in which I think you mean modern, right? That does not have an extractive relationship to the standing reserve. But what I think is interesting, there's just interesting signs. Like, for example, there's no genetically modified wheat grown in Canada. Okay. Despite Monsanto's very strong desire, right? There's a lot of genetically modified canola grown in Canada. Why? Does anybody know? Or there's many reasons, but, right? Well, the biggest reason is that there's no genetically modified wheat grown in Canada because organized backed by the massive institutional weight of the Canadian Wheat Board as the sole marketer of Canadian wheat, which is a farmer-owned and operated organization, fought back against the corporation's desire to have genetically modified wheat approved for growing in Canada. To me, that's just a hint, right? Like that's not the smoking gun, but it's so they had started to develop something of a kind of awareness of a need to start thinking about their practices a little bit, right? And now that I would predict that when the board is finally sold, in a few months' time likely, we will see genetically modified wheat in Canada soon, right? So I just think that there's all I was trying to suggest was, in the face of the incredible problem that you quite rightly identify, the incredible political problem, right? I think the absence on the prairie, one of the hearts of the Canadian Standing Reserve, of this kind of massive, well-developed and kind of articulated, sort of cooperative structure, right, is going to mean that there are lots of political activities that are not pursued. There's like a lack of a kind of institutionalized set of obstacles to like just the rolling out of the extractive project. And if I lament anything, that's what I lament. Like if I have a kind of sorrowful attitude, it's not. I try not to tie it to some romantic attachment to farming per se, but to this really unusual thing that existed on the Canadian prairies for several decades, which was a massively developed and articulated set of political, cultural, and economic institutions that were democratically run by producers, which might have held out hope which was at a scale that might have held out hope for some kind of ground for a different kind of response to what's going to happen on the prairies over the next several decades, which is already happening. But yeah.
I just wanted to, that was a really great talk, thank you very much. I'm interested in your choice of the frame of standing reserve, just because so often these sorts of processes, extractive processes, are thought through the category of primitive accumulation. And even in places like Red Skin, White Masks, Glenn Coulthard takes up primitive accumulation. Yeah, sure. He contests it, but he takes it up as a way of thinking about extractive industries on Indigenous land. And it just seems to me from your talk, and thinking of the comment that Ursula made last night about oil and water as time-based media that are already carrying certain meanings and they're already overcoded. It seems to me that standing reserve kind of makes available the way in which resources like oil and wheat and water are, even before the stage of primitive accumulation, they need to be made primitively accumulable or something through these discursive practices. So I wonder if you could just speak to the question of standing reserve versus primitive accumulation, or how they interact in relation to what you presented here. Well,
yeah, I mean, I have to think about that a little bit. Which is prior, right? The kind of cultural milieu of primitive accumulation, or the relationship to resource, the relationship to the given as standing reserve, as object of accumulation. I mean, I think both of those things are happening simultaneously, and it's kind of hard to like separate them out in that way. This comes first, then this. I can just say that I have a very long relationship with the standing reserve as a concept, and so really and I haven't trotted it out for a long time, but it was actually seeing the World of Matter exhibit in New York that made me, because I just saw it everywhere, like in so many of the pieces, And there are very good reasons for wanting to move away from this thinker and move away from this language, et cetera, et cetera. But looking at the pieces in the World of Matter exhibit, I just felt like so many of them spoke to me about the standing reserve, right? And illuminated that relationship and exposed it anew in a way that and that I couldn't shake. And so that's why I've trotted it out again here in a kind of experimental way. But yeah, I think one could make similar kinds of arguments, and maybe slightly different arguments, using the category of primitive accumulation that might actually be more, that might lead a little bit more, even hopefully, into the kind of work that Glenn Coulthard's doing around thinking about alternative economies, along with, critiquing the politics of reconciliation and recognition. Yeah. Jenny?
I absolutely love this work, and because it's so exciting to me, I want to up the ante and see what would happen if we threw another layer in there. And I'm thinking of two connected things. I'm thinking of the history of black agricultural settlement in the prairies, so African Americans leaving the Dust Bowl in the US, settling. I'm thinking about the work of Karina Vernon, the artist Deanna Bowen. So this would be happening in grain elevator time. And then I'm also thinking of how deeply intertwined newer migrations are with the oil sands economy. And so particularly refugee labor from the Horn of Africa region, and how these additional populations and claims and presences in this area, how much that complicates but possibly enriches what you've set up as a dramatic but dualistic story of contestation over that land. And I don't know if you've thought about that, what it would mean to incorporate it.
Yeah, I haven't thought about the first possibility so much, so I want to hear more about that from you and learn a bit more about that. The second possibility is tremendously fascinating, not only with regard to the ways in which migrant flows are assemble and gather around the tar sands, but even in the agricultural economy in the prairies now. So for example, like one of the, I didn't talk about the meat industry, right? And there's an incredibly kind of racialized division of labor and kind of migrant population that's works under the worst conditions that you can imagine in the meat industry in the prairies. And it's also interesting that as many of the small towns that have disappeared and been consolidated into what are called service centers, right? Slightly larger small towns that are meant to kind of serve as, service centers for the slightly scaled up level of agriculture. Those are like highly populated by immigrant labor in the service industry, right? So you have these towns across the prairies where everyone that works in a service job is from the Philippines, right? And other examples in other parts of the prairies. And what's interesting to me is trying to like figure out to what extent there's any kind of dialogue going on between, right, those people and the kinds of people that I'm interested in, these farmers, right, and also indigenous actors in the prairies. And I think it's as far as I know, maybe other people know more, but among the groups that I've been looking at, I'm not seeing a lot of those articulations happening, right? There's a kind of, there's all kinds of racism everywhere. There's all spatial separation, but I do think that when I referred to this like dream of class composition on the prairies, it would have to include those people as well. And it's a matter of the work that has to be done. I mean, people like the National Farmers Union are involved in that, but the National Farmers Union is an interesting kind of organization. It's a, it's not strictly a producers organization, and that's why it's reaching out to these other groups of people. But a lot of the kind of commodity producers, farmers have a kind of arm's length relationship with the National Farmers Union, because it's full of. To them, they see it at least partly as being, people from the city with philosophy degrees that can't get jobs, and so they want to set up spinach farms for the market gardens or something like that. Yeah. Amanda. And then that should be it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Is it okay? Moving this way.
It strikes me that what you're doing, which I really kind of like, is giving. I'm always good to talk about Heidegger, and I think what I
actually had you in mind, Amanda.
Okay, so I think that there's, what it comes down to at a certain point is preservation, and so for him, which is, for him preserving the history of a people, and that's when it gets to be somewhat dangerous territory. But what you're doing is still a kind of, it's great, a history of technology and its changes, but also alongside, and kind of casting off the need to resist. And I guess what I'm getting at is the difference between a preservation and a resistance. Mm-hmm. So once you cast off the kind of, let's resist the kind of unstoppable technology, then you can do a kind of history of a people, but also, or a history of dwelling, because it is about dwelling in a place, but it's also a history, kind of a preservation of a people that haven't happened yet. Which I think is, because I think that's what's happening, that you're putting people alongside one another, and that that's the move of, the move of preservation. Because I do sense that there's a kind of, okay, let's kind of, do something protective, and but it's not the kind of protective resistance which you would think of in like a political standoff. I mean, part of it is a kind of work of a history, and so there's something in there that I think is really valuable. So it's like preserving for a future. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I do know.
that's the dwelling that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's in a way, that's one of the things that made me so interested in this particular group, was that when I first, as I said, like with, what I tried to signal with the railway spike, the project began with nostalgia that had to be like quickly smashed, right? And what that meant partly was a kind of, at first being interested in all these people that were preserving grain elevators. Like this is the first thing, if you're a Prairie guy and you hear that the grain elevators are disappearing, the first thing you want to do is go out there and photograph them. Oh, we got to photograph them. So we got to preserve the record of these structures. And then you realize, oh my God, they're the most photographed thing in the history of the world. Like there's like so many beautiful photographs of grain elevators. So, right? And then it's like, look at these interesting people. They're preserving an elevator. They're turning it into an artist's center, or they're turning it into a tourist attraction, or something like that. And that quickly became not satisfying politically, because it has this kind of the bad kind of I think, not bad. I mean, I don't think they're bad people, but it has that other kind of preservationist motivation attached to it that is more romantic, that kind of obscures or eliminates or erases that whole history of which the elevator was actually a part, that I'm trying to kind of expose, right? But then you hear about some people like the Battle River people, and the first day that I met them, Roger Epp said, I have someone you need to meet, drove me out into the countryside to this elevator, and Ken Eschpeter and his guys pull up in their electric cars and what have you, and tell me the story of how they basically duped Viterra out of that elevator, like how they told them they were going to turn it into a museum, and signed an undertaking saying that they would never store grain in that elevator, took possession of the elevator, and 2 weeks later started putting grain in the elevator, and dared Viterra, who wants to be the friend of all farmers, to come after them, which Viterra never did. And that to me was a different kind of preservation, if we want to use that word, or was it like that was like interesting, that was, that had a politics to it that wasn't politics, it was resistant, and it was sabotorial, I think. I'm teaching a seminar on sabotage right now, so that word comes to my mind a lot. But it wasn't a protest action. It wasn't a public argument in a sense of like, making a claim about what's just. It was a kind of material enactment of I love what you say, like the preservation of a future people or something that I think is politically robust in a way that other kinds of political action has not been there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
We'll take about 15 minutes. We'll take about 15 minutes and start again at 11:15 to give people the time to set up. I'm going to go lie down for 20 minutes and then try and come back. Yeah.
Do you want something to eat?
I don't know if there's still stuff up there.
lạ lắm. Còn nữa.
Well, welcome back to our first panel of the World of Matter Symposium. Good morning and a very warm welcome also to everyone following us on the live stream. Welcome to everyone out there as well. My name is Helge Mooshammer. I'm joined on my side by Peter Mortenböck. We'll deliver the first paper, and later on we'll also be joined by the lovely Emily Eliza Scott, who has so kindly agreed to jump in and accompany us in our first presentation. Before we begin with our paper, I just, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank Krista and Darin again for making this possible. We've already heard a few words of thanks. I can't thank everybody in the team because I don't know them personally, but it's just amazing to finally be standing here. When we first had our first tentative discussions, there's so many obstacles to overcome, and I don't know how many months back we started, and then we had to pursue routes of diversion, as it were. So it's just amazing that this has finally come through. So I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, I also want to express my sincere thanks to Michel Thériault for making the exhibition possible, because it's very important, this combination, that we have the works on display, but that we also have the possibility to discuss them and talk about them. And so this is really very important. So thanks again to Michel as well. Before I begin, I want to kind of emphasize this link to the exhibition. And I think you've already been invited, but once again, it would be our real pleasure if you could join us tonight. I think the opening is, Krista, exactly at 6 o'clock. So please join us there. To make this connection, I should probably say a few words about our ambitions that brought us together to work on that project. And I think one of the kind of key themes that keeps running throughout the years is that we've realized that there's actually quite a lot of work out there dealing with the problematics around resource ecologies. But there's really something to be gained by trying to connect different sites and try to think across and work across different sites. Talk about their proximities, but also about the differences and the kind of what might be emerging within the connections, but also within the gaps between these different sites. And I think it's come through really beautifully in Ursula's presentation yesterday at the Museum of Fine Arts, what can be gained by looking and thinking across these various sites. And even in today's first keynote by Darin, I've already seen so many connections, and you just need to look at my first page. I've made all these notes, and there's so many kind of notions and terms came up that really resonate very strongly with our own presentation, and hopefully you will also be able to follow that. So in our own work, which is on show at the Alain Gallery, we kind of have taken this on board very strongly, this attempt to think across various sites, and we have combined 4 different narratives to do that. In our presentation today, we will focus on one of those, and that has to do with what we've termed resource cities. And the kind of thinking behind that is, when we look at the complexities around sites of extraction, we often look very closely at what's going on site. But when we kind of think about this further, in many cases, the actual fate of the communities that live there, of the kind of natural environment, is not actually determined on site. So quite often the fate is determined by the demand placed on this site from externally. And cities are a really important place where this fate is determined. I've just give you a few numbers. I mean, in terms of the extraction of resources, there's been a real increase over the last decade. So I think over the last 30 years, the overall consumption of resources has risen by around 70%. But if you think about the rise in construction minerals, for instance, that has been 135%. So it's double the growth rate. And that rise in terms of the demand that cities place on resources, that's not just because of a certain need for urban habitats, that there's just growth of world population, but important factor at stake here is also that cities have not just become a place that we need or a habitat that we need to live in, but they have become an object of speculation. So cities have turned into one of the key economic engines that drive the global economy and this kind of mantra of growth and expansion. And this problematizes the relation between resources and places of cities. Because if you think that it's not about the use value, but primarily about the exchange value of cities, then other factors come into play as well that make or that support that demand on cities themselves as an object of speculation, and then thinking further on what elements and what resources are required to support this speculation. So what I'm trying to hint to is that what's coming through there in this mode of cities as objects of speculation, that the kind of particular fictional aspect is involved in there as well. So we need kind of monuments, if you will, to support our belief in the sustainability of cities as an economic engine, so that they become, in order to establish them as this kind of fetish of capital speculation, all sorts of techniques are required. And I think we've heard in Darin's presentation about the kind of signature technologies that you've mentioned. And what we try to emphasize here is, in kind of our presentation today, is the role of architecture as such a signature technology. So what role architecture plays in supporting the belief in this kind of, that by building cities, you can generate profit, and that there's an unlimited growth connected to this kind of profit making through cities. And in particular, we want to focus on what's happening in this kind of moments of creating and establishing these signature technologies, because the fictional element is so important, because in a kind of speculative economy, you're dealing with remote actors, as it were. So it's not just about the needs on the grounds, but how to involve and attract investment interest from many different sites around the globe. To support this kind of remote interaction, you need to deal with representations and monuments, etc., etc. So that's what we're going to focus on. But that monuments need to be supported as well. And so how on the ground then, so it's a kind of going back and forth between what's happening on site and the relations with kind of remote actors in that game of speculation. And this kind of last stage, if you will, of the various parts of our presentation, what's actually happening on the ground when these signature technologies are produced and constructed. This is then kind of our key interest, because I think there as well we see realities often deviate from the demands that are placed on them in terms of them functioning as a signature technology. And I think it's so strong, resonates what you've been saying, that then we have this kind of lines of deviation opening up. And I think this is also how Krista has framed this symposium, and you as well, is how that we want to look at this kind of openings for moments of resistance and deviation. So this is kind of, I want to give you a kind of overview what we try to attempt to achieve in our presentation here. Echoing Homo Barber's proposition that it is always too early and too late to write about crisis, investment in the natural environment also often seems to be too early and too late for serving the public good in today's crisis-prone ecological and political climate. Local engagement for environmental sustainability seems increasingly pressurized by the volatility of capital flows, the shifting nature of speculative investments, increased competition among businesses, regime changes, natural catastrophes, or civil unrest. However, instead of situating resource management at the beginning or the end of a process, our aim here is to conceptualize resources beyond the polarity of a projected image and a historical object. We are interested in the ways in which in our epoch, one in which conventional techniques of representation have become incrementally weaker and more beleaguered, key political metaphors and paradigms are being formed within frontier processes, or more precisely, within the agency of frontier mentality, a term we use here to refer to the profit-driven performance of resource operations in frontier settings, emerging areas of speculation-driven spatial appropriation that evolve in close interaction with the development of novel investment arrangements. From Canada's tar sands rush to the deep rainforests of the Amazon basin, and from Chinese boomtown urbanism to seabed mining in the Arctic, many critical sites of resource exploitation are governed by frontier milieus. It is the combination of peripheral characteristics, geographical remoteness, demographic marginalization, ideological oblivion, which enables processes to emerge in that would not succeed otherwise. The frontier settings we will consider in this presentation are first the supply-led development of large-scale resource operations to attract global investment, and second, bottom-up finance projects spatializing the emergence economy of crowdfunding. What connects these spatio-economic frontiers and the distinct ways in which they engage resources in the search for new investment opportunities is precisely their frontier orientation. In our attempt to make explicit this connection, we will start with a couple of observations on resource operations as a strategy that constantly strives for new forms of expression, and we will then discuss the performance of resources in contemporary spatial and economic frontier processes. That means in settings characterized not only by investment and speculation per se, but by an entire system of extensive and intensive expansion through strategic spatial experimentation and risk-taking. We are interested in how the provisional and infrastructural quality of resources employed in these settings constitutes a mode of capital that not only enables the provision of new material habitats, but the emergence of complex resource-scapes. It is often the case that research focuses on the site specificity of these environments, whereas we are more interested in frontier processes through which patterns of interaction crystallize into formulae that are replicated on a global scale. This is the reason why in our own contribution to the World of Matter exhibition, we have chosen to shed a light on what Saskia Sassen in her recent book Expulsions calls the systemic edge, an elastic and experimental composition of frontier zones in which global inequality and excessive resource depletion are not merely an expression of prevailing economic conditions, but have become the guiding principle of a global business of debt-mongering and profit-making. The process of counteracting this negation, Sassen insists, has to begin with making the expelled conceptually visible, with conceiving of an informal jurisdiction. And this is also the way we would like to proceed when thinking of new forms of conceptual visibility and informal jurisdictions in our own project, not only in terms of human beings, but also in terms of how these terms could resonate with the broader realms of animate and inanimate matter in the world.
Well, I think that when talking about the sprawling and circulatory nature of this systemic edge that Helge has mentioned in our own project, what surely deserves our attention is the very making of such frontier climates, and in particular, the way in which the infrastructural, the dispositional qualities of such climates function both as an enabler and signifier in the production of new human and non-human alignments. And in this brief talk, I want to look here at how frontiers are manifested at the contact points between the established realities of a society and new areas of endeavor. So the starting point here is that the frontier is not a given space, but rather created through a series of advances aiming to structure a field of options. These processes entail systematic and well-placed operations. They entail techniques of interruption and evasion. They entail accumulated protocols and rituals, radical gestures, expressions, coded values, and aesthetics. In the making of such new arenas of activity, infrastructural investments are required to enable the frontier to bring its wealth to market. A central premise for us then is that in relation to today's newly emerging resource ecologies, this kind of investment culture, which takes the form of all kinds of bets on the future, has in recent years not only brought about a change in scale or form, but more importantly, change from straightforward resource extraction to something much more complex, a change in which resource ecologies act less as a flagpole of capital investment than as a capital system in itself. Contemporary philosophy, and in particular George Agamben in his work on the genealogy of economy of power and of economy and governance, has described the mechanics of these operations as an investment in structures that unfold based on an economic sense of order. And economic is here in quotation marks. What Agamben means here is an order that is not guided by substance, but an order guided by relation. So our point here is how to recuperate something beyond this economic sense of order, beyond this purely relational fabric. One of the key questions that we think needs to be addressed in doing so is how frontier mentalities are currently marked by a range of different phenomena that have become formally, that tend to be replicated on a global scale. And in this talk, we want to describe 3 such different phenomena. One of them is the excessive cultivation of a range of untrodden landscapes as premium spaces, as reserve capacity, something that we've just heard before, as future territories as well, or as global lifestyle destinations. That's one of these operations. A second phenomenon that we want to address more briefly is the current rise of special extraction zones and their development into a contagious paradigm. And the third point that we want to touch upon also very briefly is the new ground that's being broken by crowdfunding schemes around the ecologies of resource operations that have only started in the past couple of years. Now, before turning to these emerging phenomena, let me briefly address 2 notions that I think are of importance in this context. The notion of performance and the notion of monumentality. And the third one, which you see here also, is something that we will return to towards the end of the talk. And I think that these notions, this kind of terminology, as it's so double-sided, could be helpful in grappling with the issues that we want to address here. Now, first, performance. One paradoxical thing is that although it's widely recognized that resources are a major player in the operations of global capital, they're all too often treated merely as objects of speculative global investment, or as a reflection of uneven wealth distribution. Particularly since the recent collapse of the financial bubble, the environment has increasingly been presented as an illustration of crisis, with images of polluted landscapes and ghost towns built during the boom years, such as the ones that we will see in a few minutes here. And these images are meant to encapsulate the catastrophic impacts of financial speculation, of environmental degradation, and social injustice. However, engaging with resource operations according to this illustrative logic not only narrows the scope of understanding of global economic processes and environmental developments, but it also obscures the ways in which resource environments perform. For this reason, we think that an important point to look at is the performative dimension of the frontier. This corresponds with the fact that in its contemporary configuration, capital needs to be put to work in order to cultivate opportunities and to earn a return on an investment. On one level, this implies that capital requires resources to circulate. It produces a repertoire of efforts to bring together human and non-human actors to generate knowledge and capacity in order to effect change. On another level, put to work refers to the ways in which resource operations produce and actively perform the frontiers of future development by moving and displacing not only matter, but also concepts and signs from one field to another, and by doing so, connect different times and places. So they form a kind of signature, and I'm referring to signature here in terms of the ways in which Foucault has used this notion in his 1970s work on the order of things here. Now, within this matrix of operation, capital of the frontier is not confined to a particular. Rather, it is to be understood in terms of constant displacements, shifts of attention, and widespread textures covered by webs and networks. Being neither inherently material nor immaterial, this resource-scape becomes a critical mode of practice. And it's important to understand how the making of such ecologies is not just a means to an end, but a process through which different interests converge, modes of interaction and revaluation, rather than a straightforward approach to resource extraction or the shaping of a particular environment. And I'm coming to the second term that I want to address here, monumentality. What we're currently experiencing as a result of this performative dimension of resource ecologies is an increasingly dynamic and elastic monumentality, pertaining both to the ecosystemic protocols and the territorializing aspects of emerging resource frontiers. In Henri Lefebvre's writings, monuments are understood as the anchor points of wide-spanning networks that, through the singular representation of collective life, produce a kind of consensual stabilities in our environments. Importantly, monuments are not the carriers of signified meaning, but have a multiplicity of different meanings that can connect them to a variety of situations, spaces, and bodies. In this sense, the speculation on new possibilities of resource extraction plays an important role in the circulation of affective capital values. The persuasive power of this speculation lies in the feeling of comfort and confidence it lends to landscapes, to regions and environments that have all been dressed up as monumental signs. Examples for this are the Arctic seabed, the Amazonian forests, in the Mongolian rare earth mines, or any other kinds of contemporary resource frontiers. But in a situation of crisis, such as today's global crisis, this persuasion is exposed to constant threat, as it tends to be affected by the instabilities of global capital flows. In this context, iconic buildings and cutting-edge technology often act as a form of insurance that's underwriting the security of investments. These are signatures not in terms of object form, but in terms of radiancy, in terms of contagion and popular appeal. In the name of capital, these signatures form the connective tissue between distinct resource frontiers. So it is the synergy between the immaterial monumentality and the material agency of such signatures that makes us believe in the visibility of newly emerging frontiers. In this process, aesthetics becomes one of the preferred means of projecting the reward of speculation, the beacon that's showing how fear and uncertainty can be transformed into something enthusing and desirable. There can be, of course, different ways of seizing such opportunities, and that's something I will return to later on. But in a way, this seizing of opportunities is the plane where we think that world of matter as a collaborative endeavor to intervene in the dominant narratives and representations has its role in interests that are often considered to be too marginal, too unreal, or indeed too speculative to be taken into account here.
I want to continue to address these notions of monumentality in relation to the performance of capital and how this is performed spatially by quickly addressing, or briefly addressing, I should say, a couple of sites, and hopefully this will give us also material to then continue the discussion on these ideas. The first one has to do with that over the past 2 decades, one of the most significant spatio-economic frontiers that has opened up involves connecting local or regional development interests with the requirements and demands of global investment funds. In the spatial realm, this has given rise to a worldwide boom in the field of urban premium spaces and real estate portfolios that build on an assemblage of high-end office spaces, branded malls, luxury urban developments, or glamorous resorts, and are often anchored by spectacular images of glowing city skylines, brand new airports, and other super modern infrastructures. There is, first and foremost, the pioneering case of Dubai, whose speculative urbanism goes beyond the scale of its own confines and has mushroomed along the shoreline of the entire United Arab Emirates and beyond. The incremental development of these investment architectures has been at once irreducibly global in its operations, yet also heterogeneously particular and contingent upon local spatio-economic logics. The prestigious Burj Khalifa, presently the world's tallest building, provides luxury housing and office spaces along with shopping, entertainment and dining in the prime development of downtown Dubai. Every night, the tower is bathed in the glittering lights of the famed dancing fountains that erupt at its feet to the sounds of Andrea Bocelli's Conte Partiro, the Arab dance hit Chic Shack Shock, and Lou Reed's Walk on the Wild Side. But a little more than half an hour's drive away, the deserted ruins of the Emirates City, another development envisaged to include picturesque lakes and parks, lavish shopping facilities, mosques, five-star hotels, educational and medical facilities, are shrouded in a cloud of sand, and the only living creatures are a few camels grazing along its sides. Strategically positioned directly on Emirates Road, a key traffic corridor in the United Arab Emirates road network, Emirates City was one of the last schemes to jump on the Dubai bandwagon of glamorous, supply-led development. Racing to outdo each other in demonstrating economic virality through breathtaking architectural gestures, this competition for Arab and non-Arab investors produced such grand visions as the gigantic Palm Jumeirah land reclamation project, which was followed by the even grander Palms of Jebel Ali and Deira proposals and the now slowly vanishing islands of the world. These interrelated large-scale developments try to emulate the earlier success of developments such as the Dubai Downtown or Dubai Marina, by way of typological borrowing, replication, and amplification. In keeping with this spirit, the master plan of the Emirates City envisaged the construction of 92 mostly residential towers bearing evocative names such as Paradise Lake Towers, Goldcrest Dreams, and Fortune Residency Tower. But work on this site commenced only a few months before the onset of the global financial crisis and was soon halted. A handful of towers were topped out, but most of those under construction were abandoned at half height, while others barely rose above their foundations. In spring 2014, a few workers infrequently attended to the site, employed to give the impression of progress in order to fend off legal or government interventions and to convince investors to resume their payments. In many places, the concrete skeletons had already fallen into severe disrepair, with reinforcement girders laid bare by erosion. For much of the site, it remains difficult to imagine a fate other than a wholesale Pretty-Go-style demolition. It was the combination of true 100% freehold ownership and the promise of resident visas for the immediate family that lured Iranians and Indian families from Eastern Africa, along with the odd European investor, towards this fictitious environment and into risking their life savings. But hopes for residency were dashed when in 2008 the Ajman government renounced the prospect of residency visas for property investors, causing a further drop in market values. Since then, blogs have been awash with the concerns of remote investors still clinging on to promises of resumed building work and desperately trying to get hold of some real value, fighting their way through the online jungle of property resale and swap deals. On the ground, the stagnating building site is screened off from passers-by on the E311 highway by a giant hoarding bearing in large golden letters the rather ambivalent slogan, quote, "It can only grow bigger the next time you pass by." Between them, the sites of Dubai Downtown and Ajman's Emirates City indicate on the one hand the triumphant excess of the politically administered liberalization of global capital flows, and on the other, the many casualties left in the wake of its cycles of boom and bust. What binds their fortunes together is how a range of dispositional qualities are being deployed to connect actors from around the world and to tie their wealth to a specific realm of interests. 4,000 miles west of Dubai, on the Atlantic side of Northern Africa, another ambitious development project has come to a standstill due to the crisis-prone irregularity of capital flows. Row after row of deserted roads, complete with street lamps, traffic signs, and a seemingly endless series of electricity boxes and protruding into the air, and with curbs slowly being overgrown by weeds, produce a by now familiar trope of the residue of failed developments, replicated across much of the Mediterranean coast and other former investment hotspots that have gambled on property booms. While here too, abandoned building sites are boarded up and almost finished apartment complexes are standing vacant. Swathes of laid-out land are slowly being filled informally with self-built and newly divided microplots. Tamansourt is one of 14 cités nouvelles planned to be built across Morocco by 2020. In colonial times, the Cité Nouvelle was erected outside the old Medinas to house the foreign rulers in comfort and style. By contrast, this 21st century type of Cité Nouvelle was originally intended to accommodate the expanding working classes and was typically planned as a satellite town situated a good distance from and out of sight of the urban center it was designed to serve. Located 7 miles west of Marrakesh and planned for 300,000 inhabitants, with a target population of 50,000 in 2013, the purpose of Tamansourt was to relieve pressure on the bidonvilles, densely populated neighborhoods of informal dwellings of this primary tourist destination, and to free up valuable space for dedicated resort areas such as the offshoot of Ibiza Super Club Pasha around the old town. The favored property-based model of large-scale development has not only borrowed the commercial formerly employed by the US real estate industry, which have now spread from Dubai to China and from Moscow to Brazil, but also architectural typologies involving variations of gated communities with trimmed-down versions of private pools and other amenities, all built in a paradoxical re-import of styles. Aesthetic options available range from Moorish to Spanish Revival to modern. The investment rationale shared across all these different sites produces a global architectural vernacular conveying a prestigious lifestyle irrespective of a property's actual tier and whether this style decorates a multi-million-dollar villa in California, a top sea view apartment in Dubai Marina, or a family flat in the desert of Ajman or Marrakesh. When the mortgage market for low and middle income properties in Morocco too dried up after 2008-2009, developers in Tamansourt increasingly resorted to selling plots rather than building apartments. The style of these new self-builds differs markedly from the image-oriented commercial developments in Tamansourt. Aiming to optimize floor areas, they form solid blocks of concrete brick walls with openings only to the streets and tiny inner courtyards. In fact, the urban village, arising amidst the grand street layout of the initial plan, closely resembles the building patterns of the bidonvilles the Cités Nouvelles were meant to replace. My interest is here to use these sites that we've just seen and focus on the reference to the rising phenomenon of resource extraction urbanism, which is a newly emerging frontier led by investor markets. Whether it is buying up vast tracts of land in Africa, South America, or Eastern Europe, or securing access to natural resources deep underground, physical territory has become a key asset to control or invest in order to engineer other products and profits. In this competition for material resources, the making of frontier climates is a vital issue. Take, for instance, the dispute over Arctic seabed mining, in which 8 countries make competing claims to the United Nations over underwater mineral exploitation rights. Plans for building polar cities as strategic economic outposts are presently being advanced. In these plans, there's provision for the advanced infrastructure technology and cultural facilities to realize these habitats in the Arctic Circle. Laboratories, houses, schools, recreation zones, medical and sports facilities to be built in one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. In addition, architectural imaging and modeling techniques mobilize a narrative to script the political and economic aberrations in this evolving frontier. And we just show you through a series of images. These are all showing Antarctic stations, but it's about, we've chosen these to kind of illustrate the magic of Antarctic explorations and how these help to script an infrastructural repertoire, which then in turn helps to colonize such spaces as the Arctic seabed. So we read these as the monuments Peter has been talking earlier. Similarly, the abundance of natural resources such as coal, natural gas, rare earth elements, amongst others, in Inner Mongolia, has turned this autonomous region in China into a global infrastructure hub around which urban development has arisen at an unprecedented scale. Another example for this urban rush in China is the city of Yiwu. More images on Yiwu here, which has grown into the largest small commodity center in the world and has become the banner of China's market economy, soon to require structural and operational logistics at unseen levels. Despite mounting concerns about social, political, and ecological consequences, the making of such frontiers has become a strategic instrument in global capital operations.
I've just had a look at time. If you wonder how to spend the next hour or so, please don't worry, because we're showing 3 frontier operations, but the next 2 operations, they won't go into that much detail. So just make sure. Now, one particular instrument that I want to briefly mention is something of a unique phenomenon in this context. The development of so-called special economic zones that are created to attract major multinational companies by offering an exemption of or relaxation of fiscal, environmental, or constitutional restrictions, such as restrictions on remittances, land use, or social behavior, often granted in tandem with the provision of special services and access to government-controlled resources. In recent years, the fiscal and legal incentivized development of such urban areas as special economic zones has become a key force in building the global crossroads of trade, finance, management, and polity. Dubai, in particular, has been pioneering the proliferation of themed free zone projects. These projects center on investment on service industries, new media in particular. We've recently studied the model of such free zones in the United Arab Emirates, which is the reason why we're showing these images. And they include developments such as Dubai Media City, Dubai Academic City, Dubai Silicon Oasis, something called the Order Zone, also a special free zone, or a free zone called International Humanitarian City. Now, all these zones have become the connecting layer of urban planning that uses vast tracts of land and guides the principal layout of the city. But, and that's the point I want to make here, more recently, this model has been taken up by some governments specifically in order to create zones of exception around resource ecologies. It is quite likely that this will lead to completely new forms of spatial agglomerations in which the global and the local intersect, or to be more precise, forms in which they stay apart on many different levels, as the direct contact is strictly avoided through separate legal, economic, and administrative frameworks. So it's only the effects of this top-down intervention that can be felt on the local level. And I want to give you one example for this. China, for instance, is estimated to have the world's largest shale gas reserves. And last year only, or to be more precise, last September, the US-China Energy Dialogue in its final report has made recommendations on how to, quote, improve the commercial environment of resource extraction, unquote. The ambitious plans to develop special extraction zones for shale gas in China and elsewhere, following the experience of special economic zones that would encourage foreign companies to collaborate with Chinese partners in commercial ventures. What this means is that these areas would be exclusive zones granting special rights to business partners while constraining the rights of others. Now, there's no time to expand on this here in more detail, the making of such special extraction zones, but I think it's important to trace the current expansion of such extra legal areas into a globally instituted and diversified spatio-economic frontier that I guess will soon provide a model for resource extraction on indeed a global scale. And let me come to my final point here, crowdfunding frontiers. A model one that has rapidly spread over the past few years is crowdfunding. Now, what's important to note is that a significant difference between this approach and the other two frontiers that we introduced here lies in its orientation to rhizomatic processes of bottom-up participation as opposed to top-down planning and control of resource engagement. Crowdfunding is breaking new ground by enabling citizens to become active participants in resource operations, and by generating, in doing so, generating entirely new social and ecological contracts based on a culture of venture capital and civic risk-taking. Crowdfunding is generally defined as raising small amounts of money from many people rather than large amounts from few. What's important here is that it's not only a concept and a technique, but it's also a way of creating large constituencies around frontier agendas. Among them, the question of how we advance our understanding of the interconnectedness of living and non-living things. So while there's currently a sense of gold rush in the air around crowdfunding schemes, because whoever develops the relevant infrastructure first and establishes the relevant know-how will dominate the global crowdfunding market, there's also a sense of connectivity arising from this particular form of social media technology. This is the case with many social media technologies. I think it's not insignificant that most forms of peer-to-peer economic exchange, including crowdfunding, have their roots in alternative networks, especially of artistic production, but also in activities to do with the environment. These initiatives aimed to sidestep the bureaucratic burdens and limitations of government funding bodies or traditional commercial enterprises. But what I find important to note here is the fact that for all this connectivity and exchange to happen, there's always a third party involved that facilitates this exchange. And these are service platforms that bring project creators and investors together and in return often keep a share of the transactions. One such platform that I want to mention here, because it's something that I think has received a lot of recognition in ecological circles recently, is a Canada-based initiative called Small Change Fund. This is a platform that connects donors to community-led initiatives that make a big difference, and as they say themselves on the website, quote, have leaders that are at the forefront of advancing and speaking out for environmental sustainability for the community nationwide and even internationally, unquote. Now, according to its own accounts, this platform has funded almost 200 projects so far, 30% of which were led by First Nation communities, 10% were focusing on climate change mitigation, 30% on water conservation issues, more than 30% supported the restoration of ecosystems and biodiversity, and so on and so on. So it's an amazing story, really, of how far a little money can go to protect local waterways, to connect young people to the land, foster civic activities, critically address the loss of biodiversity, address climate change, and so forth. But then I think there are also a lot of questions. One is the question of scale, in particular of agency and diversity on particular scales of operation. Another question that can come to mind is the relation between the interest of donors and the interest of community members. And in connection with that, there's also a question about the nature of such links, of such ties that can be made by these means when taking into account non-human interests and rights, and also the growing complexities of our ecosystems that have been outlined by eco-feminists and many other different scholars. Of course, also waiting in the wings of initiatives such as the Small Change Fund, there are many businesses who see a real opportunity to tap into the funds of the many rather than the few. And it seems that crowdfunding has opened up a new frontier for green energy, a new frontier for sustainability, biodiversity, all kinds of desirable natures to become marketable assets. Think of solar energy, think of community-based climate change activities, all kinds of green investment activities in general. Now, the rhetorics themselves again, I can't go into much detail here, but I think the rhetorics themselves are often already somehow revealing. Just to give you one example, Green Vest, for instance, which is one such platform, bills itself as, quote, a highly interactive and engaging crowdfunding system conceived as a philanthropic shopping cart, featuring the priority needs of individual protected areas, unquote. And it brings to mind also, in a way, paraphrasing Darin's notion that he brought up at the beginning of his talk, the certain switch or shift from Thoreau's immersion in a location apart, how that is being transformed into something that has become a sort of philanthropic shopping experience nowadays. Now, in conclusion, because I don't want to end here on this kind of all too pessimistic note, I think that in this context, opportunity is a term that needs to be addressed, or it needs a bit of unraveling, as it were. And together, Helge and I, we've just finished a book on the term opportunities. The title of the book is Visual Cultures, Opportunity, and it's going to be out in March, so rather soon. And in the book, we are discussing how opportunities are always already latent in organization. And that's a main take on the term opportunity, how to recover some more positive aspects from the term. But in the prevailing climate of free market heroism, the instrumental bias of the term, its emphasis on fitness, on convenience and favorableness, I think have led to a problematic connotation of taking advantage of something. But it seems to me that recent political and ecological movements already provide some hints as to how to recuperate the sense of initiative that is present in the term opportunity. Opportunity is etymologically rooted in the Latin ob portum veniens, coming toward a port, as in catching the right wind. Currently, we conceive of ports as an abstract global technology of handling commodities, for handling the resources some of us extract and some of us are deprived of. However, some nascent forms of crowd exchange, some forms of community building, I think, are already beginning to atomize the very meaning, the place, and the form of this contemporary port structure. And also I think that perhaps our discussion here of these coming 2 days, as well as the discussion that is generated by the Wall of Med exhibition in the gallery next door, will provide us with one such opportunity to catch the right wing for the things that lie ahead. That's at least my hope. Thank you.
I would like to invite Emily, and then we can pool the question. I think that would be really interesting that we have this interaction between the different presentations. So it's all yours.
Okay.
Let me just escape quick.
I'll
How do
find
we
it.
do that? I think we're all in the same folder. Oh, you've uploaded it later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm here. And let me just check one
found
other
it?
thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Perfect. I just wanted to to preface my talk today by saying that Krista said it was a new talk. It is not a new talk, but a repurposed talk, which of course was the only option with less than 24 hours notice. But I hope it leads to a really interesting discussion afterwards in connection with Peter and Helge's presentation. So I wanted to just mention the original context from which this talk was developed, which I gave it at an art history conference, the College Art Association conference last year. So it's a very art historical paper in a way. It also was on a panel that was devoted to the landscape, American landscape in contemporary art. It's geared towards a kind of American context. Now, it is not about the colonization of nature for extractive purposes per se. So in that sense, perhaps falls outside of certain purviews of this conference. but it is very much about how the myth of nature itself, or particular myths of nature, have served colonialist agendas and been kind of involved and deployed in vanishing acts. So what I'll talk about today will be about a number of contemporary artists whose work reveals the often hidden and often violent social, political, and historical facets of seemingly natural sites. I'm also interested in this kind of shift within contemporary art from artists kind of taking up landscape as a category to working with issues of land use, so a shift from kind of landscape in terms of something visual, something about composition, to something closer to transactions and procedures. And the frontier will also come in, because many of these artists are dealing with the American West kind of as a site where these national frontier mythologies have underpinned systematic colonizations and militarizations of space. And incidentally, Nick Brown, who was one of the two people unable to make it, will make an appearance in my talk later. I'll talk about some of his work. Okay. In the past decade, the American landscape has figured centrally in the work of many artists whose projects reveal the often hidden and often violent social, political, economic, and historical facets of seemingly natural sites. We might think of these in terms of art that denaturalizes the American landscape. The artists I'll discuss take land to be neither pre-given, fixed, neutral, or natural, nor as something to which we have unmediated access. Rather, it is approached as an outcome and index of complex procedures. Their artworks open on to questions of power and further the role of visual representation, or a lack thereof, in struggles over space. More specifically, they probe the ways that landscape, when taken as an embodiment or extension of nature, has served to sanitize, obscure, and/or naturalize spatial conflicts. Now, most of the talk will focus on one work, which is a piece called Around Crab Orchard from 2012, the first feature-length film by interdisciplinary artist and writer Sarah Knaus, which explores a specific national wildlife refuge in southern Illinois in the prairie lands of the U.S. Midwest, in terms of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's deployment of nature imagery and ideology to mask unsettling activities taking place within its borders. Early on in Knaus's 69-minute piece, archival clips from an official U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service promotional video, you see here, still, showcase familiar-looking footage of waterfowl and other wildlife in their presumably native habitat, set to twangy bluegrass and a voiceover that beckons, "Ah, peace at last, away from the hustle and bustle of urban life. Welcome to Crab Orchard National Wildlife Refuge, a unique place to experience nature." Soon after, we learn via more sideways means that Crab Orchard is simultaneously home to General Dynamics, a multi-billion-dollar defense company that produces munitions within the refuge, in the process leaving behind dangerous contaminants such as PCBs, depleted uranium, and various leads. Also included in Knaus's counter-official portrait of this place is nearby Marion Prison, where inmates, along with local area residents, have long been exposed to toxins leaking beyond the boundaries of the refuge. Porosity is a key theme of Knaus's story. The very notion of a refuge, a place that is cordoned off, protected in a baseline state, outside of time and politics, and managed in a one-dimensional way, is a fiction to be troubled. And I want to show you really quickly just the trailer to her film, which is 2 minutes long from YouTube, just to give you a little bit of a sense of the work.
I first heard of Crab Orchard Wildlife Refuge, I think in 2004, when I was interviewing a contaminants biologist for the Fish and Wildlife Service up at Rocky Flats, outside of Boulder, the former plutonium production facility. And he had been stationed at Crab Orchard and was really relieved to not be there anymore, which was interesting because there he was at Rocky Flats, which for many folks you would think would be the last place in the world a wildlife manager would want to be. So,
yeah, like a lot of people, we first recreated in the early 50s and 60 water skiing and picnicking, and you know, you're a kid, you don't know the history of what's going on.
Well, when the news came out about the contamination at Crab Orchard, it was in the news, but I don't think there was a lot of community concern. It was all downplayed by the Fish and Wildlife Service and the EPA.
Wildlife refuge entails a particular kind of risk assessment scenario that enables one to do less cleanup and faster.
Prisoners tended to have what I thought were an inordinate number of skin problems, rashes and bumps and itches.
One of the prisoners who was active at the time of the lockdown at Marion said that really the society regarded the prisoners at Marion as if they were toxic waste.
You know, I've had cancer. I had a huge tumor in a kidney. What did they say? 1 out of 5. And this was an environmental cancer.
We're continuing to increase the ambient pollution in the environment, and we're all exposed to a certain level. You know, we're exposed to PCBs, and we're exposed to dioxin, we're exposed to atrazine, we're exposed to radiation. You know, I mean, this is the ambient environment.
When surveying a person, hold the probe approximately 1/2 to 1 inch from the person's skin and systematically survey the entire body from head to toe on all sides.
Okay. So I just want to talk for a minute as a side note about this, this concept of the the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in this category of the refuge. Where's my PowerPoint? It disappeared. Can you come help me find it again while I read? So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manages the National Wildlife Refuge System, which in its own words, as an agency, quote, is a quote, national network of lands and waters set aside to conserve America's fish, wildlife, and plants, unquote. Crab Orchard is unique in that it's the only U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service refuge where on-site weapons production is still ongoing. It is quite typical, however, in having undergone what's called a military to wildlife conversion process, one whereby contaminated military sites are refashioned into habitat for wildlife and nature tourists. Many such sites furthermore carry Superfund status, determined by the US government to be the most acutely polluted places in the country. Did I break the whole system?
I don't think so.
Okay, good thing I have some so geographer Shiloh Krupar, whose voice you heard and who appears at several points throughout the film, she mentioned, you heard her, about the way that the requirement for cleanup is different at these sites. There's less cleanup required. Krupar's own research has focused on Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge near Denver, Colorado, which was also mentioned here, which has been repopulated in recent years with various megafauna. Thank you so much. Megafauna, including bald eagles and American bison. She surmises that these creatures, quote, as signs of purity and the native, unquote, play a crucial role in the fabrication of the creation story for a place like Rocky Flats. She argues, for instance, that, quote, a stockpile of genetically pure bison would return the land to a mythic origin, drawing on imperial nostalgia for the frontier and reversing the historical decimation of the animal and the forced removal of Plains area American Indians who relied on the bison, unquote. Countering this familiar and moralistic conservationist paradigm, Krupar calls for an environmental ethics that, quotes, responds to the military to wildlife conversion division of nature-human, or nature-human, non-human, with a commitment to more uncertain materialities, to stewardship of the waste and material remains of militarization, unquote, and that acknowledges the ways in which such violences are still unfolding at these sites. Now moving back to Knaus's piece. Knaus's own endeavor began, as she puts it, with an impasse, a blockade to visual and informational access. Upon attempting to photograph a cluster of anonymous-looking buildings owned by General Dynamics on the refuge grounds, she and her companions were stopped by a private security guard who questioned them about why they would want to take pictures of anything other than scenery, flora, and fauna, these being the subjects of real, proper photography, he suggested. This encounter was soon followed by an unannounced visit from 2 FBI agents on Knaus's front porch, and then an explicit prohibition from any future filming within the park. The impetus for Around Crab Orchard, then, was the artist's confrontation with an at once literal and conceptual problem. What other ways can we picture this sort of place? Her answer involves an assemblage of diverse sources. Perhaps uneven or unlike is a better way to describe the amalgam comprising this film, which is furthermore punctuated by the artist's eloquent reflections about her own research process. And these reflections, her own voice, serves as a kind of meta-narrative that provides orientation or horizon line throughout the piece, I think. A number of firsthand interviews with local residents, activists, cultural geographers, and government employees are interspersed with licensed material from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Army, together forming a bricolage of voices. While the interview, of course, is a staple tool and format within the documentary genre, Around Crab Orchard gives equal weight to the less straightforward bits. At several repeated points, Knaus's camera dwells on the details of a natural history display, including the fragment of a diorama mannequin fashioned as American Indian tribesmen in traditional local garb. Elsewhere, we linger within the dripping green humidity of a botanical garden presenting indigenous regional plants, or hover along the clinical corridors of a laboratory, perhaps run by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, all of these being places where authorized knowledge about Crab Orchard is forged. The artist's own body appears at many intervals as well. We see her standing at each of the refuge's 4 directional boundaries, holding a sign to mark it, and later, her finger tracing these same geographical contours on a road atlas. We watch as she hastily draws, cuts, and pastes foam core into miniature architectural mock-ups of the elusive white buildings that have prompted her inquiry. She steps into and zips up a hazmat suit in one scene. In another, she scans through reels of microfiche to uncover a long-forgotten news story from the 19th century addressing local race relations. Taken together, this constellation of performative gestures and varied source materials poses larger epistemological questions about what exactly counts as valid information or evidence, one of the key subtexts of the film. As becomes ever more clear, Knaus's aim, in contrast to that of the classic documentarian, is not to build a coherent truth, a tidy image, or a tale with clear edges. Rather, Around Crab Orchards reminds us of the limits of embodied observation, of how much is impossible to know by standing on a piece of land and looking. Speaking to the conundrums entailed in representing any particular place with attunement to the inevitable intricacies, paradoxes, and contingencies at play, Knaus asks us within her narrative script, quote, where do we start with a story like this? The story of a place, what it contains, what it does. It doesn't have a plot, some kind of beginning, middle, and end. Instead, it unfolds in space. It has contiguities and adjacencies. The appearance of isolation is a function of scale, where we choose to focus, and from what distance. Or maybe it's a parallax, a perceived shift in an object's location caused by the position of the observer. The closer we are, the more we distort. Parallax is often called an error, but accounting for it allows explorers to navigate without the aid of a map. At some scales of vision, if we step back far enough, every place seems to touch every place else, unquote. For the purposes of my talk here, I'm eager to consider the strategies employed by contemporary artists who take familiar sites, and I mean that in terms of S-I-T-E and S-I-G-H-T, and make them strange or legible in new ways, who attempt to undo what seems natural, to highlight the ideological workings of landscape. Critical films critical documentary films like Around Crab Orchard, which often incorporate extensive and multi-pronged research. Other examples that come to mind include the Odalith Group's 2012 film, The Radiant, Lucy Raven's 2010 film, Chinatown, on extraction, and a number of works you'll see tonight at the opening. So that's one breed. Tours and other kinds of on-site interventions, another. The question of whether or not painting, and photography for that matter, as media which collapse the worldly into the static and two-dimensional, whether or not these media are capable of relaying the friction, layers, and interrelations of place is one that hovers in the background, at least for me. Are there inherent limits to using media that, in essence, translate their subjects into a scene? I have begun with Knaus's artwork because I think it's emblematic of a shift in recent decades from artists engaging with landscape as tied to composition, view, or frame to land use. The term landscape has a long-standing association with the pictorial, with formal composition, and with the aesthetic in modern art history. Anthropologist Tim Ingold, who you also invoked earlier, attributes this entire disciplinary orientation within art history, a profound misorientation, in his opinion, to a simple etymological error, albeit one that has had far-reaching consequences. And I'll quote here at length. So this is Ingold, quote, "Of early medieval provenance, landscape referred originally to an area of land bound into the everyday practices and customary usages of an agrarian community. However, its subsequent incorporation into the language of painterly description, above all through the tradition of Dutch art that developed in the 17th century, has led generations of scholars to mistake the connotations of the suffix scape for a particular scopic regime of detailed and disinterested observation. They have, it seems, been fooled by a superficial resemblance between scape and scope that is, in fact, entirely fortuitous and has no foundation in etymology. Scope comes from the classical Greek skopos, literally the target of the bowman, the mark towards which he gazes as he aims, unquote, from which is derived scopine, to look. Scape, quite the contrary, comes from the Old English scapen, or skipen, meaning to shape. Medieval shapers of the land were not painters, but farmers whose purpose was not to render the material world in appearance rather than substance, but to wrest a living from the earth. Nevertheless, the equation of the shape of the land with its look, of the scaped with the scopic, has become firmly lodged in the vocabulary of modernist art history. Landscape has thus come to be identified with scenery and with an art of description that would see the world spread out on a canvas, much as in the subsequent development of both cartography and photography. It would come to be projected onto a plate or screen or the pages of an atlas, unquote. The trend in contemporary art that I wish to identify, in line with Ingold's corrective, reflects a move beyond, or sometimes even against, the art of description, and a renewed emphasis on the material rather than primarily visual aspects of land, often with special attention to issues of labor. Cultural theorist Raymond Williams, in his 1980 essay, Ideas of Nature, in fact cites a fundamental divide between those who approach landscape as a product of nature versus human shaping. Quote, "A considerable part of what we call the natural landscape is a product of human design and human labor, and in admiring it as natural, it matters very much whether we suppress the fact of labor or acknowledge it," unquote. The landscape photography of Ansel Adams, at least within the half-past century of American art, perhaps best demonstrates the impulse to suppress or evacuate the fact of labor that goes into landscapes making. Likely already familiar to all of you, his exquisitely composed black and white pictures feature sweeping landscapes of the American West, typically devoid of any hint of human presence. The scenes are monumental, conjuring a seemingly original moment, and one that is specifically American, yoking the birth of American national identity to the vision of an unpeopled Wild Western frontier. And here, Raymond Williams' reminder of the etymological link between nature, native, and nation, all derived from the Latin natus, meaning to be born, is quite useful. Formally, Adams' images hark back to the sublime depictions of the 19th century Hudson River School, while simultaneously harnessing the deep tonal contrasts of 20th century modernist straight photography to extreme dramatic effect. Already in the 1960s and 70s, certain artists sought to counter Adams' representational schema and the romantic notions of landscape it embodied, some of them taking up industrial and otherwise visibly impacted landscapes to do so. Those photographers who participated in the highly influential 1975 exhibition, New Topographics, Photographs of a Man-Altered Landscape at the George Eastman House in Rochester, New York, adjusted their frame of view, in some cases we can imagine only ever so slightly from Adams, to capture those marks that were erased by him. Instead, they portrayed the mundane, unglamorous processes of suburbanization, industry, and everyday habitation in the American West, underscoring the human-land dialectic of landscapes in active formation. Meanwhile, Robert Smithson, so these are both New Topographic photographers' work. Meanwhile, Robert Smithson wrote about dialectical landscapes in the last essay of his life, and from the mid-60s forward, preferred explicitly disrupted or pulverized sites to those that evoked a sense of either careful finish or untouched beauty. He was highly critical of the ecology movement quickly gaining steam at the time and derided a budding wilderness cult, that's his term, for its reductive division between the human and non-human world, arguing, quote, spiritualism widens the split between man and nature, unquote. And Ansel Adams' widespread images were, of course, both an illustration and a driver, a key driver of this wilderness ethic that was budding in the period. Smithson insisted instead upon the importance of confronting contemporary environments in all their messy complexity. Quote, the artist cannot turn his back on the contradictions that inhabit our landscapes, unquote. Many artists today likewise turn to the American West, although differently from their predecessors somewhat. They approach it as a locus for dramatic erasures and dislocations, highlighting links between long-standing myths of a national frontier and the systematic militarization and colonization of space there. Their work often foregrounds the politics of land use, reminding us furthermore that the constitutive forces of landscape are, for the most part, not visible. As such, many focuses on instances and mechanisms of erasure. Experimental geographer Trevor Paglen appropriates amateur technologies such as limit telephotography in order to probe the black world of the US military-industrial complex, covert testing grounds, and other spaces of wartime production that are actively produced as nowhere, smudged off the map, and kept under the public's radar. His grainy photographs of military bunkers in Nevada or streaks left in the night sky by top-secret flights depict not only the existence of such places and events, but also the limits of visibility and visuality themselves. This is the Nevada test site. Sorry. Nicholas Brown, who recently completed a PhD in cultural landscape studies, is building a re-photographic archive of Glacier National Park in northern Montana. His Vanishing Indian Repeat Photography Project, or VERP, from 2011 to present, is part of a larger inquiry into the vanishing logic that underpins and binds narratives about the disappearance of indigenous peoples in the late 19th century, generated by the US National Park Service, among other institutions, with those about melting glaciers today. So there's quite a kind of craze now and an anxiety in Glacier National Park that in a matter of very few years, there will be no glaciers left there. It's worth noting, so these are both from his VERP project. It's worth noting that re-photography has been a central tool used by scientists to study glacial retreat over time, and has also been a strategy employed by photographers associated with new topographics to document historical change in the American West. So we're all familiar with these photographs. And this recent film by James Balog about extreme ice, which is kind of in this spectacular form, shows the retreat, indexes the retreat of glaciers. In speaking about his own project, the Vanishing Indian Repeat Photography Project, Brown asserts that the contemporary endangered glacier narrative is predicated upon the historical vanishing Indian narrative. Quote, arguably, the trope of the vanishing Indian has calibrated our vision, making it easier for us to see vanishing glaciers today. By focusing on the continuity of the vanishing logic, the VERP interprets colonization as an ongoing process rather than a historical event, which in turn sheds light on the structural dimensions of settler colonialism. Emphasizing structural continuities in this landscape of perpetual vanishing, therefore, challenges the tendency to bracket ongoing processes of colonization out of an equation that defines the fierce urgency of now exclusively in relation to climate change. By exploring the conjunction of vanishing glaciers and Indians at Glacier National Park, Vert proposes a similar shift to the colonial relation within the context of climate change. The project ruptures a temporal boundary that has kept the story of yesterday's vanishing Indian separate from today's vanishing glacier, insisting instead that we consider them as parts of the same story, unquote. In one final example, the Institute for Infinitely Small Things, for their 2011 piece, The Border Crossed Us, reproduced a segment of the US-Mexican border fence from southern Arizona, an infrastructural element that is largely invisible to most Americans, yet literally marks and organizes the space of the nation state, on the campus of the University of Massachusetts Amherst. The artists specify, quote, "This particular section of fence divides the Tohono O'odham indigenous community along 75 miles of their reservation, disrupts ceremonial paths, desecrates sacred burial grounds, and prevents members from receiving critical health services," unquote. Their own intervention, which orchestrated a direct physical confrontation between the UMass public and this highly charged temporary transplant, was coupled with an impressive roster of programs and events, many led by representatives of the Tohono O'odham tribal community, and all with a strong dialogic or kind of interactive conversational component. Taken together, the border crossed us poses thorny questions about the dynamics and politics of borders, as well as the relations between seemingly distant places. Today, the forces that produce landscape are arguably more decentralized, dematerialized, and delinked from the actual ground than ever before. More accurately, the distance has widened between the places where decisions regarding land use are made and where they are enacted. Whereas Ingold's medieval worker shapers, who with foot, axe, and plow trod, hacked, and scratched their lines into the earth, performing labor that was close up, this is his words, close up, in immediate, muscular, and visceral engagement with wood, grass, and oil, unquote. In our own day and age, a whole series of geographically dispersed factors and agents, some virtual and others analog, from international trade and patenting laws to multinational corporations, bank loans, imported technologies, legal and illegal migrant worker streams, transportation systems, on, prefigure any moment before foot or plow pierce ground. Critical geographers have been especially helpful in theorizing the uneven development that characterizes our contemporary condition of globalized deferrals and displacements, whereby violence to land, humans, and non-humans is often shifted from one place to another, and in the process further from common view. The literary and post-colonial theorist Rob Nixon furthermore elaborates upon the slow violence entailed in environmental disasters that unfold across vast scales and in forms and temporalities that are often hard to perceive, thereby compounding their intensity. This he describes as, quote, "a violence that occurs gradually and out of sight, a violence of delayed destruction that is dispersed across time and space, and attritional violence that is typically not viewed as violence at all," unquote. Although globalization is certainly not a new phenomenon, since the 1980s and 90s, various neoliberal economic policies, such as the deregulation of financial markets, together with expansion of transnational corporations and advancements in telecommunications technologies, have ushered an era in which the global economy operates with unprecedented power and swiftness. The present moment, we might say, is distinguished by the degree to which finance orders space. Sociologist Saskia Saskin has described finance as, quote, "the engine of our time," unquote, a vast force that is flattening everything around us as it grabs more and more terrain amid an ongoing shift from a world organized largely by national territories to one of global connectivity and jurisdiction. As faraway places become ever more entangled via flows of labor and capital, as was so kind of vividly depicted in all of your images, actually, it is increasingly impossible to tease apart here from there, one place from another. Sasson argues that a more territorial optic of analysis is demanded. And of course, it's not only, I think, about expanding to a territorial scale or like expanding the spatial scale, but I think much of what hopefully will happen at this conference is a kind of thrashing or working through what kinds of sort of methods and modes of apprehension at all might kind of work to make sense or to intervene into these social spatial kind of configurations. In closing, I want to offer one last example, taken not from art, but from contemporary land use practices. Hydraulic fracking, the process of injecting water and chemicals into geologic strata deep below in order to free gas and oil encased within rock, is creating new topographies across the North American landscape. Its residual landforms, less monumental and consolidated somehow than those that we might associate with other petroscapes, from the tar sand extraction to the pipeline infrastructures, traditional oil fields, and certainly to the open pit mines and mountaintop removal associated with coal and other mining for coal and certain minerals. So while hydraulic fracking in a way is more dispersed in the way it takes shape, its landforms superficially resemble both the pockmarks left by repeated atomic tests in the desert hinterlands and those apertures quickly enveloping the surface of glaciers and polar ice caps. Whoops. No, I want the last two images. They're not totally essential, but can you come back and help me again? Oh, here, no. That's unfortunate. Here, can you see that? Okay. Back one. Sorry. I don't know why this is, okay. So also, I think it's just a kind of formal kind of relationship, which for me is somewhat stunning, is these kind of pods of the hydraulic fracking and the apertures that are quickly enveloping the surface of glaciers and polar ice caps melting due to anthropogenic climate change, itself the result, of course, of carbon released into the atmosphere via the burning of fossil fuels. Although not exclusive to the United States, the rampant application of this mode of resource extraction there is partly attributable to a set of specific historical, economic, and political practices, from the allocation of land into gridded parcels for individual ownership to early settlers' perception of open land being free for the taking. A distinction between surface and subsurface property rights is furthermore now coming into unprecedented play as individual landowners are increasingly approached by energy companies who want to buy or lease rights to terrain underground, leading to the widespread phenomenon of backyard drilling. So this is actually from Alberta, but it's a geologic map showing the different resources at different kind of very particular places underground and kind of divvying it up likewise into a kind of gridded set of parcels for potential property and resource development. This new fracking landscape is arguably the neoliberal landscape par excellence, and as is always the case, its repercussions are distributed unequally, or it has disproportionate impacts upon those with less power. If, as the artists I've discussed today insist that the American landscape is not and never has been solid, self-evident, or neutral ground, today we are entering a new phase of seismic instability, one that penetrates into the Earth's deep layers, creating post-natural fissures and new tremblings underfoot.
Questions for the panel, we can maybe accommodate them before we break. VK over there.
Should we sit down or just stand?
Thanks. Yeah, you can sit down.
Okay.
I hope this helps maybe think these papers together, because they were fantastic. I had this sort of image when we looked at the pods in Antarctica with you guys of the Sodexo Marriott and other sort of solitary confinement pods in Nevada. And I was thinking about this kind of shift where architecture becomes both temporary and service, if that makes sense. So like you produce something in order to kind of have a yield of capital. And that capital both like extends into financial markets, but may involve imprisonment and a whole set of relations. So I think that my question really was about like that shift where like life becomes a temporary moving through, whether it's because it's like an engineer moving through a particular kind of landscape on a temporary basis, but the architecture extends beyond the time of the stay in theory of the prisoner or the expert in Antarctica, but that there's like a frontier in the way that you're thinking about it of both architecture and kind of form and of labor and service. I don't know.
Do you mean in terms of the relics, like in the kind of almost this like the classic boom bust economy where you sort of, these ruins are left behind, which, you know, some of your images remind me of these kind of ghost towns from former mining sites.
And also the pollutions and so on that you're also talking about of somebody, you know, being imprisoned within a kind of architecture like that.
Yeah, I think you want to go first, or?
Well, I actually would probably pick that up and add to it and redirect to you, because one thought I had, which I think is related to what you're asking in your talk, I heard a lecture recently by this architect from Harvard GSD, Mostafavi, who has written about ecological urbanism. And he was talking about this kind of scalar shift of this new phenomenon of and he made this point I thought was so interesting about this kind of emergent phenomenon whereby cities, new cities that are being developed in a way, like a private developer will buy a mega plot of land, sort of a singular kind of consolidated capital project, and that the infrastructure goes in so that the city basically, that the infrastructure goes in place and that it kind of becomes then like the underpinnings of this.
That's very much the supply-led development model that we've tried to emphasize. I'm really glad that you've picked up on this kind of precariousness and that kind of temporariness of inhabitation. I think what we've tried to emphasize is really that there are these kind of competing strands, if you will. There are different ideologies how to colonize and conquer new realms of investment. And I think we've tried to emphasize this kind of shift that we're experiencing and have been experiencing in our research from that model, you know, the supply-led model that you come with is you try to scale things up and you just try to expand the market by going ever bigger and constantly looking for new terrains. That particularly in the shift of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, there is a kind of reorientation towards much more micro-scale capital operations. One example is a turn to the microcredit schemes, you know, this reorientation to the kind of bottom pyramid of the economy. And we've been really interested in thinking about how that, we're not entirely saying that this is a complete change, I'm rather thinking that these are competing approaches, but how if you turn towards a much more kind of precarious and kind of atomized interaction, how that would have how that impacts differently on resource landscapes and resource ecologies, you know, also in terms of the last example that Peter brought. And then if we have this kind of reorientation, a much more precarious model, and I think also the Battle River example was, you know, prime example of that you have the local communities having to take on all sorts of entrepreneurial kinds of thinking and find constantly new terrains of investment, and then everything gets kind of split up into ever more minute kind of minor micro operations. How that changes then also the kind of narrative that frames that. So in terms of the pods that you've touched upon, we tried to emphasize this kind of changing monumentality that supports the different modes of interaction, whereas we had with the kind of big scale supply-led urbanism, it's always about the grand gesture, you know, the biggest and tallest tower, the biggest airport, you know, the biggest port that can handle the most containers. But then if we reorient this to the kind of micro economic interactions, suddenly other relations play a role and feature. So it's a lot about the kind of emotional attachment. So this kind of turn to what's effective capitalism, whether it's about calling about our emotional relation and our kind of feelings towards it. So it's really interesting how then a kind of reframing of what then the monument would be that supports this kind of reframing. So it's not the kind of grand architectural gesture, but it's your kind of emotional relation to the landscape. So suddenly an interaction also with resource economies is then framed differently, because the ground is prepared, or the frontiers opened up, not through a kind of pictorial monument of a solid object, but it's through emphasizing a kind of our emotional attachment to a certain terrain. Through that, this frontier gets then opened up. So, and then we have accompanying this a very different visual culture to support this. So I think this, how to tease out this kind of competing interests.
I guess
one of the
things that ties in with that is that if your starting point is the mobilization of structures of the built environment, the making of new infrastructural components that get easily distributed across the globe, then we are confronted with a situation that seems almost double-faced. You have these large-scale mega structures that are being built and implemented all over the world, and on the other hand you have bottom-up initiatives, kind of a distributed activity. And what seems to get lost is what's in between. I think what we've lost is really the middle ground, and no one's caring for what that middle ground could be. And so there's no coincidence that, say, the large-scale developers operating on a global scale, that they are then tapping into such schemes that are meant to be bottom-up, like crowdfunding, such a scheme as it was initiated. So these two ends, they suddenly link, and leaving this middle space all blank and empty. And that's my concern. And I think, I'm not sure cooperative schemes, if that would be a contemporary answer, I'm not sure, but such schemes, such ideas of how to produce a middle ground, I think that's really at stake here.
To end on, just like a cynical, I mean, part of the reason I wanted to bring in this image of the backyard drilling, like speaking of creating like a kind of prison that you're then stuck with and you can't get out of, and which will contaminate kind of everything about your immediate and probably less immediate physical environment. But in a way, it does occupy the middle ground. It's not the large scale monumental, it's down to the scale of the private, but it's kind of the opposite of what you're talking about, of a kind of collectivity of resistance. It's kind of the way that the kind of exploitation of how you access resources is kind of functions through moving through individual kind of property owners. So it becomes dispersed. So it becomes another interesting test case, and often too in like highly urbanized environments, as opposed to these kind of dramatic Arctic or desert sites that like right in the middle of Houston, like people's backyards, front yards, they're just like right there next to schools. So I mean, this is just like an astonishing, very new change, I think, or formation. Yeah.
I was going to say that when I was listening to your paper, to both papers, and thinking about the frontier, that I was thinking about Tsing's notion of the frontier in her book Friction, and she says all frontiers are summoned up through acts of kind of conjuring, through conjuring tricks that allow you to narrate like a gold rush, or like something that opens up a frontier in a place that wouldn't exist otherwise, right? And so the monumentality or the performativity of erecting monuments to open up a frontier is one kind, but crowdsourcing is another atomistic kind of opening up a frontier, like Uber, like these are like opening up frontiers of speculative capital. Fracking in one's backyard are also these kind of conjuring tricks of opening up a kind of infinite space of speculative capital, but not at the scale of the national project, not at the scale of a dam building project, in a way that I think is kind of interesting. Yeah. We might reserve other questions because we're not going to have time to eat. And we'll reconvene at 1. We'll eat into our lunch hour. We'll reconvene at 1. We've got 2 discussion sessions this afternoon between Imre Zeman and Brenda Longfellow, and then between Eduardo Kohn and Ursula Beeman, as well as another panel on wastes and plastics. I hope you can all join us to reconvene at 1. the World of Matter participants who are presenting this afternoon, please come up to deal with the technical requirements, and we'll see you all at 1. Yes, there is. Yes. Yes, yes. Does everyone know that for all the world... A little bit hard to hear, so I'll maybe ask all the people who are presenting to project their voices a little more. And also I neglected to mention, which is really a shame on me in Montreal, a bilingual setting, and then some, that people should feel free to ask questions in French. There are enough of us that are fluently bilingual to translate and accommodate and be able to hold discussions where fluid translation is happening. So please do feel free to ask questions in French, and some of the panelists will speak French or will be able to translate and at least accommodate everybody. We're going to skip the break that we have after this particular panel and jump straight into the next panel. This panel is actually a discussion-based panel with two presentations by Imre Zeman and by Brenda Longfellow, with a set of kind of conjunctions around the themes of art and oil, and particularly around a project by Brenda Longfellow called Offshore.
Okay, let me get started. I will try to not go on too long. What I have here are two pieces of writing that I want to share with you. One is an article, a magazine article that I was invited to write about Brenda's piece Offshore. And I think it gives you a sense, it'll give you a sense of maybe a critic's take on Offshore, and then you'll hear from the filmmaker herself. And then if I have time, I want to talk about an appendix. So this will be something about Offshore and then some general comments, because I could not stand in front of you and not do this. Some general comments about limits, problems, possibilities of eco-representation. So let me get started. If we didn't know it before, it's hard to imagine that any of us don't know it by now. We're creatures of oil, inhabiting societies made possible by this substance from the age of the dinosaurs. It's actually not from the age of the dinosaurs, but nevertheless, sounds better. I'm writing this at a moment when falling oil prices are making our dependence on fossil fuels all too apparent. Cheap oil has made the Canadian dollar drop precipitously. The economy of Putin's Russia is in free fall, as are the economies of every other country that depends on petrodollars to fill up the tanks of their GDPs. We like to imagine the 21st century as a time defined by high-tech wireless communications and gadgets for doing things faster and better. When we manage to look past the sheen and glow of these new technologies, it's clear that our faces are as marked by the grime and murk of fossil fuels as they were a century ago. Indeed, even more so. And it doesn't look as if this is going to change anytime soon. Interventions by artists and filmmakers into contemporary practices of resource extraction have played a critical role in making the public aware of the energy systems on which modern life is dependent, as well as the short and long-term consequences of this dependence. But awareness is one thing. Creating real change is another. One of the limits we have reached in our understanding of the causes and consequences of our use and abuse of fossil fuels is a gap, a growing one. A gap between knowledge and action. We might know that we're oil creatures. We might understand that depending to such a large degree on a resource that is of necessity in limited supply constitutes something like a civilizational category mistake. We might know, too, that being content with being oil creatures will have very real long-term consequences for the environment, consequences with which subsequent generations will have to contend. And yet we do nothing, an indictment not only of contemporary politics, but also of the deep faith we have in our society's use of knowledge for the betterment of all. Brenda Longfellow's Offshore is a I'm not sure what to call it. I'm going to call it documentary. I'll call it a number of things in this piece. It's a documentary that sharply challenges our easy acceptance of fossil fuels, of our fossil fuel societies, especially the lack of action that has accompanied our growing awareness of just how saturated with oil our societies are. This is not the first time that Longfellow has taken on the subject of oil in her work. Weather Report from 2007 travels to sites around the world in an effort to render the true extent of global warming visible. The short film Carpe Diem, a special favorite of mine from 2010, is as much about the environmental consequences of our economic practices as an experiment with the shape and form of political documentary. Part comic opera, part puppet show. That's the puppet like this. Longfellow's bleak comic poke at the easy cynicism worn by oil executives is as hard to forget as the mutated two-headed fish that appears on the plate just before the whole misadventure of the oil sands goes into a tailspin. The two-headed fish also participates in the opera. A follow-up, Dead Ducks, mixes standard documentary footage and fictional elements with the puppetry and opera of Carpe Diem to investigate the death in 2008 of huge numbers of migrating birds in oil sands tailing ponds. While there might be more documentaries than ever bearing witness to all manner of crimes and misdemeanors, audiences have come to all too quickly learn how to domesticate and contain them. At least that's one of my contentions here. Longfellow doesn't only want to get the facts out, but has reimagined documentary for a new era and a new audience, engaging seriously with the problem of how and if the visual can close the gap between knowing and acting. Okay, now I have some asides. I have some encounters with offshore, and I should do it in a different voice, and I imagine kind of a play of lights, but I got too lazy to tell Krista and her staff to do any of that, so here goes. I'll do a different voice. First encounter. My browser is open to what looks to be an online. I press play, and I'm greeted, I'm not going to do this. I press play, and I'm greeted with the words of David O'Reilly, CEO of Chevron. The era of easy oil is over. The words fade to images of the Gulf of Mexico taken from the air. I'm in a helicopter, looking down at docks, at inlets filled with fishing vessels, at drilling rigs sprinkled haphazardly across the water. The sun is bright, though the background music makes the scenes feel dark, threatening, and full of danger. Every few seconds, a crackle of static causes the images to be superimposed with a grid or a jumble of lines. Beneath these ordinary images lies a network of knowledge systems that shape and coordinate how we experience them, and indeed are the reason why any of these structures are even there. There might be many tales to tell about the sea for us. It is a resource to be managed and used. My helicopter lands on the deck of the rig Spartan 208. What I do next is up to me. Offshore is described as a feature-length interactive documentary, a promising new genre that it shares with recent experimental documentaries such as Philippe Rose and David Dufresne's Prison Valley, and Dufresne's follow-up, the popular Fort McMoney. Longfellow initially imagined the film as an operatic doc. What is with you in opera? But anyway, I'll ask you that in the question period since you're here. Imagine the film as an operatic documentary on the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in April 2010, the largest maritime oil spill in history. Her initial sketches for Offshore, which also included plans for a chorus, underwater ballet, reenactments of events and fictional elements in addition to documentary interviews, draw on some of the experimental aspects of Carpe Diem and Dead Ducks. The final project, however, is far more than a feature-length expansion of these earlier short films. Offshore takes the form of a web-based visual hypertext, a sequence of narratives that viewers can encounter in their own way, at their own pace, and in their own time. Distinct aspects of the story of the BP disaster are encountered via an interface that mimics first-person video gaming. Once on the deck of a rig in the middle of the Gulf, viewers can move about various levels, clicking on and watching the documentary shorts that they encounter, or flipping through paper files and probing other objects that they might find there. So, second encounter. Well, I shouldn't read this part. Anyway, in real life, I'm drinking bourbon to try to keep the bruised skies on the screen from bringing me down. On the screen, I sit in the helicopter. The rig beckons, but a folder lying on the seat across from me is too tempting not to check out. I click on it and it flaps open. Documents from the accident inquest into the rig I'm on, Spartan 208. It was built by Hyundai Heavy Industries in 2001, owned by a Swiss company and registered in Panama. I didn't expect that the Swiss would have a maritime industry, given that they don't have a sea. I wonder if the little fuel-efficient car I used to get around, my Hyundai Elantra, was built with some of the same technology as this rig. global chains of property designed to minimize responsibility while maximizing profit. I flap the folder closed and step out onto the deck. I click a play icon. A click on a play icon there shows me a series of short docs arrayed under the title A Dangerous Frontier. I learned that the engineers and scientists who built these expensive rigs are playing with fire. As wells closer to shore are drained, rigs have to move farther and farther and farther out to sea. The farther out, the more vulnerable they are to hurricanes and typhoons. Hurricane Katrina destroyed 115 oil platforms in 2005. Who knew that there were so many out there to begin with? There's some kind of justice in the fact that rising ocean temperatures are making hurricanes more powerful. The more oil we burn, the more extremes we have to go to get it. The more we burn, the hotter the planet, the more dangerous those already dangerous extremes get. Back on the deck, I see a sign showing me the way to go lower and deeper into the rig. I take a sip of my bourbon, not here, sadly, and head downstairs. Political documentary intends to bear witness, to confront viewers with images they might otherwise never encounter in daily life. In this way, film has contributed to active public discourse about democracy and citizenship, social being and belonging, and our vexed relationship to the natural world. However, one of the very real challenges faced by documentary is not to repeat in its very form the tendencies to treat all of our problems as exceptions. Not only the mode of expose, but even the very act of film-going sometimes repeats the phenomenal pattern that has allowed liberal capitalism to get away with murder, rather than unnerving it. Disasters such as the BP oil spill are viewed as unfortunate accidents, a figure set against the ground of normal life, which everything of a normal life where everything trundles along much as it should. Sometimes when one watches a documentary, one shakes one's head at the ineptitude or ill will of some people and discusses the failures of governments with one's friends over dinner, only to plunge back into what we take to be the safety and rationality of everydayness. It's hard to transform political insight into political action. The economy isn't in crisis. The economy is the crisis, we are reminded in the post-2008 manifesto, The Coming Insurrection. Longfellow's web film repeatedly draws our attention to the larger system of oil extraction that makes a disaster possible, even when it is introducing us to oil rig workers and to fishermen who depend on the Gulf for their livelihoods. Our desires to treat Deepwater Horizon as nothing other than the consequence of a greedy company intent on profit at all costs. We tend to explain it by explaining it away, or indeed by forgetting about it once the insistent press of the news has faded away. For instance, who could remember this other spill and this other spill image? The even larger, perhaps, Ixtoc, one oil spill in the Gulf some 20 years before the BP debacle. Longfellow, however, holds us accountable by using the expansion of offshore drilling to interrogate the general functioning of the energy apparatus, a system that constitutes an environmental crisis not only when it breaks down, but precisely when everything goes according to plan. When it all works, we don't even think about it. This is the real problem we face with the oil system that fuels oil modernity. The oil system isn't in crisis. The oil system is the crisis. Through its various bits and pieces, through the multiple narratives and complex intersections of forces and contingencies into which it pulls us, offshore never lets us forget this equation. Those are all images of oil spills over the last 25 years in different places. Third encounter. I go back online and take up where I left off. The lower deck is empty and dark. I don't have bourbon with me this time. I don't know why. Mechanical noises make me wonder if the accident inquest was about a past event or one just about to happen. Does this explain why I'm the only one on board? I watch a clip about a retired oil worker, Mr. Floyd, who spent his whole adult life offshore as a drilling man. He notes at the end of his recollections, quote, Had it not been for the oil fields in South Louisiana, we would have never become middle-class people, end quote. I head down another level to hear the voices of those whose lives have been torn asunder by Deepwater Horizon, the once impossibly rich fishing grounds of the Gulf of Mexico have been devastated. Fishermen and fisherwomen report hauling in only 10% of what they once did, 10%. What does end up in their nets is often too diseased and cancer-ridden to end up on anyone's plate. The Macondo spill site was capped in September 2010. Finally, someone obviously forgot to tell this to all the living things that depend on the waters of the Gulf, sea creatures and humans alike, all those whose lives the spill has changed forever. Offshore names a tricky place to do oil work, a place whose dangers we try to manage and are surprised when we cannot. It also names an epistemic sensibility, out to sea, off in the distance, away from prying eyes. Although fully half of the world's peoples now live within 100 miles of the ocean, John Gillis reminds us, few today have a working knowledge of the sea. End quote, that's an end quote. Fewer still have a sense of the massive mechanical apparatus that is already afloat all over the world, drawing on metal straws stuck in the muck thousands of feet below the waves. The Deepwater Horizon drilled at a record-setting 35,000 feet under the sea. In the neoliberal era, offshoring is an apt description for the last frontiers of ideology. If you don't see it, it can't possibly matter, even if you might suspect it's there. Longfellow's offshore represents the direction politically charged image-making has to take. Rich with information and accessible by anyone, by everyone at any time they might want, bourbon or no, it not only clears the fog from what we secretly want to be offshore, but is unafraid to name a system in which we are all implicated. All right, appendix. Some thoughts that emerge, and I'll try to go quickly here, from talking about Brenda's film and also talking about the politics of image making, the politics of documentary vis-a-vis fossil fuels and oil more generally, something that has preoccupied me for the last almost decade. And there's three things I want to talk about. Is it here? No. Oh, it is. System failure, antinomy, and scale. So system failure kind of picks up on some of the things I talked about here. This documentary, this interactive documentary, shows us that our existing social systems are inoperative. Though it might seem obvious to say it, oil is only a problem because of the larger systems through which it flows. Systems of property and ownership overwrite questions of corporate or ethical responsibility. Government hypocrisies about oil are not linked to this or that party in power. I know it's hard to believe, but nevertheless, such that an electoral shift would open up new possibilities, but to the operations of power around a commodity that will be excavated no matter what health or environmental concerns might be. Whether or not large social systems develop a greater awareness and more concerted direction about their energy futures, there's little sense that they can in fact meaningfully address the impacts of oil or manage to offset the looming civilizational crisis of oil ontologies. Existing systems, we might say, precisely by working all too well. Two axioms drive the social towards this successful system failure. The first is accumulation. Even at the height of its most expensive moment in May 2011, oil remained cheaper than drinking water or a Starbucks latte, which, if you want to know, is about $50 a gallon. It remains a primary commodity in global production and consumption systems that depend on an ever-increasing expansion of GDP as a measure of social wealth and progress. A second axiom about system failure operates at the level of the subject. One might ask, for instance, why do people work for Chevron or for BP? Why do workers in tech flock to the spaces of oil production? It's unlikely that it's because there's a strong support for the imperatives and initiatives of oil extraction and the economies it supports, but rather, and especially now, it's for the need for work and for fiscal security in an era in which the first axiom no longer encounters the impediments and strategies of a good, that is, perhaps a Keynesian, state. Leanne Lufsrud and Renata Meyer have studied the mechanisms by which scientists involved in the Alberta oil fields explain to themselves their involvement in a process that they understand to have a climate impact. Why do they do it? The availability of work enables a denial of scientific evidence, even by the scientists themselves. Second point, antinomy. The identification of a failure in the capacity of a broad range of social systems to address anything so serious as the crises generated by oil can lead only to one conclusion. If existing systems cannot address the problems films such as draw our attention to, then, well, only a little thing has to happen. Everything has to change. New systems have to come into place, guided by new axioms. But how to move from here to there? There's an expected suggestion in cinema and art that is through education and the transmission of information to publics, which in turn will generate change through official and unofficial social and political networks. In other words, the gesture that politically committed documentaries tend to make towards the pedagogic efforts of seeing is believing. But even if forms of eco-representation never disavow this fundamental political aim, the best of them also recognize the complexity of the situations they encounter and represent, and so are cautious about the degree to which they're willing to figure their politics solely in relationship to this pedagogic mode of knowledge transfer. And I think this is true of Brenda's work as well. Eco-representations frame two antinomies. First, that of the constitutive gap between knowledge and action, and second, between aesthetics and politics. While neither of these might be an antinomy in the strictly Kantian sense, that is, that kind of divide between natural causality and human free will, for instance, the suggestion of a blockage that seemingly no amount of conceptual thought or political activity looks likely to undo does generate a genuine problem for knowledge as well as for aesthetic practice. Antinomy here isn't meant to describe a stark social contradiction that emerges out of the messy activity of innumerable social systems. Generating an awareness of the structuring role of oil in civilizational processes, and so too its obscene primacy over both human needs and ecological ones, generates on its own no resolution, even as it indicts the poverty of the present. As a genre, then, political documentaries might be seen as the invention of an imaginary solution to a social contradiction. The imaginary being the phantasmatic, liberal public sphere it imagines into existence, that supposed space in which debate and discussion leads to a resolution that maximizes, say, individual freedoms within the demands of social necessity. Though eco-representations gesture in this direction, when it comes to oil, the substance they address does not allow them to imagine that they do any more than give evidence of the social contradiction produced by this sticky substance. The political aesthetic at work in eco-representations of the kind that Brenda will talk about momentarily, the political aesthetic at work here gestures towards the possibility of audiences doing something because of the conditions in their world, while at the same time being unable to commit themselves fully to the belief that they can produce either an increase in knowledge or political action, less as the result of a failure of political will or aesthetic desire than due to the recognition of the constitutive nature of the world they produce and represent visually on film. The productivity of antinomy, still at the second point, is that it gestures to an overcoming that is present in terms of the structuring division, one that requires only the right insight into the dynamic that produces the division to begin with. A crude, reductive, but which is not to say unproductive way in which to think about oil is to understand it as foundational to contemporary social form. The social contradiction is that the founding premise of society is draining away and cannot be replaced. Where exactly can one find synthesis in such a system, even if one was to undo the enlightened false consciousness that generates the gap between knowing and doing, evidence and action? As a result of the demands of its subject matter, social contradiction in these films has to remain on the surface, whether they try to generate an imaginary resolution to it or not. Last point here. the failed sublime or scalar aesthetics. The final point I want to make emerges out of this this second one. A dominant aesthetic strategy, at least a dominant one, you can tell me if it's in this piece or not. A dominant aesthetic strategy in reference to oil is to emphasize scale. This is perhaps an obvious approach to sites like the Alberta oil sands or the Gulf of Mexico, which permit a direct visualization of environmental destruction. Eco-representations point to the astonishing degree to which human beings have remade a space as big as a planet and continue to do so in ever more visible ways. The use of scale in eco-representations is intended to add knowledge and to generate an affective response. Is this not, again, a kind of a Kantian movement, an appeal to the sublime in both of its aspects, both the mathematical and the dynamical? Again, as with antinomy, the correlates are inexact. Nevertheless, the gesture made towards representing oil through the visualization of scale do seem to have as their endpoint the same gesture as Kant's analysis of the sublime, to bring into cognition even that which seems to supersede and fall outside of it. Perhaps another way to say this is this kind of a domestication of a hyperobject, in Tim Morton's terms. We're placed in awe of scale, not up in the face of the vast existing infrastructure that depends on oil, or that we concede to an ever-expanding tear in the face of the earth, but that it provoke a closure of that gap between knowledge and action that I described earlier. And yet, this gap persists. Has the possibility of a politics through such scalar aesthetics collapsed? Throughout the history of film theory, starting with writers such as Jean Epstein and André Bazin, there's an insistence on the capacity of film to record what is otherwise inaccessible to vision, opening up reality to that quotidian experience which cannot help but miss reality's full ontological presence and depth. One should not disavow the capacity of eco-representations to bear witness to reality in just this way. The sublime of oil culture does not readily appear to everyday experience, which is one of the reasons why the consequences of the end of oil are neither feared nor acted upon. One can see Kant's sublime as a domesticating process that renders what might well be alien to thought amenable to existing schema. The fact the sublime fails, I call this a failed sublime, the scalar moment, is then not an issue, since its capacity to control and contain filmic images of traumatic scale, in fact, drains the latter of its effects, which is the exact opposite of what one might want. At the same time, however, abandoning oil to mathematical incomprehension or the terror of destroyed nature on a vast scale, the way in which a scalar aesthetics sometimes is thought to do its work, abandons thought to the inaction of cynical reason, awareness without action, even in the face of disaster, since we cannot possibly act on something that exceeds our comprehension. In the end, what is incomprehensible is not the scale of our action on the world, but that our social world has its foundations in a substance that is demanded by the character of our quotidian infrastructures. An input whose time has come and an input whose time is on the way out. Thanks very much.
Sounds plugged in.
Why don't I hear anything? There we go. Okay, was the sound turned down, or I'm not getting?
volume?
No, it's up.
No, on please. Well, it's working on the live streaming, but it's not working.
Yeah, because it was working before.
Yeah.
There we go. So sorry, this was the soundtrack of the opening when you were walking in here, and I know some people were kind of cringing at it, but that was the whole idea of the soundtrack, was to make the world of oil a cringeable phenomena. So I'm going to reduce the sound while I talk. What I thought I would do is, because Imre has so beautifully contextualized the project, is to talk just very, very briefly, and then to take you on a tour of the project itself. And what I'm hoping to do, which you are the first audience to see this, is we have a new component of offshore called Global Offshore, which we're just about to launch. So I am going to present it to you as the first people to see it. So hopefully we'll have time to do all that. So I'd like to thank the organizers for this extraordinary opportunity, and it's been really enriching. And I want to especially thank Imre for his support of the project. I think that the first time we showed some prototype images was the Petroculture Conference in Edmonton, and was that 2012? In 2012. So it's really kind of evolved from that. And that intellectual community, many of you are here today, has been really a wonderfully rich conceptual source of inspiration. So thank you, all of you petroculture people, but especially Imre for that. So I'm just going to turn the sound off. Brief contextual remarks. So Offshore, as you heard from Imre, is a multi-year interactive web documentary. That's what I call it. The interactive is really important. And it's always weird presenting it because it was really designed as first person. It's an intimate, personal kind of exchange with you on your laptop and you on your computer. So it's always weird to have to browse in front of people. It feels like I'm exposing something very private. But hopefully we can try to make the experience more interactive itself. Offshore explores the world of offshore oil production, a project that was inspired by and begins with personal stories from the Deepwater Horizon disaster. And as you know from Imre, I'd been producing a series of short films on the tar sands and had directed a television documentary on climate change for the nature of things. And so when I got a Shirk grant, thank you, Shirk, I had originally thought when the Deepwater Horizon disaster started that what I wanted to do was a kind of follow-up to Dead Ducks and Carpe Diem, that this would be a feature-length opera, and that quickly seemed like a terrible idea. And so I wanted to do an experiment, and it's really, all of these were kind of experiments in trying to expand the language of documentary activism around ecological disaster. But it was also a kind of conceptual exercise too, and Offshore in many ways evolved as a provocative thought exercise. What if the future is not going to hold some promise of a massive shift away from fossil fuels, but might very well involve the catastrophic burning of every last drop of oil and gas wrenched from every crack and crevice in the planet? What if the frontiers of oil exploitation became more extreme and our petromodernity just keeps reproducing itself forever, despite what we know from climate scientists that the consequences of the continual proliferation and expansion of hydrocarbon use will be catastrophic? This is a very different kind of question from those posed in the discourse of climate change activism, where the assumption is that the people are kept informed, they're given knowledge, will make the rational and obvious choice to transition to alternative sources of energy. But the political reality is that despite 30 years of climate activism and educational campaigns, the only significant reductions in emissions have come from the recession in 2008 and the collapse of the Soviet Union. But these were unintended consequences, not the result of a consensual political decision to act rationally. So it seemed to me that predicating our address on the rational dissemination of information had not gotten us very far, precisely because we were refusing to acknowledge the deep irrationality of a system whose engine is perpetual growth and infinite accumulation at any cost, a system that prohibits, or at least makes it very difficult, to imagine other possible worlds. Perhaps that challenge and failure of the imagination might have to do with how the matter of oil, the materiality of its extraction, production, and consumption, is bound with issues of visibility. Because the paradox of oil, of course, is that while it might constitute the ontological basis of our modernity, it is, to all intents and purposes, invisible in our everyday life, where carbon consumption is lubricated by our collective disavowal that our comfort and ease, the satiation of our pleasures, has nothing to do with ecological devastation in the Delta in Nigeria, or floods in Bangladesh, or elevated cancer rates downstream from the tar sands, and increasingly along the Gulf Coast in the wake of the Deepwater disaster. And this is something of the relational logic that Ursula was talking about last night. It's a disavowal that is materially dependent on the geographic separation of sites of consumption from sites of oil extraction and production, a territorial distinction obviously mapped onto the legacies of colonialism and underdevelopment. But it's simply not true that this thrall is never challenged or broken, or that our messy, toxic, and deathly dependence on fossil fuels does not become palpably present. Disasters happen, disasters like the Deepwater Horizon in April 2010, that are instantly articulated into public consciousness as highly mediatized spectacles. And we watch, and I'm sure you all remember the live stream feed of the spill, which we watched for 68 days. And there's a very interesting story I could tell about that too, about how BP didn't want to originally release it, and it was only after a certain kind of political pressure that they released it. And of course, it became this kind of galvanizing image that led news reports, and when they first posted it, the site actually crashed because it had so many hits. But by now, obviously, it's clear that despite the 2 million gallons of Corexit, the notorious dispersant that BP sprayed or injected into the Gulf in an effort to disperse the material evidence of the spill, and hence their legal liability, the residues of the disaster remain, not only in tar balls or tar mats, which continue to wash up on the shores of the Gulf, but in the bloodstreams and lungs of cleanup crew, local fisher people and coastal residents, in the gills of shrimp, and in the carcasses of dead oysters and dolphins. In light of those questions, issues of the materiality of the trace, of alternative community narratives, become absolutely central to understanding the vexed and contested legacy of the event. But the confounding thing about disasters, and there will always be disasters, is how quickly they can be forgotten. With the live feed turned off, mass media attention moved on to other more punctual events, and the world returned to business as usual. The moratorium on exploratory offshore drilling that had been imposed by the US Department of the Interior was lifted after 6 months. And at the first lease sale after the Deepwater disaster, a record number of deepwater leases were sold. 11 leases alone, this is in the Gulf, going to BP for $237 million. So that was kind of the impetus for offshore, is we wanted to insert a reminder of the real materiality of oil and its effects on bodies and ecologies. So let's go for a little journey here. So this is the landing site. I hope it's going to go in. I don't have to refresh. Let's see what's going on here. There we go. More volume. Okay, so you're on the helicopter, you've flown out to a rig, and there's 360-degree sound, and so you can navigate around. If you click on the headphones, there's different kind of information. You can click on the file. And the whole idea with creating, I mean, we knew we couldn't get on an oil rig, and we always had this idea that the major architecture of the project would be an oil rig, and it would be a kind of structural metaphor for the world of carbon. It's a labyrinth. The labyrinth was a really important idea for us in terms of creating something where it's not obvious where you go, where you're lost, where you can't really see the outside. And what we're asking the user or the viewer to do is to navigate their way through this site. So I did ask oil companies if they'd let us on a rig, and they predictably said no. So we built our own. And I worked with a wonderful design team in Toronto Helios Design Lab. And so you can stop and click on various videos at all the different levels. And the idea for the architecture was you descend deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the bowels of the earth. So in the first couple of layers, you get kind of contextual information about the proliferation of offshore. We interviewed Michael Clare, who's written about extreme oil. He provides this kind of definition of extreme oil. And you start to meet some of the other characters involved in the Deepwater Horizon. So we'll just go down to the lower platform and take a little look around here. And the idea really was we wanted to create a kind of immersive environment that had, you know, Emery was talking about this, an affect on the viewer. So the idea was to create something, and our references were things like Lost and King Kong. Something where you're not quite sure where you are, where there's a feeling of unease. It's kind of like the soundtrack to a horror film, which of course, the horror film being our petro-modernity. So again, you can swing around here. Let's go down the hatch. And you hear, in this section, you'll hear some of the voices of the survivors of the Deepwater Horizon. And then you have the choice to, I mean, at one point you just had to move around yourself and discover these separate rooms where there's different kinds of media. We have about 70 minutes of media on the project. But people were getting a little frustrated, so we didn't want them totally frustrated. So we built this thing, which is a map, so you can actually see which rooms you've been to. So here's where it's going to get interactive, and you're going to tell me which room you would like to go to. I don't know why every time I show this, people say the theater. I don't know. If you don't pick my favorite the next time, we're going to my favorite anyway. So this is the theater. And you can do things like click on this little book, which has diary excerpts actually and comments and some invented stuff, as if this was the diary of an oil worker. So they're little kind of, for some reason we call them Easter eggs. You had to hunt for them. It's not always clear where they are, but they're like little juicy things that give you certain kind of experiences. You can also go over here and you'll see some lease maps. And this was always kind of the extraordinary thing. I mean, just thinking, so many people have talked about this mapping of space, but I became obsessed with lease maps. And I have a huge collection of them right now. And for me, they kind of epitomize this graphic territorialization by oil companies, where we might look at the ocean and think, oh, it's a beautiful scene, or it's a scene of nature, et cetera. But obviously for oil companies, it's a site of division and mapping, and there's a graphic element to it that kind of embodies that in a pretty clear way. So each of those tiny little squares represents one oil lease. And of course, the Gulf of Mexico is the biggest site of offshore drilling in the world, continues to be the biggest site as well. So what can happen in the theater is we have a video menu, and I won't play the whole, but this is company propaganda. So this is an ad that BP did in the end of 2010. Why am I not getting? I don't know why. There's something funny with the audio.
So independent science, like an environment for thousands of environmental samples from across the globe have been analyzed by independent labs under the direction of the U.S. Coast Guard.
Sort of here. Hopefully the drone will.
All beaches and waters are open for everyone to enjoy. And the economy is showing progress, with many areas on the Gulf Coast having their best tourism seasons in years.
Okay, enough of that. We don't want to listen to BP. But the hilarious thing about that particular video was that we hung around with all the activist groups in Louisiana. We were down there for 6 months filming. And they apparently knew that BP, word got around that BP was shooting this commercial. And so if you actually blow up the image, you can see them, they're way deep in the back of the, holding sign, BP lies. You can't quite see it, but they did manage to insert themselves into the image in a really kind of amazing way. So let's go back to the map. You get one more chance. Great. So this is where we kind of accumulated information and stories about Corexit. And Corexit was the dispersant that was sprayed that, Corexit is a neurotoxin. It's been known to cause cancer. It is banned in enlightened places like Europe, but is not banned in the United States. Or Canada, for that matter. So maybe I'll just play one or part of one. Let's see. This is actually footage I got from the Coast Guard.
You know where to pick the spot out, and it's everywhere. Spray on. Top trigger, sit. No, sir. Spray on. Spray on.
Oh. So you can also follow stories of people. Who do I want to go to? I don't want to go to him. Let's see. Okay, I don't want to go to him. Let's see. Yeah.
Vessels Opportunity Program. My uncle had the contracts through BP to hire these local fishermen with trawl vessels and shrimp boats and stuff like that. I was working 8 miles from the site, skimming oil. I stayed on the site from beginning of August to the end of November. When somebody tells you 300 a day and you get 3,000 every 10 days, you look beyond the health effects. You look beyond about the risk of what you take it for yourself because you know what you got to do for your family. We asked for a respirator, they told me I'd be fired if I didn't wear a respirator. It would be bad business, it would be. It was just a sort of everything that led to the exposure.
Well, starting off, I noticed like he was just aggravated all the time. And then he started showing my bringing him to the doctors, different doctors, stuff like that. They would drop him. He could be walking, and he would just grab his stomach and fall. The kids would be like, "What's wrong with Daddy? Something ain't right."
And then it progressed to the paranoia so bad that I was carrying around a gun. My kids bust out just 15 feet away from my front door. I keep my kids in the house with a gun by my side until I seen them bust. I wouldn't sleep at night, not eating. A lot of aggression.
I seen him have a seizure. Nobody else really knows too much about the seizures, but he was just crazy.
I lost a total of 50 pounds in about 4 months. And I did take a VOC test, and VOC indicated that I had high levels of benzene, ethylbenzene, toluene, ethylene. I ain't had no chemical exposure prior to working this field. I was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenic, bipolar, chronic bronchitis. One of them had said I may have cancer. I'm dealing with the residual effects. I do have seizures still today after detox. I still have BP symptoms.
And that of course is true. I'm sorry, I don't know how to turn the drone should not be so loud. Sorry about that. This? No, that's the other side. Let's try one more room. Okay, so I'm going to take you to the submersible hangar, my personal favorite. And it's funny because you can, on Google Analytics, you can tell where people have been, and hardly any, this is the one that took the longest time to build, and it's the one, you know, with all these wonderful details, but very few people actually go down here. So the amazing thing about this is this ROV, and the ROVs are how they actually, how they eventually cap the Deepwater Horizon well, but how when you're drilling so deep, it used to be that you would have divers who would go down and tend to the wells and whatnot. Well, that's impossible now when you're drilling 5,000 feet, etc. So the only way to get down there are these ROVs. So we created our own little ROV. You can take a little ride in it. You can see things that are on the bottom of the ocean floor, like the Deepwater Horizon well, or like other things. We won't go into all of them. Another shot of the Deepwater Horizon well. And this is like kind of a musical element. So if you do go on the site yourself, be sure to spend some time here. You can see some beautiful things. This was one of the ironies about Louisiana. This is from footage of nearer shore, i.e. 50 miles as opposed to 150 miles oil rigs, where they actually used to have struts that would go on the bottom. And they've now become these extraordinary ecologically rich coral reefs. So there's actually a group that wants to preserve them, even though the government, et cetera, would like to get rid of them as kind of sordid reminders. So I'm just going to take you out here. And you go out to another oil rig. I don't know what's going on with that. There's supposed to be another soundtrack here that... Oh, I wonder. Which tab are we talking about? I don't know, there's something weird happening here. There's not, so that's... Anyway, this has a beautiful score. I'm not quite sure why. No, it's still not playing. Is that? There. So I wanted to show you that one just because not all of the sequences are information or pedagogical. Some of them, the desire was just to create a kind of immersive environment and to use images in other kinds of ways. So do I have 2 more minutes or?
We have
no.
3 minutes for questions.
No, I don't. Okay, so I'm just gonna, here is the offshore. I'll turn off the sound. This is the Offshore International site. So I'll just, 2 seconds, you go to the bottom of the ocean. And then you can, each one of these bubbles has different kind of stories about the proliferation of offshore oil in Brazil, Ghana, Alaska. There's some that are repeated from the Gulf of Mexico. And the final one is the carbon bubble. And here you can click on and just see, this is sort of relations between oil use, climate change vulnerability, oil reserves. So there's all sorts of little neat treasures to explore. So thank you.
Maybe we can get the lights and then see if there are any questions.
I think they did send me an email yesterday that I said, yes, go do it. So yeah, you can go home. It has a different website, a different URL than the regular offshore, which is offshore-interactive.com. This is offshore, -interactive.com, global offshore, etc. So yeah, it's live.
Who is the hour that you speak about?
Well, it was interesting because in the credits I now say it was co-directed by myself, my partner who did most of the editing, Glenn Richards, and Helios Design Lab. Because when you're doing an interactive documentary, it's not the same kind of authorship. It's very interesting in a way where authorship becomes collective. And these other pieces, this is a very different kind of methodology, the global offshore, because I worked with filmmakers in these areas. So we didn't go to these areas. We shot the Louisiana footage, but Alaska, Brazil, and Ghana, I worked with filmmakers in those areas, and then they sent us footage, we edited it, and put it up. So it was much more dispersed kind of sense of authorship. So the hour is really important.
And are all these people that also involved in these little texts that you... Oh, sorry. Are these people that you mentioned that also delivered the content, are they involved in the website and do they know what will happen to the material?
Yes. I mean,
so it's an hour.
Yeah. And Alaska in particular, we gave them all the footage. So someone is cutting a linear documentary that's based on the footage. I mean, we just want to get the footage out. We don't have a proprietary sense. And that's also the whole point about putting it on the internet, is that it's completely accessible. If you want to download something and use something, it's yours.
Can I actually refer to the suppliers of the content?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're using it.
Yeah. But they're also involved in the website, like in how you present the material in the website. That's actually what I...
No. I mean, that was really us working with the design team.
Mm-hmm. So then the hour is actually...
modified
sorry, I'm just trying
hour.
to grasp how you worked,
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for these fascinating presentations. I have a question for Brenda. In the very beginning of your short talk, you voiced a certain skepsis about the kind of pedagogical approach, probably of much of also political art. And then, if I understood you correctly, you also pointed towards the kind of speculative dimension of your project, that what if, there won't be a diversion or alternative, but what if this goes on to, an extreme of exploitation? And I've tried to figure out how these kind of two kind of observations coming from yourself, how those play out in the project itself, because I wondered whether that isn't also kind of appropriating in a pedagogical approach, and whether or not much of the material is kind of documentary material. So I wondered about that kind of fictional or future projections in relation to a post-pedagogical model, if you will. I was curious to hear your thoughts about that.
Well, you're absolutely right. Most of the material, the media, is interviews with people. So it was important to, in a very conventional kind of documentary sense, to have people whose voices were being marginalized to talk about the experiences of living along the coast and what's happening to them. When I mentioned the more speculative part, it's more the interactive interface. So when you read the file that Imre was talking about, it's set in the future. And so it's a very unspecified oil rig. I mean, we took some of the information from, details about other oil rigs, where they were built, how it's usually a consortium of many different kind of players, but set it into the future. And this oil, some disaster happened on this oil rig, but we don't know what. It's been abandoned. We don't know why. We don't know if this is, what exactly the historical period is. So even though I think most people actually miss that, I don't think, I think the idea of using the interface was, sort of central to the idea of working in interactive documentary, that it's a space that you occupy, but it's an unreal space, it's a virtual space. And in part, the media, the testimonies, are reminding us of the reality and materiality of the real world, that there are real life impacts to this. It looks like a game, but it's not a game. These are real people who, are experiencing the real material effects of oil spills or oil development.
Sorry, do you mind speaking to the mic?
He's got mine. Okay. So I have a question. I was struck by a phrase that you used to describe the project or the map's graphic territorialization, the kind of reduction of the world to data, right? This modality that's often used in industry, right, to strategically to facilitate resource extraction.
Yeah.
And so I was asking, when you're developing this in a digital format, right, and producing these instead of as a linear documentary in terms of clips that are navigable, or I was thinking particularly like in the way that you used overlays and the data in the images in the intro, but also in other segments. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about maybe were there tensions or was there friction that you felt in using this kind of technology or using digital environment and mapping these like extraordinarily like affective pieces into what ends up being this kind of navigable oil rig, but then people would kind of move in between. Is that always a kind of immersive or liberating experience? And in particular, you had mentioned like, having to put that map in there or something because, as a kind of orientation mechanism. I guess I was just really intrigued by that. It seems like it's not always that creating something that's interactive, making something interactive, or making it into data, the kinds of affects that you're going for. So was that a challenge?
I don't know if it was a challenge. I think we were kind of working against that idea of the lease map, where you have this, and I think it relates to what you folks were talking about, the financialization of oil, and we often talk about the material effects of oil, but we rarely talk about how our financial system is dependent on oil. And in Canada in particular, petrodollars, et cetera. So it was really, we were interested in this is a very, standard documentary thing, the real stories of real people who are living in these areas, and to counter that against the way in which financial investment and oil companies think about the world and territorialize the world through this kind of graph of lease mapping. So in terms of us using overlay, that's kind of the vocabulary of interactive now, is that you have the capacity to add, you either go off on these segues, you can seek out more information or less information. It's really, that's up to you as a user whether you click them on or don't click them on. But I'm not sure I really felt it as a tension. we're using the language of interactivity in a way to try to create different kind of relationships, but I don't see this as completely dissimilar from what other documentaries do in linear ways. I think it's an appropriation of new tools of documentary storytelling for the 21st century, basically.
I just had a question. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the idea of the oil rig as island. Imre, you mentioned that the oil rig is away from prying eyes and it's out to sea, and then that footage so beautifully demonstrated that. And besides talking about visibility and ideas of labyrinthine design, how else have you guys learned about the oil rig as islanded in terms of privacy and self-containment, and in what way do you think that this documentary is kind of intervening in that?
I don't totally understand. What do you mean by privacy and containment? Like just the privacy of the company?
The reason why why that word came to mind was just the idea of away from prying eyes. And I know that you were talking more about visibility, but I also think that it has so much to do with the idea of privacy and the fact that when you ask the oil executives if you could go onto a rig, they wouldn't let you, So there's so much self-containment inherent in this industry, and specifically when you think of an oil rig as an object. So yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering if you could comment on the idea of the oil rig as island.
Well, I think it's true that the oil companies try to manage the narratives of visibility. And the extraordinary thing that before the Deepwater Horizon disaster, they would bring journalists out to oil rigs. Fishermen would fish because they were attracting shoals of fish, and they would fish right next to the rig. And in Louisiana, Imre was mentioning this, there's not a contradiction between oil and fishing. They are joined. Families, the same person will be doing both things. They have festivals, the Shrimp and Petroleum Festival. It's not seen, and now they have shrimp with petroleum. So that's not a contradiction, but for sure, they are trying to manage access now. And it wasn't just us, a little independent group from Canada. It was, the Wall Street, the Financial Times, they didn't want anybody. But I think it's not, if you look at places like Nigeria, for example, where now, because of all of the war that was going on in the Delta, oil is now moving offshore, precisely for those kind of reasons, to avoid contestations that are, material contestations in the Delta, and, what's it called, the term where they, bumping or something, bumping, where you can wreck an oil pipeline and siphon off the oil. I can't remember what the term, does somebody know the name of that? Anyway, that's what's happening in Nigeria, is that movement offshore. And what was interesting too was trying to get visual information about it. It was impossible to go out to where the Deepwater Horizon was unless you rented a boat that would take 3 days to get there, and we didn't have the budget to do that. But what we did have is the Coast Guard. There's many good things about the United States. And one of them is that the Coast Guard posts all of its footage online for free, and you can download it. So there's a famous story, I don't know if people were following this, but in 2012, Shell, Royal Dutch Shell, attempted exploratory drilling after 15 years of lobbying and court cases and environmental challenges and all the rest of it. They finally got the permit to drill off the coast of Alaska and went up, and it was a comedy of errors. They discovered the containment dome didn't work, and they really hadn't passed all the environmental inspection. And then the Cullig rig, which was an old rig that had been mothballed for several years, and they retrofitted it to be an exploratory drilling rig, got caught on a shoal on New Year's Eve coming back to Seattle. So all of that footage is on the web, and you can go and see it in our Alaska piece. So there are ways to make it visible, but it's certainly not through asking an oil company for permission.
I guess what I would say really quickly to that, I'll say two things. One is that when I see the images of the rigs, I always think, how did that incredibly complicated apparatus get there? I wouldn't know how to build that. And there's that kind of like, I mean, this sounds banal, but there's a very interesting thing to live in a society where most of us don't know how to operate the elements of the society. We just don't. And we just kind of assume that stuff comes from somewhere else. There's this kind of amazing dispersion of ourselves into space and into time, and we just kind of go with it. We're completely comfortable with it. We're very odd creatures in that sense. The other thing, I would just give you one example of, there's an Austrian artist, Ernst Logar, who did a project in St. Andrews, where one of the elements of the project are just letters that he put up in the final show, which were letters he wrote to every single company of offshore rigs off the coast of Scotland, asking if he could get access, and he just posted all of them. Not a single one said yes, of course. And then, so as a way to try to visualize them, he went down to the shoreline and he began to accumulate garbage. And what he realized is that I think some geographers told him that a lot of that garbage comes from rig workers. So he made rigs on the coast, on the beach, out of garbage from the rigs. And it kind of gave a really interesting brute connection. So when people would go for nice walks down the beach, they would come up against this rig made up of like plastic, styrofoam. And, it's a really arresting piece. You can just look it up online. You can find it.
We'll have to end here because otherwise we'll get too behind. But thank you both, Imre and Brenda, for this panel, and we'll move right into the next panel if the next panel is going to get up. I'm going to let you introduce them.
Gisèle is somewhere. Oh, there you are. Okay, did you get your thing on? Okay, you're good. Okay, so I'm just going to say very briefly, as become our habit, Heather Davis is a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for the Arts and Humanities at Pennsylvania State University, correct? Adam Dickinson, who will speak second, is a poet and associate professor of poetry and poetics at Brock University, and Gisèle Trudel is an artist and professor at l'École des Arts Visuels et Médiatiques at our University of Quebec à Montréal, here in Montreal. So thank you. Please, Heather.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here, and thanks so much to the organizers. This is a really amazing event, and I'm so pleased to be here. I'm actually going to start with a video, so hopefully everything will work in terms of the sound and all of that kind of stuff. Oh, maybe not.
Is the volume up on your computer?
Okay, so the room is filled in fantastic vegetation, images of wildflowers and other plants in the style and shade of scientific drawings of the 18th century. David Adler, who designed this Italian Renaissance-style mansion in which this exhibit took place, was built in 1923, and he was known for recreating the architectural styles of the past in his residential commissions. He covered the walls of this room with a panorama dense with exotic birds, trees, and blooms. It took more than 50 men to create the 24 panels of wallpaper using a Napoleonic-era technique, more than 1,500 wooden plates, and 192 colors, all designed and applied by hand. This mansion-cum-exhibition space was transformed by Yevgenia Kaganovich in collaboration with Nathaniel Stern for their site-specific intervention, Strange Vegetation, in 2011. The Victorian surrounds became the temporary dwelling for future inhabitants, even as the fascination for strange vegetation remains and shifts under the conditions of the 21st century. For as compelling as the wallpaper is, and I find it really quite beautiful, the objects on the floor demand consideration, and that's what I'm going to be talking about for the rest of this talk. Their shapes resemble plants, their bulbous forms trembling as the leaves extend in all directions. Their rhizomatic structures suggest rapid proliferation as their bodies sway and yearn, suggesting the movement towards light, even as they reside in the darkest part of the room and have no use for light. Each plant is not just tied to the others, dependent upon the one adjacent for the movements of life, but they are virtually identical in the way that plants of the same species are. But here the variation is more a matter of movement and angle than actual difference. For these plants are made of blended latex, that is, a mixture of synthetic and natural materials that form long polymer chains. The plants are composed of what is now grouped together under the term plastic, a very broad category that describes these long polymer chains that are most commonly composed of hydrocarbons or natural gas. From oil or natural gas. But unlike regular plastic plants, they do not merely imitate. These are not the plants found in offices and homes that give the appearance of life, mimicking biology but without responsibility. Instead, the plants of strange vegetation embrace their own artificial materiality, creating a form of pseudo-life that operates within its own cycles rather than those determined by carbon, oxygen, and water. These plants instead occupy the life cycles of the converted waste of the oil industry, of which I'm really happy to go after because Brenda and Imre did such an amazing job of illustrating that industry. They breathe in and out slowly, mechanically, their artificial respiration evoking an eerie feeling somewhere on the borders of life. The noises of their ventilation fills the room. Their machine breath gradually inflates and deflates, but without any exchange. Air is merely pushed in and out, to and fro, an endless cycling of the same molecules going back and forth without any transformation. For these plants grow out of a paradigm that refuses metabolic processes. They are latex made from emulsified polystyrene or polyvinyl chloride and mixed with natural rubber. Birthed through the miracles of the chemical industry in the 1930s, strange vegetation is composed of compressed carbon-based thyme. The material blends the milky liquid that oozes from plants with synthetic latex that bears no relation to biological organisms except as a loose visual referent. These new materials and this new foliage exist as a bastard hybrid of blended times, present and ancient, set against a room that offers a palimpsest of various historical moments and a fetishization of times past. But this latex operates in geologic time rather than biologic or human time. Latex, a subset of the synthetic polymers grouped under the name plastic, refuses metabolization. For plastic does not transform. It photodegrades and breaks apart, but it does not biodegrade. This is its fundamental quality. The best guess at a lifespan for synthetic polymers from chemical engineer Anthony Andrade, who's a world expert on plastics, is somewhere between 10 to 100,000 years. But no one really knows how long this new material will persist. And these dates have much more to do with the evolutionary timescales than with the polymers themselves. In other words, the figure of 10 or 100,000 years that we sometimes name as the length of time it will take for plastic to biodegrade is rather the projected evolutionary time span for an organism to evolve and therefore to appear that can actually successfully metabolize plastic. So there's some speculation that certain forms of bacteria can do this presently. I've seen a couple of scientific articles that refer to this, but it seems to be under very specific circumstances, and the results are not 100% certain. We're not really sure whether there's actually metabolization that's happening or rather just eating, which is different, obviously. So we wait for evolutionary time to catch up to the petroleum industry. What is even more concerning is that in the meantime, much of our plastic waste ends up in the ocean. Ocean plastic is found at every depth, from the surface to the floor, where it is eaten by all kinds of organisms, from bacteria to whales, even if it cannot be digested. In these watery conditions, especially those beyond the reach of light, how long might it take for organisms to be able to unlock the vast sources of energy contained in plastic, metabolize them, and return the carbon dioxide and water back to the surrounding environment? We have no idea. Although Andrade says that plastic at the bottom of the ocean might exist, quote, in perpetuity. Regardless, the timescales of plastic are geologic and evolutionary. Plastic forces a kind of geologic thinking. Plastics geology is also expressed as a new form of rock. sorry, I should have put a picture of that, but I didn't. The Geologic Society of America has approved the name plastiglomerate to define a hybrid material resulting from the fusion of plastic debris with natural materials such as lava, wood, metal, sand, and marine corals. The plastiglomerate refers to, and this is the scientific language, so bear with me, I quote, an indurated multi-composite material made hard by the agglutination of rock and molten plastic. This material is subdivided into an in situ type in which plastic is adhered to rock outcrops and a clastic type in which combinations of basalt, coral shells, and local woody debris are cemented with grains of sand in a plastic matrix, unquote. Plastic becomes rock when it melts and then either attaches itself to other existing rock formations or mixes with the other debris. Once hardened, the plastic will endure, literalizing its geologic status. Plastic here is literally etched into the rock, becoming rock, and this new geologic layer is one of the indicators of what is unofficially and perhaps problematically being called the Anthropocene. But there is a fundamental difference between rock that is the foundation of the earth, and plastic. When we point out the synthetic or artificial nature of something, what we are pointing to is the way in which it develops, emerges, or is created irrespective of its surrounding environment. Plastic is not of this earth in the sense that the earth itself, particular sites, carry memories of the creatures and activities that have taken place on them. There is an infolding of geology, atmosphere, and organism, one that mutually co-evolves and that carries with it certain memories and patterns of behavior, holding not only the memories of human creatures that occupy or pass through a place, but also the memories of other animals, plants, and geologies that mutually inform that place. There is an infolding of knowledge through the circulation of matter and energy that passes through a place. A world develops with a particular organism, and the organism with the world. They mutually compose and become co-constitutive of each other. This is a kind of radical reciprocity from which an ethics of land emerges, as Jeanette Armstrong argues, or in a similar vein, what Dwayne Donald calls an ethical relationality, and I have to thank Zoe Todd for that amazing reference. The rapid proliferation of materials that have no relation to any particular place defies the logic of the earth itself, and these reciprocal and relational ethics that we are called upon to listen to. Even in geology, rocks bear traces or an inscription of their history, determining and being determined by the activities of the creatures that reside, pass through, live, and die within particular environments. This sense of ecology tied to a notion of placemaking is defied by a material such as plastic. There is no local for plastic. Instead, plastic exists everywhere and anywhere. Plastic, as Amanda Boetzkes and Andrew Pendakis write in their provocative account of plastic's relation to oil and art, is always a some or an any, never a this or a that. It feels infinite because it sheds every trace of particularity, every index of a located space and time, end quote. It has no birthplace, no evolutionary home, no relation to its surrounds. It has no Umwelt or world that is made in a co-evolutionary fashion in the sense that Jacob von Uexküll articulates. This is the reason why we are attracted to plastic. Aside from its practical applications, which are myriad, plastic rids us from our obligations to the earth, to place. Plastic emerges free of historical weight, seemingly light and endlessly transformable because of the fundamentally alienated quality of its being. In the 1950s, when plastic was first becoming integrated within, and in many ways defining commodity capitalism, plastic was marketed as a substance that was not degraded by history or by nature. Plastic represented a shiny new world, freed of the demands of the earth, of death and decay. And you can obviously see the kind of colonial logic working in this. Ridding ourselves of these demands seemed to promise a world of prosperity through scientific control. The first synthetic polymer, Bakelite, was created in 1907 and patented in 1909 by Leo Baekeland. It was invented to fill consumer demand for cheaper goods. Plastic has always been a thoroughly profit-driven material. Even when the category of what we now think of as plastics was still information, its nature was more commercial than scientific. As Jeffrey Mielke argues in his illuminating and far-reaching cultural history of American plastic. And in order for plastic to be a commercial success, we needed to create a use for it, or rather as many uses as possible, and ideally for those uses to be in the shortest time frame as possible. Plastic became as synonymous with disposability and ephemerality, seeming to offer a substance without ontology precisely because of this manufactured disposability. The ontological problem is what is alluded to in its name, the ability to morph, to be molded, or transform. Roland Barthes made this argument in 1957 in an essay entitled Plastic, where he writes, quote, "More than a substance, plastic is the very idea of its infinite transformation. As its everyday name indicates, it is ubiquity made visible. It is less a thing than a trace of its movement." Boetzkes and Panelists echo this sentiment. They write that plastic defies ontological categories. I quote, "Indeed, plastic is less a substance than its antithesis, a paradigm in which substance is transformed into a way of being unmoored from the coordinates that stabilize presence and meaning." This process of mooring oneself to the coordinates of presence and meaning, I would argue, is what it means to be earthbound. To form and to be informed by enmeshed relations to mineral, sorry, animals, water, air, to processes of change, transformation, and metabolization. Plastic is instead a surface that which, despite insinuating itself into the geologic layer, remains separated from the earth. Plastic is designed to be all surface, all the way through, with no variation and no history. We use it so widely because it can become anything, infinitely transformable and manipulable to the wills and whims of human invention. Plastic removes itself from a standard ontological category because it, by design and of necessity, is universal. It becomes universal as it is abstracted from the earth. As Esther Leslie writes in a brilliant book on artifice, nature, and the chemical industry, time's dominion was to be cracked. Through the accelerating power of chemical reaction, modern magic consists in the short-circuiting of natural processes. In time, technology remakes time itself, removing it from natural rhythms to an abstract universal. Plastic's materialization of the universal can also be seen as the perfect extension of the logic of petrocapitalism. Michael Hart, linking the relations of capital to plastic, says, I quote, "Accumulation is always against metabolism and against use. I mean the dream of the permanence of money, of an infinite ability to accumulate value without its degrading. The end point of accumulation, and specifically the accumulation of plastic, is the death of metabolism." End quote. Plastic can be seen as a perfected materialization of this desire for accumulation without metabolization. It endlessly accumulates, spreading itself over the entire surface of the earth, throughout the oceans and embedded in the geologic strata, while creating a sealant or barrier for breath, metabolism, and chemical exchange. Plastic becomes a proxy material for the wish of the prolonging of life, which extends the regime of death, capitalizing duration. As Tom Cohen writes, quote, "The Ponzi scheme logics of 21st century earthscapes portray an array of time bubbles, catastrophic deferrals, telecratic capture, and a voracious present that seems to practice a sort of tempophagy on itself, corresponding with its structural premise of hyperconsumption and perpetual growth," end quote. Time is eaten by the mechanisms of the oil industry. This compressed time and life forms that are the basis of oil and therefore of plastic will require similar timescales to be reabsorbed into the evolutionary cycles of the world. Debts accrue through this logic, debts of the flesh as plastic seeps through the porous viscosity, as Nancy Tuana calls it, of our bodies, and economic debt of our credit cards composed of one of the most deadly of the plastics, PVC, although when it appears in our wallets, it's inert. But its process is, its manufacture is the most deadly of all the plastic manufacturing. These logics intertwine most prominently in the bodies of the poor, as everything in capitalism, in areas transformed into wastelands from Louisiana to West Java. According to Barbara Allen, the chemical industry in Louisiana annually reports the equivalent of 16,000 pounds of hazardous waste for every citizen in the state, the equivalent of 12.5% of all hazardous waste reported nationally. So obviously they're bearing more of a burden than other places. And this is primarily because of the plastics that are produced there. With poverty concentrated in the South, Louisiana is the third poorest state and one of the most economically unequal in the US. This is obviously a problem because although plastics are often inert once they are formed, in the manufacturing processes, they leach and off-gas a variety of deadly chemicals. Our bodies attempt to metabolize what is accumulating, instead proliferating cells that become cancer. The threat has become so pervasive that certain towns, such as the predominantly African-American town of Mossville, had to be evacuated and is considered uninhabitable. Even as plastic penetrates all our flesh, it does so at rates and in a manner that inversely mimics our economic systems. The poor get more. The twofold oikos of ecology and economics, the endless accumulation of debt, is paid by people who least benefit from this system of exchange, seen in a spectacular fashion in the most polluted river in the world, the Citarum in West Java, Indonesia. It is known as the river of plastic death. Massive amounts of plastic bags, bottles, and other waste make their way to this river, clogging the waterways and rendering the river itself anoxic, so nothing can live underneath the surface. Plastic accumulates without metabolizing and disrupts the possibilities for life under its surfaces. The accumulation of this plastic in Indonesia, the second largest country for ocean plastic pollution according to a recent study, also leads to increased flooding. The government blames the floods on the poor living in the kampongs in a rather transparent move to use the land for development for the wealthy, while refusing to acknowledge the open dumping practices of the police and military as are pictured here. People metonymically and literally become the waste that they are forced to live with. They are dispositioned, as the artist Yves Laramé remarks of waste, placed out of sight and out of mind. This is a story that repeats in so many places in the world. Plastic cracks time. Compressed and recomposed, it exists outside the cycles of life and death. An undead time that has an existence only akin to the geologic. Rather than assuming the slippage of an ontological category through the figure of plastic, perhaps it would be more productive to think of plastic as possessing a kind of geontology. This is the trick of plastic. Appearing in its universalized materiality, it represents a stiff ontology, an ontological formation that seems to take itself too seriously, a stubborn being that refuses to go away. If we follow the life cycle of plastic, it leads not to an ephemeral, non-ontological force, but to an all too material and materialized set of implications for multiple beings, humans and non-humans alike, in the world. As historian of science Bernadette Benson writes, I quote, "Our plastic age confronts the issue of duration. This ephemeral present of plastic is not just an instant detached from the past and the future. It is the tip of a heap of memory, the upper layer of many layers of the past that have resulted in crude oil stored in the depths of the soil and the sea. Plastic really belongs to Bergson's duration. They cannot be abstracted from the heterogeneous and irreversible flux of becoming. The present is conditioned by the accumulated traces of the past, and the future of the earth will bear the marks of our present. While the manufacture of plastics destroys the archives of life on the earth, its waste will constitute the archives of the 20th century and beyond," end quote. So what might strange vegetation have to say about a plastic that is all too present, too material, too accumulative, and that holds on to its identity against all odds? It begins to open up a world that points towards the resedimentation of plastic, that follows it in an ethological fashion through to its return in oil, while also pointing to the ways in which plastic has radically reshaped the biologic world, including the human body, forcing particular kinds of evolutionary becomings for thousands of years to come. Kaganovich and Stern write of their creation, quote, "The villa terrace is intended to accumulate and preserve the products of human time. Strange vegetation, then, thinks beyond this life cycle in earth time." So I will end with two questions, which I don't really have any answers to. So what might be an adequate ethical relation to the earth in a time when we cannot take these relations for granted? In other words, what kind of reciprocity can we create to a material that is all too human and simultaneously geologic? This is the fundamental paradox of plastic. How to create a relational ethics with a material that refuses relation. That's it. Thank you.
Did you start it? Okay, good. Do I advance it by pressing? How do I advance it? This way?
This way.
Just enter?
Mm-hmm. Or
this way.
just
Yeah,
like
that's
this.
good. Oh, yeah, okay.
It'll be okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Some questions. Did the typical American diet play any role in engendering the widespread susceptibility to the propaganda leading up to the invasion of Iraq? Do sandstorms make a difference to the spread of so-called sectarian violence? Does mercury help enact autism? Can a hurricane bring down a president? Can an avian virus jump from birds to humans and create havoc for systems of healthcare and international trade and travel? Jane Bennett poses these questions, which she describes as crazy and not so crazy, in her book Vibrant Matter, as a means of speculating about encountering the world as a swarm of vibrant materials. Bennett's emphasis on the emergent potential of swarms and entanglements of human and non-human actors is similar to Karen Barad's concept of intraactivity, in which identity is a phenomenal matter, emerging from combinations of entities that cannot be said to discretely precede their relationships with each other. It's also similar to Stacy Alaimo's idea of transcorporeality, or the ways in which the substance of the human is ultimately inseparable from the environment. This emerging critical focus on the environmental implications of biosemiotic swarms of vibrant materials leads us to entertain seemingly strange inquiries of the sort Bennett outlines above. I would propose that such questions and unconventional forms of investigation underscore the relevance of pataphysics to new ecopoetic or environmental writing. Pataphysics, an avant-garde artistic philosophy and media theory where science and art intersect as research practices, traces its root to the early 20th century writings of Alfred Jarry. It's variously the science of imaginary solutions, the science of the particular, and the science of exceptions. Jarry uses all of these definitions. Pataphysics studies the particulars and exceptions that ultimately inhabit and subvert the generalizing assumptions of traditional scientific systems. While pataphysics is often accused of being a ruse, its humor is not without serious aesthetic and ethical consequences. Gilles Deleuze goes so far as to suggest that the influential anti-metaphysical works of Nietzsche, Marx, and Heidegger are all examples of pataphysical thought. Christian Book declares that pataphysicians attempt to imagine the as-if of a nomadic science whose sophistries might draw attention to the poetics of a neglected exception. I see pataphysics as a creative, critical practice that transposes the methods of science, its procedural fidelities, concern with measurement, and focused analytical techniques into alternative means and mediums in order to perform experiments at the limits of linguistic and cultural signification. Pataphysics involves unorthodox constraints in its compositional practices, just as variables are controlled in a laboratory setting. in order to expose and measure marginalized perspectives and unique frames of signification. So think of ready-mades and other found or appropriated texts. Think of the psychogeographic walks of the situationists, imaginary encyclopedias like this one here, the Codex Seraphinianus, extraordinary research reports, constraint-based and procedural writing, intentionally useless or impossibly realized forms. In other words, pataphysical writing often involves the attempt to inhabit unconventional and exceptional Umwelten, or contexts of signification, in order to illuminate minority perspectives and critique the effacing power of prevailing social and disciplinary attitudes. A pataphysical approach to oil, for example, invites us to take seriously the important ways in which petrochemicals, when looked at from a different scale, constitute actual forms of writing. Plastic, for example, is the material language with which we write our contemporary environments, as Heather has pointed out, clothing, food packaging, furniture, civic infrastructure, these sorts of things. Similarly, as an expression of modern energy production, petrochemicals also rewrite the energy systems of biological bodies, inasmuch as pesticides, PCBs, phthalates, and other chemicals interfere with metabolic processes. How might contemporary literary artists respond to the capacity of these hyperobjects to influence social formations or alter human metabolism? How do endocrine disrupting chemicals put pressure on literary forms and genres? These are the kinds of questions that I've been exploring. I want to talk to you about two projects. One is a book that I recently published called The Polymers, and the other is a project that involves biomonitoring testing on my body called Anatomic, which is underway. I'll talk about both of them. First, from The Polymers. Resin identification code. A polymer is the imperial dream of parades. Humans are creatures of habit and pandemic. Information is a competitively stressed disorder. A polymer is the largest idea to survive serious thinking. Analyses make matrices of Procrustean mattresses, make jams jarred in aromatic rings of amnion. A polymer is a staircase to the second floor of a house built by Escher. Helical planks carry one side of the family to the next with acidic delinquency. A polymer is the parallax in pretending. Duplicitous hams, butterfly fibs to milquetoast cling wraps in the all-night greasy spoons. A polymer is the flashback occasioned by fragrance. Artificial flowers bouquet the centerpiece with hospital wards and wet raincoats. A polymer is the linguistic mycelium of plastic, the path of the translator into the misread monkey bars of pituitary piracy. We have nothing to read but our chains. Our chains reread us precipitously. As giant molecules made of numerous repeating parts, polymers can be considered a form of writing. DNA, proteins, carbohydrates, these are examples of biological polymers. Similarly, polyester, polyethylene, polystyrene constitute the material language as synthetic polymers of the world around us. My book, The Polymers, combines the discourses, theories, and experimental procedures of the science of plastic materials with the language and culture of plastic behavior. In creating the book, I wanted to look carefully at how the science of plastics functions in the social structures that have produced these kinds of materials. What happens when we think about culture itself as a form of plastic, as the consequence of contingent polymeric formations? What do cultural polymers look like? What are they made of? How might they help us understand our relationship with plastic differently? In addition to incorporating research into reiterations, accumulations, repetitions, accretions of various sorts, such as financial credit, arguments, trends, fashions, anxieties, memes, archetypes, hoaxes, I also conducted site-specific research as a means of generating some of the poems. For example, I stood in line at tourist attractions, recording found texts from conversations around me as I continuously circulated through lineups without actually ever entering an exhibit or getting on the particular ride. I would just record things. I had to do it surreptitiously, actually, because standing there with a microphone was too much. But usually at these, at Niagara Falls, for example, I spend a whole day in the Maid of the Mist, putting on the whole raincoat, going down the long lineup, and then just circulating back through. The bored teenagers running this whole thing were very tolerant of me, but after a while, they regaled me with very interesting stories about the lineup. Anyway, I joined Facebook and other online clubs in order to further polymerize my life. My aim was to reimagine the structure of polymers, these chain-like dynamics, in terms of their petrocultural and linguistic analogs. As a result, I made use of literary devices such as anaphora, polysyndeton, and puns, as well as poetic forms like the anagram, collage, and other appropriation and procedure-based methods. All of these various constraints, some more rigorous than others, are outlined in the back of the book in the materials and methods section. It was important for me that the book resemble a kind of scientific paper. This experiment in textual chemistry seeks to synthesize or map the social expression of the most common plastic resins. And you know these. If you look at the bottom of your plastic cup or water bottle, you'll see a little triangle. And inside, any kind of plastic packaging will have this little triangle. There's always a number between 1 and 7. And those numbers simply indicate the particular resin that product is made from. So number 1 is polyester. Numbers 2 and 4 are polyethylene. Number 3 is polyvinyl chloride. Number 5 is polypropylene. Number 6 is polystyrene. And number 7 is other. More on that later. This research has produced poems that function as the particular atomic constituents of the molecular formulas for each of these specific resins, which you can see here. This is the first section of the book. I don't know how well you can read this. So the book is cut up into these 6 resins, and number 7 is other. So what I've done is I've taken the most common form of polyester, which is polyethylene terephthalate, C10H8O4. That's what your polyester clothing would be made from. And essentially, I've substituted all the atoms in here with poems whose titles begin with either a C or an H or an O in the same ratio, preserving the ratio, the molecular ratio here. So the book is cut up into this way. So essentially, I needed exactly 62 poems for this book in order to account for all the atoms in these various formulas. There will be some visual poems scrolling by here as I read and talk. These are in the book. They accompany the book. They may or may not connect specifically with what I'm reading in any one moment. I'll read you some examples of these polymers. So one of my attempts here was to find examples of linguistic polymers in language. So I happened upon the rhetorical form polysyndeton, which some of you might be familiar with, which is simply the repetition of conjunctions in close succession for rhetorical effect. You get polysyndeton a lot in the Bible. And this and that, and this and that, etc. These ands piled on top of each other. I see this as an example of a polymer in language. This poem is called Obsessive Compulsive. Make a roof for the people, and the people walk down the street with resin for a roof, and the roof has magnesium in it and sulfur, and the people walk down the street with resin in their hair, and resins are always falling from the sky to the ground, and the birds make a people in the sky, a people of the resin, and the resin is composed of sky, and it composes the sky, and the people walking down the street are the strings of resins, and covering their hair with their arms with newspapers with umbrellas. The people are the birds of resins, throwing their landings in the air like people for whom landings are uncommon, like people committed to the expulsion of landings, the resins coming down upon them like people driven out of countries discovered by resins, or that have discovered resins in veins in the countertops of suburbs, and people walk down the street with resins for hair, with countries committed to color, with the bonds between them, the birds circling, and people walking down the street with hunched shoulders so as not to look up and call the resins by name, call the resins in the name of the birds, the people circling and loosening. By employing unconventional methods involving ambient environmental influences and procedures, pataphysics, I think, deserves attention not only as an object, but also as a potential form of eco-criticism or energy humanities inquiry, conducting research at the complex and controversial nature-culture thresholds. After all, we could argue that oil has generated all kinds of pataphysical behavior when it comes to economics and politics. For example, Timothy Mitchell outlines the intentional sabotage of production by the oil companies themselves that has frequently served to keep prices high, as well as the ruse of public imperialistic interventions that have historically masked the real private interests of oil firms. In addition, through the proliferation of toxic chemicals, the industrialized world, it seems to me, is carrying out a kind of fantastic imaginary science project of its own on the bodies of its citizens without consent. Petrochemical pollution is an example of what Timothy Morton calls a hyper-object, a substance so massively distributed in time and space that it requires us to reimagine the nature of objects. Common among pataphysical works is just such a focus on changing scales of observation and frames of perception, whether it's Jarry's Dr. Faustral shrinking down to the size of a mite to investigate a water droplet, or Kenneth Goldsmith's various experiments in controlling variables of signification in what he calls uncreative writing, such as recording and transcribing every word he spoke for a week, which is his book Soliloquy, and every movement he made over the course of a day, which he did in fidget. Hail. Hello. Hello. Hello from inside the Albatross with a windproof lighter and Japanese police tape. Hello from staghorn coral beds waving at the beaked whale's mistake. All 6 square meters of fertilizer bags. Hello from can-open Delta gators taxidermied with 25 grocery sacks and a Halloween Hulk mask. Hello from the zipped-up leather back who shat bits of rope for a month. Hello from bacteria making their germinal way to the poles and the pockets of packing foam. Hello from low-density polyethylene dropstones glacially tilled by desiccated bowel-obstructed camels. Hello from six-pack rings and chokeholds, from breast milk and cord blood. From microfibers rinsed through yoga pants and polyester fleece, biomagnifying predators strafing the treatment plants. Hello from acrylics and G.I. Joe. Hello from washed-up fishnet thigh-highs and frog suits and egg cups and sperm. Hello. One of the interesting things about plastics is that they're essentially constituted by subtle rearrangements of very common elements. So you get carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, occasionally you get some sulfur and chlorine thrown in there, but they're just kind of remixed versions of these same chemicals. So they have surprisingly similar formulas, but the rearrangements result in drastically different substances. So with that in mind, I think of this poem actually as a kind of linguistic isomer. It begins with the title is in fact a palindrome. Cigar, toss it in a can, it is so tragic, is the title of this poem. For all intensive purposes, the fire distinguishers are pigments of the imagination. Unparalyzed in the history of this great country, our enemies are holding us hostile. It bottles the mind to think that we take for granted the apples and organs hanging on tender hooks, as opposed to bearing the blunt of the scapegoat gone awry with the crutch of the matter. Needless to say, at the pentacle of patriarchal politics, we cannot fathom the depths to which battering eyelids skewer the results to make ends meet. We shudder to think that a seizure salad made of fall foliage might as well be one foul swoop of poison ivory. In the same vein, we are in sync with the insinuendos and internally grateful for the poultrygeist performing the Heineken remover on a nation long stricken with the chicken pops. It is perhaps a blessing in the skies that the hewn cries sound like flaws in the ointment as we cease the day, utterly disappointed by the ludicrous bowl in a china shop and its new leash on life. Synthetic chemicals have become part of the hormonal conversation of what it means to be human, rewriting the metabolic processes of our bodies, our own internal energy systems. It's safe to say that all of us, everyone in this room, has trace amounts of Monsanto in our blood and fat in the form of PCBs. We're also virtually bathing in phthalates from plastics. Rick Smith and Bruce Lowry argue that the damaging effects of hormone-disrupting chemicals on fertility, the brain, and behavior quite possibly make them a more imminent threat to humankind than climate change. But of course, they're related. By rewriting the biochemical messages in our bodies, endocrine disruptors underscore the importance of semiotic processes in biological systems. Synthesizing aspects of linguistics and biology, the emerging discipline of biosemiotics emphasizes that all living things exist within worlds of signification, within a semiosphere, where the production and interpretation of signs are fundamental to life. Communicative dynamics are central to the interaction of organisms within their environments and also essential to internal endocrinological and immunological environments where plentiful membranous surfaces interpret and respond to hormonal messages. According to Jesper Hoffmeyer, language must be seen as an extension, not a distinct break from the biosemiotic activity of a female dove, for example, who coos not only at the male, but also at her own ovaries in order to stimulate the release of eggs. If biosemiotics encourages us to think more broadly about communication, Jane Bennett provokes us to think about our material environment in similarly affective terms, such as the way omega-3 fatty acids can moods, or the way our trash isn't really away in landfills, but generating lively streams of chemicals and volatile winds of methane as we speak. One of the interesting things about plastics is that they invert our conventional notions of pollution. So normally we think about pollution as a problem of proximity and abundance. If you're near the smokestack and there's lots of smoke, that's a problem. With plastics, it's actually often, in endocrine disrupting plastics, it's the other way around, which is to say large doses, humans exposed to large doses of some of these chemicals from plastics, the body is able to recognize these as toxic and put up some defenses. At very low doses is when they're actually much more toxic. They're capable at that point of being mistaken by the body for hormones and such. So we're forced to think very differently about pollution with plastic. Which is to say, I mean, we have traditionally thought of plastics as inert as well, but they're only inert in our conventional sense of given the fact that they don't have any effects at large levels of exposure. It's these very low levels that are quite dangerous. This poem is called Hormones. None of the customs officers can read the receipts new chemists wave at the border. Passports gull-wing on the counter as guards ring bill signatures in stiff-lipped service to regs and rebar. Checkpoints are the flagships of chalk lines and compromised eggs. Nucleotides full of acid rain slick capital letters asleep in their holsters and mess up the paragraph as a small arms insurgent of epidermal composition. A complete sentence is capable of producing a range of plastic gloves based on repeated prepositions between foreign national, conspicuous consumption, and preemptive refugee. Cities built on shock waves of concentric booms have eastern blocks indistinguishable from each other, so that a man who has been drinking can make his way into any house and find his children reading hand sanitizers into the endocrine glands of dropped calls. Homonyms hunt in hand creams, looking for out-of-season mammaries in textiled memories that have driven paper-coated milk cartons from grocery store shelves. Unelected surgeries suspend silhouettes for target practice. It's pointless to protect yourself from ricochet. In the last section of the book, I wanted to see if I could find the repeating chemical units at the heart of some controversial, culturally influential texts that have been subjected to their own forms of historical repetition and obsession. So I looked at famous speeches. I looked at famous and infamous books. Essentially what I was trying to do, I exposed these texts, various texts, to different forms of sorting, looking for word length, word frequency, as well as identifying common nouns, certain grammatical patterns. I'm constantly sorting through these texts in an attempt to translate this textual information into molecular information. I was inventing molecules. I was inventing plastics, but essentially I wanted to see if I could find polymers at the heart of these texts that are themselves polymeric. In the end, only 2 texts worked for me. I received satisfactory results from only 2. One of them was the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which you might be interested to learn is actually a silicone-based polymer. I had no idea. I was very surprised by that. And the one that I'll read from you now is Darwin's The Origin of Species, also yielded a very interesting plastic. Yeah, I should say I did my best to determine as well the kinds of chemical properties that these molecules would have. I worked with a chemist because I wanted to make sure that what I was doing, even though it's imaginary, it is possible for these chemicals to exist. And they do have real properties that I did research. So the chemical, the polymer, the plastic that I discovered at the heart of Darwin's The Origin of Species, I have named ditetraiodeualwinene. I'll share this research report with you. It begins with a quotation from Darwin. But we often take, I think, an erroneous view of the probability of closely allied species invading each other's territory when put into free intercommunication. The 6th edition of Darwin's The Origin of Species has long been rumored to contain a specialized synthetic polymer believed to be responsible for much of the work's seminal elasticity, bestial viscosity, and political ganglion. New research has revealed this unusual plastic. Before examining its properties, however, some details about the chemical structure of the book are necessary. There are 1,009,495 letters in total. The most common noun is species, which occurs 1,922 times. The longest word is intercommunication, which occurs once in chapter 13. The only common repeating letters intercommunication and species are I, C, E, which occur a total of 243,420 times, or, more specifically, according to their ratios, I4, C3, E3. The formula C3I4 combines the carbon and iodine present in Darwin's composition ways to produce the compound tetraiodoualine, which is noteworthy for its distinctive shape resembling the first person singular nominative case personal pronoun, which you can see right here. After careful scrutiny of the molecule and several experimental applications of intertextual catalysts, it was recently revealed that polymerization begins in the presence of polarized light. One source in particular provides the energy necessary to break the weaker iodine bonds. For this, you can see Book 1, Verse 3, Genesis. The resulting dimer takes shape catechistically. Here is the dimer. As polymerization continues, the trimer assumes its exquisite corpse. Here is the trimer. Now, a transparent film is produced by this polymerization process. As with other soft plastics, the substance fails to completely crystallize. The result is ice that continues to wear its drink as a waking dream, fish that persist in pugilist cybernets, a military whose horsepower is Trojan. The origin of species is also the origin of material ambiguity. Mammals perambulate in bodies that assume glaciation still matter. They don't. Selective advantages now appear as glare. And this again from Darwin. The organization seems to become plastic, and we have much fluctuating variability. That is the molecule, the repeat unit of the polymer that I discovered at the heart of Darwin's The Origin of Species. In closing, I want to talk to you a little bit about a new project I'm working on, a related project. I've become increasingly interested in contemporary writing concerned with what I have called poetics, which might serve as a starting point for thinking pataphysical responses to the hyperobject of chemical pollution. And I think of metabolic poetics as acts of reading and writing derived from or responding to the expression of energy and energy politics in biological mediums, especially in the context of homeostatic states and homeoretic trajectories. Julian Aspar's The Transformation, for example, is in part an ethnobotanical exploration of cultural infection precipitated by immersion in the complex politics of Hawaii and 9/11. Similarly, Jenny Samprisi's Croak is an imaginary frog and girl opera that explores an inverse human-frog relationship where the language of chemical pollution has rewritten and deformed the bodies of frogs. My own current method of pataphysical inquiry deals quite extensively with the metabolic poetics of oil-derived and oil-related chemicals. I am currently conducting biomonitoring and microbiome testing on my body to look at the way the outside writes the inside in both necessary ways in terms of microbes. None of us would be alive without the microbes many of the microbes that inhabit us. But also harmful ways in terms of chemical pollution, the way my body is written over constantly by its environment for good and bad. I want to make a biosemiotic map of the toxicological and symbiotic circumstances of my body and turn it into a species of writing, what I'm thinking of as a kind of chemical/microbial autobiography that's really the biography of all these other things, that explores the subject as an assemblage of objects, as an intimate transcorporeal expression of the hyperobject of chemical pollution. So as part of mapping this exposome, I'm in the midst of testing my blood and urine for the following chemicals. Now these are pretty common. It's very likely everyone in the room has these chemicals in them. I follow my protocols. I'm following the Center for Disease Control in the United States and Environmental Defense in Canada. The United States does a much better job than Canada in keeping track, monitoring its population to find out the levels of these various chemicals. So I've taken those testing protocols. I'm also getting my microbiome synthesized in order to discover some of the viruses, microbial eukaryotes, and fungi that inhabit my body. So I'm working with some researchers at the University of Colorado and in Berkeley. They're helping me with my research. I'm helping them. I've had to send stool samples across the border, which was very interesting. I'll talk about that later. But so my plan here is to develop compositional methods that extend out of the biological predicament of my particular body and reflect the constraints and procedures experiences of being composed of other beings and volatile materials. I'm just starting to get test results back here. So far, for me anyway, it's amazing to consider how my body wears industrial, agricultural, and military history, whether I like it or not. I have PCBs, I have organochlorine insecticides, and I have uranium in my blood. I want to see the chemicals in my blood as forms of media, expressing the biology of petroculture, expressing my own strange intimacy with the energy sources of my historical moment. I have two short poems to share with you, because this research is really at the beginning. This first poem is a response to flame retardants that I found in my blood. PBDEs, polybrominated diphenyl ethers. These tend to leach out of the products that contain them, like carpets, TVs, furniture, blinds, mattresses, other common household items. It's believed that our humans' greatest exposure to PBDEs is through dust. So this is called a bromide. I think of it as a bromide. And it's for polybrominated diphenyl ether. And here's some of my test results, because I actually think the raw data is important, a very important part of this project. So Congener 100, for example, my blood levels are 0.02 micrograms per liter. Congener 153, blood plasma, again, 0.03 micrograms per liter. Congener 47, 0.04 micrograms per liter. A bromide. The umbrella point for a larger obfuscation. A constant mist of tiny particles rains upward like neck hair at the cicada sex of a smoke alarm. Children outgrow the behaviors of cats, but for many years they are derelicts of skin flakes, stair runners, and upholstery. The average carpet smokes 3 packs a day. The glassy bits scratching your throat are leftover deterrents to predators. Dust is a conversation happening just out of earshot. It's the street talk of the endocrine and aldoron systems, a vector for the invectives of misdirection. Dust is a bunch of nickels your uncle gives you to get him another drink. My thoughts, like every other coagulation cascade, are made of melted lint and move around with the chirality of lost oven mitts. In the dusty barns of Michigan, the wrong bag of pale grit was mixed into cow feed. 9 million people ate Firemaster. My limbs tingle just out of broadcast range. Here come the industry standards to burn down the roofs of our mouths. So I also, the microbiome testing is just coming out. I actually don't have any data on that right now. So what I've been doing is paying attention to the way in which organisms, bacteria, viruses have been, affecting me. Through colds, I had a bout of strep throat a while ago. So I decided to write about that. I wanted to write about this bacteria. These are some of the tests that I'm doing. So parts of my body, but mostly it's the deep metagenome virome characterization of the stool sample. That's what I'm quite excited about, actually. In any case, Streptococcus, group A Streptococcus, is the pathogen that causes strep throat. Its name comes in part from the fact that under a microscope, it looks like a string of small pearls. So this is called a string of small pearls for group A Streptococcus. We are in the throat now. Necks are the hardest animal parts to scale. We are in the throat, disingenuous with the nighttime sleeping arrangements for ulcers. We are in the throat now as the caterpillar and butterfly parent completely partitioned worlds. We prick light on a throat culture of entitlement, remarkable for its moth-eaten tonsillar birthright. Hospitals are being infected by their inhabitants' throats. We are in the throat trying to make a difference to our sporadic communities. Insurrection is metabolism practiced with spit. We are in the throat now, sharing the same spoon. Thank you.
vais juste les changer. OK. Oups. Ça,
Alimentation.
On a déjà est-ce que nous?
Non, c'est la même. Ah, peut-être que c'est pas la même grosseur.
oh, j'ai pas besoin. J'en ai pas besoin. J'ai plus assez de batterie. C'est bon. OK.
Switch ici.
OK? Oui, c'est ça. OK. All right. So hello everybody, and thank you so much for being here. Of course, I want to thank everyone for the organizing of the event, and I also like to thank AE Lab's collaborators who have contributed to make the artworks that I'm going to discuss today. So various crises in recent decades point to the complex relationship between humans, technology, and government policy. Witness climate change, overexploitation of raw materials, and loss of biodiversity. With regard to waste, people think mostly about management, despite the 3 R's approach, reduce, reuse, recycle, and other measures like compost programs. Waste continues to accumulate. I wanted to work with waste in terms of process philosophy and collaborative technological art as political action. Here, research creation becomes a transdisciplinary aesthetic act, emerging from an ecology of practices that combine humans, more than humans, and waste. The goal is to combat feelings of helplessness and increase empowerment. During 6 years of research on waste, AE Lab studied from an artistic viewpoint operations at 3 waste management systems: the municipal wastewater treatment plant in Montreal, Quebec, biologist John Todd's pioneer in eco-machines in Sharon, Vermont, USA, and Montreal's technical waste landfill located in Lachenay, Quebec. We tried to develop these creative activities and questions in the domain of the sensible, with technicities, refuse, and political agency contributing to a new and differential way of being together. Louder? Okay. Let's try that. All right. The hylomorphic model inherited from Aristotle consistently conditions the relationship between active form and passive matter, and it seems to extend to so-called raw materials and their extraction, production, management, and disposal. The 2 Quebec policies on waste management, the first one in 1998 to 2008 and the present one 2011 to 2015, perpetuate the conception of matter as resource. The industrial sector, for example, mines with highly polluting practices, is subject to its own policies. The budget of BFI, where the photo is taken here, the private company that manages the technical waste landfill at Lachenay, Quebec, grew over the past decade from 1 million to 1.4 million. In 2003, their expansion plans were contested by local citizens at public hearings for the Metropolitan Plan for Waste Management, organized by the Office for Public Hearings on the Environment. Furthermore, other models exist in Canada and internationally. For example, at the City of Halifax, Nova Scotia has abandoned the landfill for extensive sorting at the source, while Denmark is incinerating waste and recycling as an energy source. So my work as AE Lab is a philosophical and technological art practice, which I have been doing with my conceptual and sound collaborator, Stéphane Claude. We see it as a modular agencement of various components which change with each project. And you'll see that the projects go through time and feed into each other and continuously bring about different versions of the works. So affect circulates with and through the experimental and processual work methods and presentations, accompanied by on-site documentary research, and these 2 elements have characterized our work since 1996. The presentation today examines the tetralogy of artworks about residual matter that we produced between 2008 and 2014, and I'm taking the title of my talk as a diagram in reference to Deleuze and Guattari, to chart and build on the processes of these artworks, elucidating their relations to materiality, philosophy, and technicity. So, but before I begin, that project, I'd like to just go back in time to something that we did in 2003, which was a residency in the Nano Lab at McGill University. And I'm just have a peek at this, if it goes. Is it really going? Go. Okay, seems to be stuck. Okay. Sorry. All right, well, I'll just escape that for a second. It's very strange. Okay, this was working. I don't know what's going on. I'll escape that again. I hope it's not going to do it with all my clips. Maybe I'll just run it there in the back and it will work. No. Okay, well, what I wanted to show you was the images from that were taken through a scanning electron microscope. And because when we were in the Nano Lab, we had the opportunity to work with various imaging technologies, the AFM, the atomic force, the scanning electron, and the tunneling scanning microscope. And so what I wanted to show you there was that this interest in matter is actually seated in the past. I mean, for many, many years, I'm actually mostly interested in matter and not necessarily in relation. So you'll see that this presentation won't discuss issues around humans, but really issues around matter. And this, what I wanted to show you is I wanted you to sort of see what you were looking at, but since that isn't working, I'm going to keep going. All right, so this is a version of what I was showing, what I wanted to show you at with the scanning electron microscope, and this is with the data atomic force microscopy. So I just want to throw this out there. What do you think you're looking at? I mean, just let your mind fly.
Microvilli. Microvilli.
Microvilli. Okay, what else?
Lots of fingers of rubber gloves.
Yeah, rubber gloves. Okay, so we're at atomic force, all right? So this is probably 5 nanometers. Strange H carton. Okay, so that's all good. I'm not even going to say what it is, just you can keep thinking about that. But what I found when we were in this environment was that the fact of looking at matter under these conditions with these microscopes, well, first of all, when it's with the scanning electron, there's an incredible pulsation that comes because the sample is being bombarded by electrons in order to do the visualization. So there's really something very frenetic that's going on with the image, and I hope I can show it to you. And then with the atomic force, what it is, it's a cantilever that really goes along the surface of the matter and then creates the image because there's a resistance factor between the actual sample and the imaging technique. So this is what brought us, so this is 2003. And that's why it goes back now into what I want to talk to you about today, because this is the same, in 2006 when we started these projects, I started to think, how can I reintegrate drawing? How can I integrate drawing, let's say the stylus, the point, into the method of learning from what these technologies were giving to me, and integrate drawing as this tool, actually more than a tool, an instrument that would permit me to engage with waste matter. And so this is where it came from. I mean, it came from looking at images under the microscope. So what I'm trying to show you today is that there's many different moments in this practice where something is completely unexpected and then creates a whole body of work, which is quite interesting. So what I'd like to do now is talk about the notion of drawing, so getting back to my title. So what's going on with drawing? I think I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. All right, so I'm under drawing. And I hope you appreciate as well the fact that I'm using a mind map to give my presentation where I can slip around inside of it and I'm not working in a linear fashion so that I can come back and discuss things and make links in different ways. And generally I do it in the actual software, but I was worried that it wasn't going to work. All right, so drawing. The French word dessin comes from disegno, which during the Renaissance consisted of 3 orders: the project, the discourse of the emerging art system, and what Joselita Ciaravino calls the fragment, quote. The first order refers to the concept of the project, meaning a preliminary plan in which each element should be placed in harmonious fashion. The preliminary drawing would eventually describe the position of humanity and its domination over nature, made effective by sight and representation of space as mimesis. The second order of disegno was the development of the disciplinary system of the arts that are still active today: drawing, painting, sculpture, and architecture. Drawing also showed what could not be seen otherwise, what Sciarravino calls the fragment or the third order. So for example, think of the work of Da Vinci that I'm showing here. This is a less known work of Da Vinci, where he so ably explored in his studies of the indefinite and shifting contours between figure and foreground. In this drawing of his about the Arno River region, it's very difficult to distinguish between river from movement, from dynamics, and from ground. Sciarravino observes, quote, "It may happen that disegno, released from a line, making of a contour an enclosure, can make possible the production of a line, the line of a line, the line of disegno, out of different material, neither pictorial nor graphic," unquote. In my case, drawing works with the undefined, with trash, with leftovers. The stylist produces a technicity in my art practice. New combinations bring together disegno of the third order and the computer. The stylist's tip touches the tablet. The line cuts or combines layers of experience and visual composition, making manifest the fragmentation. The autonomy of the line is connected only to the moment of its execution. There's no paper to record the traces. I'm never sure what will happen with the stylist during a performance. It contributes to the taking form of light and shadow as diagrammatic force, mixing visual and ephemeral fragmentations, discarded things, and milieus. The stylist, the operator of technicities, allows me to make agencement at the moment of performance. As Simondon states, this change in the philosophical view of the technical object announces the possibility of an introduction of technical being into culture. The stylist forms me, informs me, in a reciprocal relation where each can be modulated and thus jointly participate in a real, renewed by a crossing of actions. Interconnection, the transductive relationship between these objects and milieu, propose a technical object, is relation. It is active. Its operation is related to the fact that it is always at the center of a relationship, a median, a middle, a milieu. It is not formed and then activated. Its creation is co-constitutive of the human who uses it. So going beyond the geometrical system of representation to engage with other forms, other contours, and other thresholds, this is not the traditional window of perspective that generates distance. It is contact between heterogeneous situations. All right, I'm going to here. All right. Transductive. In his philosophy of individuation, of which transduction is a part, Gilbert Simondon seeks to shed light on what Greek helomorphism obscures, giving precedence to the active forming of passive matter by focusing on the result and not on the process. A definition of transduction can be found in the introduction of l'individuation à la lumière des notions de forme et d'information. We mean by transduction, and this is, I'm doing my translation, we mean by transduction a physical, biological, mental, and social operation in which an activity is propagated little by little, and by basing this propagation on a structuring of a field which operates here and there. Each area serves as a constitutive principle to each other, so that the modification extends itself simultaneously with the structuring operation, unquote. In the regimes of individuation, transduction produces a connection between disparate elements in a milieu under tension, oversaturated, what Simondon calls metastability. Individuation is always different in each specific case. It does not apply to an already established principle of any given process. It is in the way it exists. L'être est relation, being is relation. His whole philosophy is based on what he calls ontogenesis. Through the progressive informings that occur, the etymology of the word information in this case shows the force of his philosophy. So it's informing, so in trait d'union forming. And so it's very different than what Claude Shannon or Warren Weaver, the mathematical information theory, on, which is entropic transmission of a signal from point A to point B. Individuation is a process that takes place in phases and phase shifts that are enabled by transduction that they call forth. And there are at once how force takes form and how the rift in a continuity is an ongoing process as is felt. And this is Aaron Manning talking. In other words, it is a continuous structuring without structure, coming from the operation itself, from informing. All right. All right, so here I'm down to ecosophy. If philosophy is the love of wisdom, the immediate meaning of the word ecosophy might be the eikos of knowledge, skill, and wisdom. Words from the same Greek root, economy or ecology, are more familiar, but they point to its conceptual force. In his last two books, Les Trois Écologies and Chaosmos, Félix Guattari elaborated on the complex interrelations of three ecologies, mental, social, and environmental. In response to Norwegian philosopher and biologist Arne Næss, who coined the term in his book Ecology, Community, and Lifestyle, Guattari's repetition of the word ecology 3 times is brilliant. It brings about a critical difference because the word ecology is too often reserved for a single situation, the relationship between humans and nature. The individual is not isolated from the changes and crises in which he and she also take part. Affirming the triple interlacing of these questions, Guattari rejects binary conceptions that oppose subjectivity and objectivity, and he also rejects the hierarchical vision of subjectivity as something that's already given. The key question for Guattari is that of heterogenesis, the creation of the other through division, aiming at differentiation and autonomy by way of the cut, relations relevant to support political change. So you'll see why I'm so interested in using the stylus, because the stylus, in French actually, the word is stylet, a weapon. It's a weapon, and I was showing it earlier, where it was a weapon that was very difficult to heal from, the wound, because it was so thin and so deep. So I'm very interested in using the word stylus in English, but also in French. Most of my research is in French anyway, so sometimes it doesn't necessarily always translate over, but just so you know where I'm coming from. So in process. Each making and doing becomes more complex, and these actions help renew a relation between art, garbage, technology, and place. AE Lab studied and gauged various sites and venues, gauged the effects of operations at the various waste treatment centers on our practices. These various human and more than human actants contribute to a cross-linking of techniques under tension. From the different ways of doing can emerge a tentativeness, and I would also say an attentiveness, with reference to Isabelle Stenger's notion of faire attention as acts of resistance. So I hope this video is going to work. I can't believe it won't work. Okay, good. I'm going to just talk over this. So the first project about wastewater treatments is about wastewater treatments, and multiple versions were presented in Montreal internationally. It started in a living room. It was presented in a conference room, at festivals, in a fernery, in a botanical garden, and in conjunction with a temporary architecture in a vacant lawn in downtown Montreal. Light, sweet, cold, dark, crude, or its acronym LSCDC, is an ongoing cycle of audiovisual micro-events. The work consists of performances with drawing, text, 2 or 3 streams of moving image, an LED lighting system, an immersive sound about the processes of the 2 wastewater treatment systems, the industrial scale facility in Montreal, built in the 1970s, and the work of biologist Dr. John Todd and his eco-machines located at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial on Interstate 89 in Vermont. Eco-machines are comprised of distinct autonomous basins, and their lodgers, fish, algae, and plants, require interconnectivity and photosynthesis to work. Pre-recorded images and sounds from both facilities are manipulated live with data sets from the Vermont facility mapped to the light sequences. The video and text and particle generators are mixed live by the action of drawing. The stylus and the graphic tablet are the physical interface for the shared construction of sensation with the audience. For me, the stylus draws a certain reality, cutting into it, shaping it, redistributing the sensible. It affords me a new connectivity with a variety of media intensified by the stylus. Other footage was taken by us in various desert areas in national parks in Southern California and Arizona. The word desert in Old English is wastum, used to signify a wasted space. And we wanted to engage them in zones of indetermination. The addition of this footage was also very important for our work because you had these two systems, the industrial, the one that is more small scale and seems more, natural, if you will. And the fact of working with the desert images really broke everything apart. And this, again, did not think of this in advance. It happened because we had the occasion of actually going on a trip. So, the series was initially performed in an intimate setting in a living room, and we disrupted the Greek root of the oikos that way. And I'm just going to go up here and show that to you. Which means house. I mean, we have a living room where we actually do a lot of presentations and invite people to do things in the living room, so it's never been a living room. It's always been some kind of open space in the house. We've reconfigured this for each five versions of this piece. We reposition ourselves in relation to the audience, the number of video, audio channels, size and position and multiplication and fragmentation of the projections according to the presentation venues. So what's really interesting in this work is that we were starting from the home environment here, and there was I was working with two streams, video streams there. And so basically I'm using this mirror apparatus to break up the second channel and really deflect it out throughout the whole space. So what's really important in all of this work is that you'll see is that I come from a practice of compositing and working in the studio and making things happen within software, but my whole let's say, work with all of these pieces was to bring that compositional aspect in space and work with a variety of media, a variety of materials that would actually really make the space much more dynamic. So that's that. Okay, so I also worked with a programmer to, okay, where did he go? It's been a little finicky. I'm sorry about this. I'm going to have to launch it from here again. Okay, there we are. L'espace du milieu is a piece from 2011 that started when we were, so we were reflecting on the wastewater treatments, and then it came about that we saw an image of the astronauts that was taken in 1985, which shows three zones of the Earth. Okay, I'm going to go back to this for a second. I'm just going to stop that. Where does it go? Okay, anyway, it's okay. So it's this project. Right. So what is this image showing us? It's showing us the Earth, the atmosphere, and then the cosmos. And what was interesting to us is that, let's say, what's going on in the white and orange zones is that's definitely often it's pollution, it's dust, it's things that goes up into the atmosphere. And we were thinking about the Earth and thinking that it all is retained because of this little blue layer that surrounds the Earth. That's what permits life on Earth. So basically what we did is we took that image and we made an installation about it where we took that image and we put it on its side. And the first zone was something that was saying that you were under the Earth, so something you were in complete blackness, and you had, I could give a whole other talk on all the audio elements, which is completely, adds completely to this work, because Stefan does, of course, his own research on audio. But what happens in the first zone was that people were lying on a table, on a small table, and it was transducers, sound transducers that were giving the sound through the body. So it's not acoustic transmission of sound, it's really something that goes into the skeleton. In the second zone, he had a 5.1 system, which places the human as if they're in the center of the universe, which is, of course, something I would be really critical of. And I think that it's interesting in this position, in this work, to reflect on that. It's like, what is that? What is that central position that humans think that they have on the Earth? And then in the last zone, there was a planar speaker that was placed quite a bit high above the head, and it created a whole sort of sense of elevation. because sound is very, very interesting. When you work with it in different ways, it's not just something that goes through your ears, it's through your whole body. And what I was doing in this piece was working for the first time on black material. I was working on scrims. And what the scrims, it's a theater, they use it a lot in theater, where it can reveal light or it can, light can pass through it, depending on the lighting situation. So I was really very happy to start working with something that was porous and that was black and not the traditional white screen that generally we use all the time. All right, so maybe I'll go back to this, and why doesn't it go? Okay, so output again. All right. So to parallel to all of this, I developed with a programmer something that I wanted to do for a long time, is that with these what they call moving lights, is from the movement of the stylus, I was able to also decompose space with light. And so this is something that I developed at the same time I was doing. This is basically VJ software that has additions through the different capacities that you add onto it through Macs, through sensors, etc. And what I was trying to do there is again use light in a way as revealing elements of the architecture that we were in, and dispersing light completely throughout the space. So again, breaking apart a really monocentric view of things and revealing space through the motion of the stylus itself. So this next project is called Force et Milieu, and Force et Milieu is more specifically about the landfill. So this shows a few images of the space. So again, I'm using the scrims. And we went to the landfill in Montreal. We did a lot of, we analyzed the whole operations. And what we're doing in each of these projects is we're taking the elements of the places we visited and then we discussed with the engineers. And then we make our works based on what's gone on in there. So basically a landfill is a lot of layers, right? They create, they have how do you say that, pillars in there to capture the methane. There's a way of preserving that there's no leachate that goes into the aquifer. But so we took that and we said, okay, let's take all of these elements and let's space them out. Let's create a moment for light. Let's create a moment for oxygen, and let's create something that people actually circulate through, because it's really not easy to go to these places. I mean, we've always had amazing opportunities to be able to go there. Everyone always said yes. But at the same time, bringing this into our practice and bringing it into a new aesthetic experience is something that is very important to us. So it works conjointly. So here we see a bit of the light action moving at the same time. We see that there's areas that people can move through. And basically, using the scrims, there's all of these layers that get very dynamic, because the scrim creates a moire pattern as a result of light passing through it. And there I'm really getting involved back with the original imagery that I saw under the microscope of that pulsation and vibrational aspect of matter. All right, okay, and I think we're almost there. I mean, it was a very mysterious piece, because it's very dark. Is it 5 minutes? That's good. Very mysterious, and what happens is that people don't always know, how to deal with it. Of course, you're dealing with trash. Like, people most of the time don't want to talk about that. They just want to put it in the bag. They want it to be taken away. And it was very, very interesting to be on site, to do performances, work in the installation, have people come through. And that's the kind of work that we've done. Each of these pieces has been building in that way. So I'm just going to advance to the last piece. Okay. All right. So the last piece is the sort of the compendium of all of the previous ones. And this was presented last spring in the Digital Arts Biennial. And what happened with that was that I found this beautiful object when I was traveling, coming back from Houston, which is called a space blanket. And so you'll see that, as I was working with little mirrors, I'm working also with the scrims. Well, I bought this because I thought it was beautiful. And then when I opened it up, it's been folded so that it has all of these diffraction patterns on it. So this is basically a space blanket. It's developed by NASA, but it's also what people use in emergency situations when they're coming off a marathon or things like that. So it also had an incredible capacity because the one from NASA, one side is coated copper goldish and the other one is silver. So not all of them look like this. And I thought it brought really the opportunity. Okay, please, no. What's going on? Je sais pas ce qui se passe. Oui, it's kind of. Ferme-le. Okay, ferme ça. Okay, ferme tout. Okay. Okay, which one is it? This one. This one. Can't be opened. Oh my God. Okay, listen. I'll just show you photo drag. What this particular surface did was that it took the image coming in and deflected it again throughout the whole space. So what we have is an image that's being concealed by it, that's being projected on the wall, but at the same time, because this is moving and connected to sensors, it's completely moving the image of waste throughout the whole space. And so what we did is we did performances in there, we had a film program, and also projection at night coming out of the space. And so what I really appreciated about this material, once again, is that it, of course, was very light, and it also had its own sound. It's got a very metallic-y sound. And so this made the experience of being with it and with the performance and with the object itself, something very compelling about waste, once again. So what we're trying to do is always take the elements and bring it into something completely different as an experience. Okay, so maybe just some last references here. Of course, Meryl Latterman has been working with waste for many, many years. She's an artist in residence in New York at the Department of Sanitation. And of course, Edward Bertinsky are references for me. But they often talk about waste as a notion of a mirror of reality, where personally I'm not interested in that at all. I'm really interested in the fragment and the fragmentation that comes from waste, and that it's not a mirror of ourselves, but how we continuously have the opportunity to redisperse and redistribute what is our relationship to waste. And I think I'll just stop there. So thank you very much.
I'll ask Heather and Adam to come back to the table, and maybe Gisèle can sit as well. And we have time for questions, lots of time. So any questions for our panelists? Questions will be in the microphone. Oh, yeah, okay, that's great. Anybody?
I can't believe it.
Take the bull by the horns. Given the pervasive presence of plastics, both in our bodies and our lives, it seems to me that the three of you have raised the question of whether more or better accommodation is not possible. And I wonder whether that really is desirable, given the destructive aspects of plastics in our lives. Do we want more accommodation with plastics, even if we think it's useful?
So I don't understand. What do you mean by accommodation with plastic?
Well, you seem to believe that we ought to, that if we can't fight it, we might as well join it. In other words, you seem to be suggesting that we make more use of plastics and plastic processes in our lives and in society because it's happening anyway. We might as well get more out of it, seems to be the implication of what the talks were. So is that what we want?
Did you want to go?
Go ahead.
Okay. I certainly wouldn't agree with, that certainly wasn't my intention in terms of the talk. It's more, from my perspective, it's more a matter of, even if we were to cease producing all plastic tomorrow, which is probably not going to happen, we still are left with all of the plastic that has ever been made since 1907 in the world. And most of that plastic, some of it has been incinerated, so some of it has gone away, but most of it is still here. And so I'm interested in questions of what do we do with environments that are inherently toxic and are not the worlds that we want, but then what do we do with that? From my point of view, you have to develop some kind of ethical relationship to that, regardless of the fact that it's not what you want or not the world that you would like to live in. it's not a material you can make go away. It's like, and part of the reason why it's not going to go away is because so much of it ends up in the ocean, and then so much of it ends up as these incredibly small particles, which are less than 5 millimeters. And then there's absolutely no way to get those out of the ocean.
Okay, but the question is, can we find ways of reducing it in one way or another, or are we going to be using them for other purposes, is a question that seems to come to mind.
Certainly.
Yeah, I think this comes back to some of the questions we were asking earlier about the invisibility of hydrocarbons in our lives, in our social structures. We live in a world, plastic surrounds us, oil surrounds us in so many ways, but it's possible for us in so many ways, apart from, say, placid, seemingly harmless plastic cups, for us to actually think about the destructive nature of that stuff. But the kinds of questions that I'm trying to ask, and I think all of us are proposing this in different ways, is to think about what is required for us to think about, or the ways in which, in order to change, it's not just about changing our relationship to plastic. It's in fact much larger than that. Thinking about how petrochemicals are a part of actually constituting the social structures we live in. And so drawing attention to how, from my perspective anyway, how plastic is involved already in those social systems and those social structures is a way of drawing something that is perhaps seemingly invisible, but isn't necessarily, if we look at it in a different way. So I think the question you're asking is actually much broader than just about plastics. It's about changing our relationship to our energy systems and structures. We will inevitably wear the results, the byproducts of whatever energy system that we choose to make use of. We are permeable beings. So we need to think of ourselves in that way, and then ask the questions about what kind of energy system do we want to use, given that that's the case. I mean, I think that's sort of a kind of an extension of what we're all talking about in various ways.
So I kind of had a question again about plastics. I've thought a lot about transgenic experiments with plastics, and that being a way that you can have these experiments kind of melding different plants together, or animals or organic creatures together to make extra intensive decomposing creatures. But they're again kind of scientific experiments, and that's scary. And I was just wondering if either of you or any of you who have worked on plastics have thought about these kind of experiments we could do to start decomposing them faster, and that kind of scientific possibility.
You know much more about this than I do.
No,
sure.
I was going to say, there's actually this like 1950s science fiction novel called Mutant, and then there's a number, and I'm forgetting what the number is. It's like 47 or 97 or something like that. Anyway, it's about this organism that gets developed, a bacteria that can eat plastic, and then it accidentally gets released from the lab. And then could you imagine like what would happen if it was really effective? And so yeah, exactly. We'd be naked. Like the whole building would fall apart. We wouldn't have anything to sit on. Like all of our electronics would disintegrate. I mean, it obviously just kind of illustrates how much of our infrastructures are based on plastic to begin with. Obviously that's not a very good answer in a certain way. But then the other thing that I was thinking about is that say even if we could do that, like aside from all the infrastructure problems, say even if we could do that, then what would happen is we'd end up with this huge amount of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere. And then one of the crazy things that people are doing and plastics are now being used as a way to do carbon sequestration. So then I was just, imagining these like very odd circulations of carbon in the world where, the bacteria eat the plastic, which releases a huge amount of carbon dioxide, which then gets turned back into plastic objects. As a form of carbon sequestration, which then gets eaten by the bacteria, which goes around in these very odd circles. I'm not really answering your question seriously. I don't really know. I mean, I mean, I think that those organisms might work really effectively under very specific kinds of conditions. And then, actually, in terms of waste management, I've heard of projects where plastic is used as an energy resource, and that actually seems like a fairly decent, because mechanisms of recycling are incredibly energy intensive, and it actually can only go through about 3 times before it's completely useless. Or it gets downcycled. So, I mean, I think that those kinds of things are kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not sure how widely applicable they actually can be.
I was really interested in the question of temporality that emerged across all of these, and particularly when we've been thinking throughout the day about the impossibility of representing something like the kind of geological change that's happening as a result of the kind of the Anthropocene, how we can start to understand these massive changes that are occurring on a scale that isn't the historical scale of the human. And yet plastic has that kind of a temporality that is so, and yet is really concrete in a different kind of way that galvanizes an imaginary of waste and of detritus and of catastrophe.
Unlike, say, nuclear waste, right? which isn't nearly as concrete in what you're
Right.
about.
And so I wonder what you think about that, the temporality, how the temporality of plastic visualizes kind of environmental catastrophe in a different kind of way than other forms of rising sea levels or melting ice caps or other sorts of forms of change that are happening, I mean, much more rapidly now, but that are engaging a kind of different scope, a different temporality that we're trying to get at and visualize.
Well, I mean, there's some incredible visual work around this. I mean, Chris Turner has those incredible photographs of the plastics that have accumulated in, or is it Mark Turner? Does you know what I'm talking about? The guy who does the albatrosses? Is that his name, Chris Turner? Jordan, thank you. I'm sorry, Chris Jordan, yeah. Right, the birds in the Pacific Ocean, the Midway Islands, I think is where the project is located. And so, this, which is interesting in the context of temporality, in as much as, sure, the species have finite lives, but we still find them over and over again as a kind of perpetual presence in the bodies of these organisms. In the ocean currents, the gyre. There was another project where people dumped rubber ducks into the North Pacific, I think, and followed them around the world. Again, I mean, those are different kinds of fluid dynamics, I suppose, but nonetheless, they come back to the question of temporality. How long does it take? Well, temporality and the kind of interconnection that it ends up generating. Things that happen far away through very slow processes of time end up happening everywhere.
I mean, I think one of the things that's interesting is actually the plasticity. You spent all of you spent a lot of time talking, especially Heather, about plasticity and the kind of what this substance means as a kind of form, and I think Adam as well in the poetics of it. Mm-hmm. And so there's this, it is a different medium than the scope of thinking geological change or erosion, or it is more plastic, it is more mobile, and yet it's also more prone to a kind of catastrophic imaginary in an interesting sort of way. So there's something about plasticity and it's also its concreteness that's an interesting kind of paradox problem that makes plastic an interesting material to focus on. It seeps, Adams, in your really amazing poems, the ways in which it seeps into things and slips semiotically between different registers and contaminates in these kinds of ways that are invisible as well as part of a kind of panic of plastic, a panic of contaminants that I think is a really interesting part of how plastic might be imagined on these other kinds of scales that really change how we're thinking about how massive the impact of what we're talking about here might be. It's a comment.
Well, there's one aspect of the landfill at Lachenay, their technologies, which is actually based on mining technologies. The way of digging the ground and then filling it up is that they use what they call fluff, which is seeding from buses and cars that have been disregarded. And they put that as layers between all of the refuse that's there. And so when you're actually, it's it's 40 meters high now. You know, it's not underground anymore. And so when you're actually traveling, going out to the site, it's really like jumpy. It's like as if you're bouncing in the car. It's really bizarre. It creates a whole other experience of like I could show you images. It's as if you're really on another planet. But the experience, because of the foam, it creates a whole, and they say that it secures things and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, they call it fluff. So put the fluff layer in and then keep going. But actually, I want to just respond is that landfills, in the way that I discussed it, is actually only 40 years old. It's a very new phenomenon. And it's also because of the nature of garbage has changed so much as well. So it's not organic anymore. I mean, you know, it's like people just used to throw things out the window and then an animal would come and eat it, and it's just not like that anymore. So I think that plastics have changed enormously, that what we consider waste as well today.
Just a really quick addition, perhaps, to what you were saying, Krista, which is about, I'm glad that the Chris Jordan photographs came up because to me, I'm glad they came into the conversation because to me, they stand as like an example of the absolute inadequacy of that form of representation to kind of capture the specificity and kind of paradoxical, kind of uncontainable, vast, sublime, hyper object, like kind of geologic qualities of plastic that, you know, your two papers about plastic really somehow relayed in a way that for me, those images just fall completely flat. They remain so much in this kind of literal, documentary, in so many ways that kind of fall short of getting at these much larger kind of aspects. So in a way, I'm glad that they ended up in the conversation as a counterpoint in a way to...
I'm glad you think so, because this comes back to Imre's paper before, which I was quite interested in. I was sort of trying to think through some of the issues that he raised that were quite interesting to me and challenging, which is how do we think of eco-representation then? Because certainly, I mean, in many ways, what I'm talking about, what I'm sort of enacting with the project is a kind of representation, right? And it's actually a kind of portrait of the body. So what makes this then, you know, any different from what Chris Jordan is doing, or from falling into the kind of, I think Imre called it like sort of, you know, the domestication of the sublime response to you know, the hyper-object of pollution, if you like, in that case. I don't know, it's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, how, you know, if art, if the activism of art in some ways relies on expanding our horizons of signification so that things that didn't matter before start to matter, right, which is part of, I think, how we think of a kind of ethical response to some of these, or the ethical potential, at least, for works of art. How do we avoid, I suppose, you know, getting trapped back into this idea of the eco-representation simply being a kind of domestication through, look, I can put a frame around this, I conceptualize this, gives me a shiver, but, you know, I move on to the next one. Which Imre, maybe I'm misrepresenting what you were talking. I don't even know if Imre's here, but, okay, anyway.
Very much flattened, like even using that term as if it's one thing is much too simplistic to say. Like, I didn't quite understand when you said eco. What was the term he used?
Eco-representation.
Yeah. It's not all one thing. But
yeah, I had a question, and I've had this question for you, Heather, before, or for a while, but I think it threads across the papers. One thing I found so compelling was like the thinking and tracking on the level of like the element or the molecule or the polymer, right? As a method or an approach or a way to thread through and think actually across many different scales, activities, domains, and so on. I find it really compelling. And I was wondering if you know, what is it that affords us as an understanding of, in terms of the understanding of ecologies? And then if we follow that or we keep with that, like what are the potential drawbacks, or where does that kind of like elemental or molecular kind of thinking, I guess. And I've seen this in place. It seems like it's kind of an emerging thing, or maybe I've been behind and this is, and I don't know about it. But especially given like thinking about Karen Barad's work and how that's very much not about the molecule or the element. So maybe you could speak a little bit more about how you conceptualize your approach.
I mean, I think that like in a way, to Krista's question from earlier, like one of the things that draws me to plastic is that it's so ubiquitous, right? Like that there's really no way, and unlike something like oil, like for me, it's like it is the materialization of the oil economy in a very literal fashion and a very intimate fashion, and because we interact with it so frequently and in so many different kinds of ways. But then when I started thinking about, okay, so what actually is plastic? And then you put up those great slides of, all the different plastics, and then the other category that's always so disturbing. So I mean, so then you have to think molecularly if you're going to think about plastic. Like it forces you to do that kind of thinking. And then if it forces you to do that kind of thinking, what other kinds of things does it force you to think about? And so then if the ways in which I've sort of conceptualized the broader project is to think about the ethology of plastic. So instead of applying ethology to animals, which is what is normally applied to really think about what is its behavior. And so what does it actually do in the world? And in that sense, you have to think about it as a molecule, because when you think about it as an object, I mean, first of all, then you run into the thing about its plasticity, which I think is, really fascinating in a certain kind of way, but in a way I think really covers over what plastic itself is actually doing. But then the objects, in a sense, aren't really very indicative of plastic in this odd kind of way. And then the other thing is that the molecular structure is what makes it unique and what makes it a problem. And so even though there's these other polymers that also have similarly incredibly long lifespans, they exist in a framework in which they have co-evolved with the rest of things in the world. So basically what I'm saying is that I was interested in tracing a kind of ethological relationship to plastic, which forces this kind of infolding of all of the different ways in which it emerges, and its ethology is about the molecular, which has to do with this kind of strange manifestation of deep time as a plastic cup that I will throw away.
So is plastic then a subject? Like, is this why you raised Uxkul? This idea of ethology and the connection of plastic as a kind of Umwelt? I mean, I asked that partly in jest, but I'm just curious whether, you go so far as to say that.
I guess it depends. I mean, it's my subject.
Because I would actually propose that it is, and we are the subject. We are the subjectivity of plastic. I mean, we wear it in us. It actually affects us. So in a sense, our response to the world is mediated by plastic. So in a sense, we are its subjective response to itself.
Yeah, and we're subject to it as well.
Right.
So, we may think that, that the kind of the relationship of what a subject is.
But I never thought to bring ethology into it before. That's very interesting. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this conversation will continue, especially that one. We are going to reconvene at 4:45 to hear Ursula Beeman and Eduardo Cohn in conversation. Join me in thanking our panelists for another excellent panel. Okay.
It's the last panel of the day. We're going to get started. I'm going to make the announcement before we start this panel that immediately after this panel, there's the vernissage at the Leonard and Ben Allen Gallery of the World of Matter show. I need to stand over here. Of the World of Matter show, and I warmly invite you all to come to the vernissage and see the show and see some of the works, including forest law, which is the topic of this final discussion between Eduardo Kohn and Ursula Beeman, Ecology, both of them speaking about how forests think and forest law together. And so I'll step out and have that, and then I hope that you'll all be able to join me and come to the Leonard and Ben Allen Gallery and see some of the amazing works on display there from the World of Matter show. Thank you.
Hi. Thanks so much for having me here. It's a real honor, and it's a real pleasure to be able to speak and think with Ursula, and I really look forward. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, I will speak louder and more slowly. The microphone, is it working the way it's supposed to be? It's for live streaming. Okay. Thanks so much for having me here, and it's a real honor for me to be here and to be with Ursula and to be able to think with her. And I see this as just the beginning of a conversation with and around forests. I'm going to be talking today about I'm an anthropologist. I teach at McGill University, and I'm going to say something about my ethnographic work, the book, How Forests Think. And this is an ethnography of how the Quechua-speaking Runa of a village called Avila in Ecuador's Upper Amazon relate to the many kinds of beings, animals, but also spirits and ghosts, that people, one of the densest thickets of life on our planet. Can you all hear me? Am I speaking loudly enough? No. So the title, How Forests Think, is a provocation. Forests really think. And although I make this argument largely through ethnography, I'm not simply saying that the Runa think that the forests think. So what I want to do today is I want you to feel this. I want to try to convince you that forests think. I want to make that manifest here. And then once you enter this sylvan form of thinking, which I hope you can enter it, I want to explore with you some of the ways this changes our fundamental assumptions about what it means to be human and how we ought to go about thinking about the relations we humans have to the world that lies beyond us. So why does it seem so weird for me to say that forests think? I'm going to suggest that this sense of strangeness has to do with how we think about thinking and about how we think about thinking in terms of human language. And I think this has to do with the fact that we tend to conflate human language with something that is actually broader, representation. Human language, we all know, is the product of a representational system that involves signs that relate to each other based on convention. The word dog only refers to that furry, four-legged creature by virtue of its conventional relationship to other words in the language we call English. Even the most radical post-humanists hold that when we talk about representation, we're using human language as the model. This seems like a technical point, but it's important for understanding how we can think with forests. I want to show you that we can actually step out of language to appreciate a broader representational field that holds this exceptional form of representation, the human one. To think about how representation is something greater than language, it's helpful to think of signs the way philosopher Charles Peirce did. For Peirce, representational signs are not just language-like. For him, there are three basic kinds of signs, basic kinds of sign processes. Those that are iconic and involve signs that share qualities in common with the objects they represent. Those that are indexical and thus have some sort of correlation with their objects. And then those that are symbolic, like the word dog, that thus have some sort of conventional and arbitrary relationship to their objects. So I want to illustrate this. I want to unpack this with an example. Toward the end of a day spent hunting in the forest, or walking in the forest, Ilario, his son Lucio, and I came upon a troop of woolly monkeys moving through the canopy. Lucio shot and killed one, and the rest of the troop dispersed. One young monkey, however, got separated from the troop, and finding herself alone, she hid high up in the branches of a tree. So in the hopes of startling the monkey into moving into a more visible perch so that his son could shoot it, Ilario decided to fell a nearby palm tree. And this is what he said. Look out, Rikungi in Quechua. Ta-ta, I'll make it go po'o, watch out. So ta-ta and po'o are images that sound like what they mean. Ta-ta is an image of chopping, tap-tap. Po'o captures the process by which a tree falls, the snap that initiates its toppling, the swish of the crown free-falling through layers of forest canopy, and the crash and its echoes as these are all unfolded in this sonic image. Ilario then went and did what he said. He walked off a little ways, and with his machete, began chopping rhythmically at a palm tree. The tapping of steel against trunk is clearly audible in the recording I made in the forest that afternoon, ta, 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 as was the palm crashing down, po-o. So I want to play that for you. So this is the recording I made, and you'll hear both first him saying these things, and then him going off and doing them. And I want you to hear the relationship between the two. Now he's walking off. Ta, 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 ta. Po'o. So, Lowland Quechua has hundreds of words like ta-ta and po'o that mean by virtue of the ways in which they sonically convey an image of how an action unfolds in the world. They're ubiquitous in speech, especially in forest talk. Words such as ta-ta and po'o are like the entities they represent thanks to the ways in which the differences between sign, vehicle, and object, here the utterance and the unfolding action it simulates, tend to be ignored. These would be iconic in Peirce's terms. Now, as Ilario anticipated, the sound of the palm tree crashing frightened the monkey from her perch. And this event itself, and not just its before-the-fact imitation, can also be taken as a kind of sign. It's a sign in the sense that it too came to be, quote, something which stands to somebody for something in some respect or capacity. And that's Peirce's definition of a sign. In this case, though, the somebody to whom this sign stands is not human. The palm tree crashing down stands for something to the monkey. And it's a different kind of a sign. It's an index. It points to some sort of potentially dangerous change. So I want to just draw out two implications about signs from this simple example. First, signs aren't restricted to humans. They're intrinsic to biological life. And I'm not just talking about animals with brains like woolly monkeys in what we can chauvinistically call real time. The most basic evolutionary processes are semiotic processes. The adaptive, selective process through which organisms come to fit the world is semiotic. Wings over evolutionary time have come to represent, in some way or another, for the bird lineages that have them, the currents of air against which they flap. They are signs. They are thoughts about the world. And like other thoughts, and unlike inanimate matter, they are the products of learning over time by experience. This changes what we mean by self. Wherever there are living signs, there's a self. Self at its most basic level is an outcome of semiosis. And by semiosis, I mean simply a process that involves the formation and interpretation of signs. So there's no self outside the thinking, no homunculus that uses signs that is not herself fully made by such signs. It is rather the thinking that creates the real effect of self. This self is the locus of a living dynamic by which signs come to represent the world around them to a someone who emerges as such as a result of this process. The world is thus animate. We are not the only kinds of we. Selves are thoughts, and the modes by which such selves relate, with one another stem from their constitutively semiotic nature. So when I say that forests think, this is what I mean. Second point, we don't live in a world fully made by context. Consider sound images like po'o and ta-ta. They're not fully in language. They are parasites, along by languages, never fully entering or being made over by its systemic logic. That's why I keep putting them, I call them words. They're not exactly words. For example, they can't be inflected or negated, and they resonate with the features of the world around them. Proof of this is that one can acquire a feeling for their meaning without knowledge of Quechua's linguistic context. I venture that po'o somehow feels to you like a tree falling through the canopy and crashing to the ground, and that ta-ta somehow feels to you like tapping, whereas, say, for example, this word, kausangichu, the highly inflected, socially embedded, compound word sentence, which is a greeting that literally means, are you alive, doesn't. Kausangichu is fully made by a linguistic and social context, and we must share to be able to feel it. Po'o and ta-ta aren't. Context is the product of symbolic thinking. You need to know the conventional linguistic, cultural, historical context to get what kausangichu means. And getting context is our game, whether we're cultural anthropologists, historians, Foucauldian genealogists, or even Latourian actor network theorists. But not all thinking, human and non-human, is confined to context. There are other kinds of relational logics. This is why Ilario can communicate with a monkey, and why you can feel ta-ta and po'o, and why I can venture to talk about how forests think without couching it necessarily in the context of how the Runa think the forests think. Thinking beyond context opens the human. So forests think, and thinking with the forest changes our assumptions about context. Thinking with forests also disrupts something else, our implicit tendency to think in terms of presence, the assumption that reality is at bottom object-like, something I think is even true when we think about representation and thought in terms of difference. Thinking forests reveal a weird, counterintuitive relational logic that involves absence. And here I'm indebted to Gregory Bateson and especially my mentor from when I was a postdoc at Berkeley, Terence Deacon. And this is what I'll be focusing on in the rest of the talk, this weird absential logic of Sylvan thinking. So consider the cryptically camouflaged Amazonian insect known as a walking stick in English. Its elongated torso looks so much like a twig. Its Quechua name is Shanga, and entomologists call it appropriately a phasmid, as in phantom. The name is fitting. What makes these creatures so distinctive is their lack of distinction. They disappear like a phantom in the background. How do they come to be so phantasmic? The evolution of such creatures reveals important things about some of the phantom-like or absential logical properties of semiosis that can in turn help us understand some of the counterintuitive properties of life itself, properties that are amplified in the Amazon and Runa ways of living there. How did walking sticks come to be so invisible, so phantom-like? That such a phasmid looks like a twig doesn't depend on anyone noticing this resemblance. That's what our usual understanding of likeness is, right? That's how we think that likeness works, right? Two things that we know are different and we see the connection. But that's not how it actually comes to be. Rather, likeness is the product of the fact that the ancestors of its potential predators did not notice its ancestors. These potential predators failed to notice the differences between these ancestors and actual twigs. Over evolutionary time, those lineages of walking sticks that were least noticed survived. Thanks to all the proto-walking sticks that were noticed and eaten, because they differed from their environments, walking sticks came to be more like the world of twigs around them. So how walking sticks came to be so invisible reveals important properties of iconicity. Iconicity, the most basic of sign processes, is highly counterintuitive because it involves a dynamic in which two things are not distinguished. We tend to think of icons as signs that point to the similarities among things we know to be different. But semiosis does not begin with the recognition of any intrinsic similarity or difference. Rather, it begins with not noticing possible differences. It begins with indistinction, with confusion. Iconicity marks the beginning and end of thought. With icons, new interpretants, subsequent signs that would further specify something about their objects, are no longer produced. With icons, thought is at rest. So understanding something, however provisional that understanding may be, involves an icon. It involves an image that's a likeness of that object. For this reason, all semiosis ultimately relies on the transformation of more complex signs into icons. And for this reason, we always, in some way or another, think in pictures. Neither difference, doubt, or skepticism are the starting points for thought. So I want to draw out some implications from these ideas. Thinking with forests encourages us to make manifest our imagistic thinking. It's not surprising that Runa forms of talking in, about, and perhaps with forests, simulating their experiences there, so overwhelmingly rely on words like ta-ta and po'o that create sonic images of what they mean. Note also something about form and generality. Thanks to all the phasmids that were not noticed, there is now more twigginess in this world. Not only are there twigs that are twiggy, but so too are some insects. Generality is a real property of the world, one that grows in the realm of life. Life proliferates generals. Through a process of constrained confusion, living dynamics create kinds. So this essential logic of a thinking forest, the kind of logic that extends well beyond the human, also thinks its way through realms that are all too human, by which I mean the moral worlds we humans uniquely create, which permeate our lives and so deeply affect those of others. Take the following example. I was in the forest with Oswaldo, another man from Avila. We just tracked down the peccary he had shot, and as we caught our breath, Oswaldo began to tell me what he had dreamt the night before. I was visiting my compadre, he said, when suddenly a menacing policeman appeared, and his shirt was covered with clippings from a haircut. Frightened, Oswaldo turned to his wife and said, "I've dreamt badly." Fortunately, he was wrong. As the events of the day would indeed indicate, Oswaldo had dreamt quite well. The hair on the policeman's shirt turned out to have augured killing the peccary whose body now lay beside us, because after calling a peccary carcass, bristles will cling to a hunter's shirt just like hair clippings. And this is Oswaldo carrying that peccary on that day of the dream and the hunt. So when they get home, they'll have bristles on their, just like as if they've gotten a haircut. Nevertheless, Oswaldo's interpretive dilemma points to profound ambivalence that permeates Runa life. Men are potent predators, akin to powerful whites, such as the policeman, and yet they can also become the helpless prey of these same rapacious figures. Was Oswaldo the policeman, or had he become prey? What happened that day in the forest didn't permanently clarify Oswaldo's ambiguous position. Who is that frightening figure that is also so familiar? How can a being so threatening and foreign also be oneself? The essential logic central to thought, life, and self reveals itself here as well. Another example that speaks in important ways to Oswaldo's dilemma. This one comes from another hunting trip with another man. Before settling down for the night under our makeshift thatched lean-to, Juanico admonished me to make sure I slept face up. Making my face visible, he explained, would ensure that any wandering jaguar would see me as another predator capable of looking back. If I were to sleep face down, that jaguar would treat me as, and likely turn me into, an object of predation, an it. He would turn me into game, a class of prey animals that in Avila Quichua is termed aicha, literally dead meat. By sleeping face up, by contrast, I would be able to face a jaguar and respond. Not my picture. By becoming in this fashion a you of the jaguar's eye, I might continue on as a living I. And this would make me, through this intersubjective exchange, by definition, a predatory puma, a runa puma, a were-jaguar. How jaguars represent us, make us. And this is a form of representation that extends well beyond language, culture, context, and the human. The forests around Avila are peopled by jaguars as well as all sorts of other kinds of beings. And they're also haunted, as I mentioned, by the specters of so many pre-Hispanic, colonial, and republican pasts. These specters would include the policemen that appeared in Oswaldo's hunting dream, as well as the dead ancestors, priests, rubber bosses, compadres, conquistadores, and pre-Hispanic chiefs, who also appear in dreams about the forest, and who as spirits inhabit its deepest reaches. Oswaldo's particular challenge of surviving as an I, as it plays out in this ecology of selves, as I call it, depends on how he is hailed by these many kinds of others. It also depends on how he responds. Is Oswaldo a helpless peccary? Is he a runa puma, a were-jaguar, capable even of returning a jaguar's gaze? Or is he a white policeman who might turn on his runa neighbors with a bloodthirst that terrifies him? Actually, a few months after this first dream, Oswaldo dreamt again of shooting a pig, one that, to his horror, he realized was his compadre. So understanding Oswaldo's dilemma requires us to think more generally about the runa self, and to think about that self in terms of the phantom-like absential logics it reveals. I want to give you some linguistic evidence for this in a very abbreviated way. First, the runa don't properly have an ethnonym. They don't have a name for themselves. Runa means person. And in a lot of political contexts, the term Quichua is being used in places not in Avila. But these are sort of, these are strange forms of politics, not really, anyways, we can talk about that later. But names really are reserved for others, for its. The I is invisible, unnamed in life, not dead meat. Second, when they do need to mark the I point of view, they use a curious pronoun, amu, which is derived from the local Spanish term for white boss, amo. And amu is used to mark the I perspective of any self, human, animal, or spirit. If amu, boss, lord, marks dominance in a social hierarchy, then the I as I must be amo. How could it be otherwise? Being the hunter shamans that they are, the runa are always already jaguar. If becoming prey, becoming an object, becoming literally dead meat is the main threat, and this is the terror of Oswaldo's dream, that the policeman would end up carrying off his inanimate animal body, and this is also the danger of sleeping down, face down in the forest, then remaining predator, puma, is a living self, and I is simply what is required to survive. Puma in Avila Quichua simply means predator, the jaguar being the prototype. It too, like amu, marks a relation of a self to the non-selves around it that living also creates. But puma, more importantly and more accurately, also means an I, a person, one that is not dead, but indebted to all the dead that one is not. The runa then are were-jaguars, runa puma, and perhaps they are white jaguars, which is how in fact they're seen in the ayahuasca visions of shamans living down the Napa River. Now, missionaries have long puzzled and been frustrated by this fact that the runa quickly adopted some version of the Christian heaven, but adamantly rejected hell. Understanding why heaven but not hell is crucial to grasping this strange absential logic that is so central to self. So I want to talk about this for a second. Heaven, the missionaries noted, was easily understood as a place of overabundant game animals and fish, where everyone remains forever young. Hell, by contrast, is where others, especially whites and blacks, go. It's a place of punishment for others, never oneself. So the runa have always already been runa, which for them means clothed, peaceful, salt-eating, and Christian. They did not descend from savages. For example, myths tell of how the quote-unquote naked and savage Aucas, the Waurani, another ethnic group, are actually fallen runa, not primitive ancestors. Nor are the runa on their way to becoming whites. This always already quality is also psychically manifest. Accounts of misfortune, being killed while fishing with dynamite, being mauled by a giant anteater, which are things that happen to people who are dear to me, never place blame on the victim. An other is always responsible. When the Runa die, they shed their time-worn earthly skins and go to the realm of the afterlife, deep in the forest, to become forever young. This is the realm of the masters of the animals, the lords, known as the Amu, note the term, that appear in the form of white estate owners and priests and live in a Quito chock full of animals and other riches deep in the forest. This is the zone where Oswaldo becomes the policeman in order to survive. That the Runa are Amu when saying I, and that they also stand in an intimate yet detached and sometimes subservient relation to those Amu who inhabit an always already realm, distributes the self and marks the pain of those disjunctures that separate its successive instantiations. So I want to explore here the necessary and painful ways in which part of Oswaldo is this other Amu spirit. Understanding this requires understanding how the spirit realm of the afterlife captures the detritus of history in the future, and how it does so in a very special way by virtue of the fact that it is located deep within a living forest. That is, my claim is that this virtual spirit realm is what it is thanks to the special ways it is located in a thinking forest that amplifies life's absential logics. And I want to think about Oswaldo's dilemma in terms of those twiggy, phantom-like phasmids. What such a living organism in lineage, in continuity of I is the product of what it is not. Such an organism is intimately related to the many absent lineages that did not survive. It's because of these deaths that living organisms fit with or conform to or represent the worlds around them. In a sense, the living, like a phasmid we mistake for a twig, are the ones that were not noticed. They are the ones that continue to potentially persist in form and out of time. And yet this not noticing, this persistence is dependent on all of the other lineages of proto-walking sticks that were noticed and are therefore no longer around. It's the absent dead that make the living phasmids who they are as the ones who survive. Note the logical shift here. The focus is on what is not present. But this absence gives rise to a sort of presence that is invisible. The walking sticks that are increasingly confused with twigs. What these insects are, these surviving insects are, is a product of all the things that happened to others. Nothing happened to the surviving ones, and they didn't do anything. You could say that we owe our lives to the absent dead, but you could also say that the dead were the presences that made our lives as living absences possible. This weird, counterintuitive absential logic also reveals itself in the ways in which Oswaldo, as predatory Ruma Puma or were-jaguar, is alive in reciprocal intersubjectivity, as opposed to dead as object of predation, a thing. He is a puma, and the puma is an I and a not, N-O-T, an absence, one that is haunted and held by all the dead. This logic also reveals itself in the always already Runa as opposed to the fallen savage Auka, as well as in the self that can never harm herself. And it informs the ways in which the Runa can continue unchanging in heaven and reserve the punishments of hell for others. All of these partake in this absential logic that they share with the twiggy phasmid because they are all about the relationship of life to death in ways that become particularly salient because they unfold in a thinking forest. Life uniquely involves the ways in which the future comes to affect the present. In order for a jaguar to successfully pounce on a peccary walking through the forest, she must be able to represent where that peccary will be. This amounts to an importation of the future, the peccary's future position, into the present via the mediation of signs. To be alive today is to exist in some ways in the future. It is to have a being in futuro, as Peirce calls it. The tropical forest, with so many kinds of life, amps up this future-producing quality of life. The afterlife, that Quito deep in the forest, is an emergent outcome of this greater than human semiotic web and its future producing potential. It captures and amplifies something of how life creates future in ways that house the absences of the past. For example, and there are many like these, forest demons wear the habits that priests in the region have long since abandoned. These habits are frozen in time. They produce a sort of they persist, in a sort of timeless fashion in this thinking forest. When hunters dream, they come to see things in the forest from the point of view of the spirit masters. This is a sort of virtual but real future, a vantage from which what goes on in the forest becomes interpretable. Stepping into the realm of the masters as hunters do in their dreams is then a way of stepping into the future to affect the present. Oswaldo killed the pig because it was he, Oswaldo, who became the predatory policeman in his dream. That Oswaldo was the policeman with clippings on his shoulders and not the pig saddled across the policeman's back means that part of him lives in that spirit realm of the afterlife. What is more, his life, his being, depends on this fact. In other words, for Oswaldo to remain an eye, a living sign, he must be able to be interpretable by this virtual yet real realm of the masters, a realm where he can be hailed as a you and not treated as an it. And this will only be possible when he too actually becomes an I, an amu, a master in futuro. And yet that future also houses all of the absences, all of the dead, that make the continuing present, Oswaldo's endurance as a specific kind of I, possible. In a sense, he is like the phasmid that owes his survival to all of the absent ancestors that were less twiggy. Oswaldo's life in some ways is predicated upon the deaths of others. He, like all of us, is indebted to the many dead that make us. So why, I'll be done in a second. So why should we learn to think with forests? Being human, being a symbolic species, a kind of being whose life is what it is thanks to the ways we are held by our language-like kinds of thinking, with its abstractions, its meta levels, we already have a tendency to separate culture from nature. Being humanists, focusing on the singular capacity that makes humans so distinctive, focusing, that is, on meaning systems, social constructions, discursive regimes, makes things worse. The divide we live between culture and nature is crazy-making. It produces a kind of societal schizophrenia, a split mind. And it's a collective madness that is spreading quickly. In this time, this Anthropocene you could call it, this disturbing epoch in which our distinctively human mode of construction is threatening to destruct the planet, this madness has reached cosmic proportions. So in the face of this madness, what should we do? Finding ways to allow thinking forests to think themselves through us is, I think, a way to begin to cultivate the kind of ethical practice our times demand. Thank you.
Will you be using sound?
There will be a clip where there is sound, yeah. Last one to go. So yeah, I had the chance to read Eduardo's book more slowly and let it sink in, and that was a great experience. So I'll be speaking about forest law that you'll be seeing in a moment at the gallery. Forest law, of course, refers to the rights of nature, and specifically to several important court cases in Ecuador where the forest itself is a chief witness and main protagonist. The project is a collaboration with Paulo Tavares, who is kind of a satellite member of World of Matter, with whom I've been in exchange over a book by French philosopher Michel Serres, The Natural Contract, written in 1990, which became a constant companion in this project. It is often the case that I go to the field with a philosophy book under my arm. In this visionary little book, Michel Serres pleads for the inauguration of a natural contract, that is, a binding pact between humans and the earth, to complement the exclusively social contract upon which our legal system rests. 25 years ago, at the threshold of a rapidly globalizing capitalist world, he anticipated the magnitude of physical transformations our planet would undergo, given this fierce and inequitable worldwide battle for wealth and resources in which the earth itself would be the biggest losers of all. It is his writing that made me understand just how important the forest trials in Ecuador are towards recognizing and publicly addressing the fundamental problem that lies in viewing the earth as a repository of resources to be used and exploited by humans. From the very beginning, it has been the declared aim of World of Matter to elaborate on this human-earth relationship by investigating and contesting current of extractions and other forms of exploitation of the natural world, but also by proposing aesthetic practices that embody a more egalitarian political ecology and more horizontal multi-species relations. For this, we have been immensely inspired by cutting-edge anthropologists like Anna Zing and Eduardo Kohn. This is certainly the case for my research, which has brought me in places where the embroilment of oil, water, and the forest in geopolitical schemes is particularly troubling. Paolo and I got acquainted with Eduardo's thesis only after we came back from our field trip in the Amazon in the fall of 2013. But the sinking forest will continue to flow into future projects that we might both have individually on our agenda. I'd like to introduce this project by giving you a quick sense of the context within which it was made. I don't need to tell this audience that the rights of nature are a legal reality in Ecuador. A series of indigenous uprisings in the 80s and 90s led to a new government with a much stronger indigenous representation in the assembly and the court. So the result was a new constitution signed in 2008. The novelty is that it includes several laws that treat ecosystems, living forests, mountains, rivers, etc., as legal subjects, bearing rights, notably the rights to exist and regenerate. In the event that these rights are violated in any form, the newly declared juridical subject may be defended in court by a person or a collective group. For native communities whose livelihood depend on the forest, the rights of nature, if enforced, can guarantee their own survival. With these new laws, Ecuador extends its jurisdiction to a multi-species population. By doing so, it unhinges existing human-centric legal conceptions and places them in a wider cosmopolitical context. Eduardo has made an impressive case for the living forest, la selva viviente, which is a concept that not only concerns the life and reproduction of scientifically known species, but the living forest ecosystem, including vital but invisible beings, like the masters of the forest or the river, who are the protectors of life and who keep the ecosystem intact. This way of living and thinking with the forest comes under great pressure now from extractivist desires for oil and minerals. Giant drilling and mining operations are heavily weighing down on this amazing biodiversity. And since most of these territories are owned by indigenous nations, it's bound to create conflict and resistance. So Forest Law is a collaborative project with Brazilian architect Paulo Tavares, whose substantial ongoing research in Amazonia lays the ground for this field study in Ecuador. The project concentrates on 3 landmark legal cases where the forest is brought to court. Despite the emergency regarding the forest survival, it takes a slow road in trying to understand the ecological and cosmological dimensions of these trials. One such case has been brewing in Shuar territories in the south of Ecuador, in the Cordillera del Cóndor, where a giant copper mining project closes in on indigenous lands. The Cóndor is a mountain range that runs between the Andes and the Amazonian lowland. So in this region, 2 distinct bioregions merge to form an extremely dense biodiversity. For the same tectonic reasons, there is also a great geological wealth on the ground, which is competing now with the efforts to keep this part of the forest alive. A Chinese mining company has quietly bought up a great number of small parcels of land from peasants and was about ready to open the mine. The mountaintop was already deforested. The river, which is the lifeline in this territory, was to be dammed for a large hydroelectric plant, and the entire environment was to be restructured for industrial use. When we arrived in Shuar territories, there was great turmoil among the indigenous communities due to a young Shuar who was killed by the military just a few days before our arrival. At the press conference, we met several lawyers who had came to see how they could prepare this new case. Ecuador has costly new infrastructures built by the Chinese on credit, and now they want their money back in the form of resources. It would be nicer without the light. Thank you. Another unresolved case resonates throughout the film as the haunting memory of a large-scale contamination of soils and water caused by Texaco in the 70s. The book elaborates on this history in more detail, in a lot of detail. But in the video, the case is not discussed. It takes the form of a mute forensic performance of unearthing the smelly nightmare. The images speak of the scientific forest. At the heart of the Forest Law project, however, lies the case of Sarayaku, a Quechua people who owns a large forest territory that can be entered only through the river or by flying in on a small propeller plane. They sued the state of Ecuador at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights for intruding into their space and open it for oil exploitation. A foreign oil company came and laid out their seismic lines across the land to form a deadly grid of buried explosives in the rainforest. Paulo and Samane Moafi designed several maps based on satellite images. One of them highlights the conflicting jurisdictions of oil blocks and indigenous territory, which you see here. The light white outline is the Sarayaku territory, and you see the yellow oil blocks, which are licensed for companies, and all these yellow dots are the seismic grid that they lay across the land. And you see how it intersects and overlays with these reddish pink zones, which is considered a kind of selva viviente for the Sarayaku. These maps, by the way, don't simply operate as representations. Satellite technology is no longer just used as a top-down power instrument by states and corporations. NGOs and indigenous groups are increasingly using these mapping technologies to create evidence. The Earth bears signs, indexical signs, that can be interpreted and used in court. The Forest Law Project joins these efforts. What was particularly appalling to the Sarayaku people is that they targeted a forest area that is meant for the reproduction of animal species. That shows how the zoning logic of the state is in contradiction with the manner in which indigenous communities organize their space. The disagreement is over the relation between human body and the natural environment. Or maybe this has to do also with opening up, or with an more open context.
1.400 kilos de explosivos para el registro de sísmica. Pero Sarayaku impidió que esos explosivos sean detonados. Estos explosivos están enterrados en una área de selva de reproducción y de repoblación de especies de fauna. Una zona en el cual hemos organizado a través de mapeos y zonificación zonas de caza, zonas de pesca y zonas de reserva, consideradas zonas vivientes, selva viviente. Y ahí está enterrado el explosivo. Es una área donde no hay todavía, digamos, no caminamos o no estamos permanentemente, porque son zonas sagradas. Entonces ahí están enterrados los explosivos. A nosotros esta presencia, o sea, la presencia de los explosivos todavía es una amenaza permanente.
That's Sarayaku,
El Estado
basically.
ha tratado de minimizar la presencia de los explosivos en el territorio Sarayaku. Ha indicado que, de acuerdo a la clasificación internacional, un explosivo es peligroso cuando está en el cuerpo. Esa clasificación se llama A. La clasificación B, cuando un explosivo, un bolso está abandonado en una casa, en un edificio. Entonces, ahí se puede evacuar a la gente. Y la clasificación C es cuando está lejos. Entonces, el Estado ha indicado que la presencia de los explosivos en Sarayaku es de categoría C, porque está lejos de Sarayaku y que no amenaza, y por lo tanto que no es necesario retirar. Pero para nosotros es clasificación A, y eso lo hemos manifestado al Estado, que la presencia de los explosivos es de clasificación A, que significa que los explosivos están atados al cuerpo humano y está atado al pueblo Sarayaku, porque la casa, o sea, el territorio es nuestra casa, y ahí estamos hombres, niños, jóvenes, ancianos, y por lo tanto el explosivo está dentro de nuestra casa, a punto de detonar. Para los extraños no tiene vida estos territorios, pero para los pueblos que habitamos aquí, esos territorios son vivientes, son vivos.
After a decade of struggle, Sarayaku won the case. Condemned the Ecuadorian state for violating the rights to communal property. This verdict confirmed that when traditional lands are involved, the rights to property has become the court standard ruling on indigenous rights. Legal scholars consider this a problem because domestic and international law grant states a lot of leeway to interfere with property. Instead, they propose to situate the case more firmly in the regimes of international human rights. For now, there seem to be no other options since the Inter-American Court doesn't take rights of nature into consideration. Yet what makes this case so important is that it evolves at the intersection of human rights and the rights of nature as two deeply entangled realms. Forest law sees these groundbreaking court cases in the Amazon as an opportunity to consider an important legal potential that lies beyond both property rights and human-centric laws. The video is set in times of global warming. The prologue evokes the Earth as a living planet and the Amazon as a vital act of keeping her alive. The narration is set in the future, looking back at the year 2014, when major decisions about the remaining parts of the forest are being used in court. In other words, forest law posits itself in this conditional future that is shaped by the decisions we are making now. This complex forest ecology is a form of present and future generating existence, as Eduardo explains, as a place where long evolutionary chains meet the future legal systems of the Earth. So what unfolds at present in this remote corner of the rainforest is of worldly importance. What moves to the foreground of our intellectual attention are the most material concerns. No longer the passive backdrop to human history, the landscape, nature, and matter itself turns to the fore and becomes the subject of aesthetic scrutiny. Toxic waste, for instance, that is spilled out after extraction that remains a jarring presence in the tropical forest 30 years later comes under forensic scrutiny before forest law. The evidence brought to the surface speaks of perishing life worlds with whom the law has no relationship. We have parceled off the land into small cells that can be owned and exploited, while entire living systems of the earth have remained legally invisible. The project attends to justice when indigenous rights coincide with claims of climate justice.
El mundo, durante los últimos 200 años de vida industrial, lo que ha hecho es ver a la naturaleza como proveedora de recursos, pero sin respetarla. Y hay que entender que la naturaleza es viva, por eso es que nos da alimento, por eso es que reacciona, por eso es que se defiende. O sea, por ejemplo, si tú ves que suba de agua es para defenderse de nosotros que estamos haciendo eso, porque nosotros estamos violentando esa selva viviente. Entonces, la tierra tiene vida. Esos son los conceptos que nosotros estamos cogiendo para defender. Si no le respetas como a un ser viviente, va a reaccionar negativamente. Entonces, ¿la culpa quién tiene? Ustedes ven que va a subir los niveles del mar. No lo provocó él, no lo provocó la luna por la gravedad, lo provocamos nosotros por la deforestación. Entonces, esos conceptos son los que tenemos que socializar, promocionar al mundo, para que la gente comprenda que no solamente es el dinero, sino tener los bosques vivos.
Yeah, after reading Lovelock and Latour, this kind of statement by Franco Viteri becomes a little more comprehensible to us. So the two synchronized videos in their stereo optic expose a landscape that is populated by all kinds of sentient beings who inhabit different dimensions of reality. Minute copper deposits, forest spirits, indigenous councils, scientists, medicinal plants, international law, global oil corporations, river systems. By addressing this complex ecology of practices, forest law delves into cosmopolitical considerations, the politics of humans and of everything else. The shift from worldly to cosmic politics raises the question of how do law, ecology, and cosmology conceive of the global, the cosmos, of something common to go by. If realism has made us see that reality is something that needs to be built rather than something already there, we can assume that the common world too needs to be made, not just represented. The question rather is one of composition. What world do we want to compose? With what entities? Through what process? Anna Zink speaks of the work of the universal, which is a lot of fragile and unstable interactions rather than an abstract, programmatic, top-down approach. Forest law contributes to this endeavor modestly by tying local ecologies to a larger entity, an environmental world citizenship, as Ursula Heise has called it, where the rights of nature are brought in contact with the kind of thinking that has emerged from years of developing a practice of global social connectedness. Thank you.
Maybe Eduardo, and would you both like to sit?
Great.
And maybe take a few questions?
I think this is mine, actually. Yeah.
Are there any questions for the panelists?
So I think, yes, great.
Can you?
I guess this is addressed to both of you.
Sorry, maybe I'll make it.
Okay. Oh, that makes it seem all the more important. Okay. There's at least two conceptions of life that I'm seeing across these two papers, and so I'm wondering how they fit together. And one of them is this extremely general notion that out there that has to include things like law and corporate predation, and all those are forms of life or are aspects of this kind of general process. But then there's also this way in which we want to think of the Amazon as special and as having a special kind of life that's worth protecting. And a couple of times it comes up in these talks, there's this fallback on a language of zoning almost that makes me feel like I want something more out of that. So one way of thinking about that is that the Amazon is, special because it produces certain kinds of ecosystem services for the planet. That would be one way of doing it. And then the first leader who you had on camera there was talking about, actually used the word life to describe those parts of the forest that are reserved for...
That's almost too much.
Those parts of the forest that are reserved for reproduction as opposed to hunting and fishing, as though those are things that are separate from life itself. And so I'm just wondering what's that second piece of life that's allowing us to politicize this, the environmental aspects of this? How can we think about those two things together? I don't know if that was...
Can you just elaborate on the very last part, the second piece of life?
Well, I'm just seeing these two kind of layers to the way that same word is being used, and I want, the general notion of life doesn't give me an environmentalist foothold. Yeah. The second one does, but it falls very easily into this kind of liberal zoning notion of how one protects life. So how can we think about those two things together to come up with something a little bit more dynamic or interesting? That's all.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Do you want to say anything? Or do you want to jump on both?
No.
That's a really great question. Let me see if I can sort of rephrase it by saying, on the one hand, there's a generic idea about what life is, which includes, as you say, humans and everything that humans do, including all the wonderful bureaucracies, the dense ecologies of bureaucracies we create. Why preserve? And so that's one sort of general idea about life. And then there's a second claim that we're both sort of making, that somehow there is something special about life as nature. You didn't use a term, but sort of as nature in some ways is also maybe separate from that other kind of life. And that's the zoning problem. So how is it that environmentalism comes in to try to save life that we all already share because it's general. How does that trick work? Something like that. You know, it's funny thinking about the work that Ursula and I both do. We're really coming at things in a slightly different, in very different kind of temporality. Like, I'm sort of purposely sort of chose a kind of slow place. I didn't work in Sarayaku. I worked in this place that is just kind of boring. It's just off the beaten track. It's not exotic enough that anyone would ever bother to go and figure out what's going on there. But people are hunting and fishing, and the seismic company, the mining, the oil company came and just didn't find good crude there, so they moved on. And if they did, they probably wouldn't have acted like Sarayaku. But so what I did was sort of, I went into another, it's a kind of a slowing down to see something come up, which is something I call Sylvan thinking, and to work with that. And what emerges for me that becomes interesting is what I want to sort of allow to live is Sylvan thought. And Sylvan thought is not just restricted to forests. It may be particularly visible in a forest, and there may be some reason that gives a forest a particular kind of primacy because of that. But Ursula's coming in from a different perspective of saying, I'm actually going in, Ursula, is actually going into the crisis itself and sensing what's going on there. And I think that people like, I don't know Sarayaku well, I don't know Sarayaku at all. I just know it's a continuous, it's a related, these are Quichua-speaking people from the Amazon, so not very different from Avila. But they're very different kinds of people in the sense that they're very politically motivated towards towards an outside. So much so that they actually can know how to discuss an object like nature the way that becomes very familiar to us as part of a political strategy. That would never happen in Avila, to the point where they wouldn't have political resistance because there's nothing to resist, because there is no territory, because territory is not a concept. So it's gone, or it will be gone. So it's a very strange kind of, we're dealing with many layers of things here, including very strategic, my sense is that there's a very strategic translation of certain concepts that would be very difficult for us to understand. And rights of nature itself is this kind of strange object where you're doing these strange translations for a certain kind of end. What is this thing that we're trying to that motivates a certain kind of a politics? I don't know, but I feel that it's a good thing to hold on to, and I'm still trying to understand exactly why. It's hard to make a judgment. So, this is a more diverse place, so you can go and destroy a temperate forest because it has less species. That's okay. This one has more. It becomes a complicated thing, but it's I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, to say that life is semiotic is some fundamental. It causes some fundamental rethinking of discipline and of other disciplines. There's something very basic about having to rethink what life is and how life comes into being. Whereas my project is more about considering maybe these cosmopolitical questions when looking at a territory that is under pressure, which concerns us all because of the climactic connection that that connects the biosphere. So.
In some ways,
I really admire your ability to remain calm, slow and playful in the face of the amount of pressure that the forest experiences. And I think it's really important that this space is opened up and that we take it more and more seriously, because these are really the basic questions that we need to tackle that take us away from this human-centric way of thinking about the earth and everything that grows in it. So I don't think the two projects are competing, but we don't start from the same premise at all.
Well, in fact, I mean, I think one of the, the thing that the thing that I've learned about this sort of Sylvan thinking is that the thing that I would like to sort of cultivate and maintain is the possibility for play. Yeah. That is the thing. It's this, and it's visible in a tropical forest. It's visible in other places. Mm-hmm. It's visible at a university and under good conditions. That's also, there's also pressure on that one too. But there are many sites of play, and this is one of them. And then, of course, there's the other argument that is made much more forcefully in your work, that this is all one. This is all. That these forests are also part of this larger thing, and that we're all part of this whole thing. It's one big metabolism. That's not something that is coming out in my work so much, but that is another argument for why this is an important thing.
Yeah, I think where there is an intersection between, where our two projects intersect, has to do also with the fact that your anthropological project has consequences. I mean, you say that that allows you possibly, or that we thinking what kind of tools we could maybe elaborate or develop from this premise that could help us construct a better, more just world or something. So there is a potential, there is an ethical project involved in it. And I think that could also have kind of a juridical consequences. And I think that's where our two projects intersect in a concrete way, Yeah. I don't know if it's a question or more, and yes. I don't know if it's exactly a question, but more maybe a comment towards your question. Talking about sort of different lives, what comes to my mind is, that one is life that we are part of, really, what you say, sort of nature, however we want to call it, and one was a life that we want to control. So therefore, we put ourselves outside of that life that we are part of, and we basically think that we can, therefore we invent, everything, whatever you want to think of, laws, territories, etc. And I mean, I don't know how we combine two. I mean, unless we change. So there are obviously, Amazon is not the only example where we can see still remaining, cultures or people where think differently that we think. Can we change ourselves and start thinking differently? I don't know. Maybe it's a kind of the same rhetorical question that when we were talking about plastics and talking about a bacteria that can eat all the plastic. Well, how we are going to live without it?
That's a great comment. I mean, I think this way of thinking about life, that life that we are part of and life that we want to control, I think is a very interesting way of distinction. And part of my own work, which is largely disciplinary, it's sort of speaking towards the anthropologist, is to kind of tease, separate this life, show that this life thing or whatever, this semiotic stuff, is actually larger than the human kind. And, legal bureaucracies are not the same as forests. They are similar in some ways, but it's part of part of my project is to say that creating, and control is a funny question. I would like to have control over the possibilities to have a lack of control. I would like to create spaces where there's a kind of a play that isn't always just the kinds of things that are necessarily concerning me, that is the human worlds. So that would be, that's the sort of distinction that I would be interested in. And yet, of course, this is complicated because then you get into questions of purity, and which is clearly is problematic. And many of the people like Anat Singh that's so influential for both of us and for Craig are really speaking about one of the things that Anat Singh puts forward is what kind of hope is there in what she would call a blasted landscape, in things that are not pristine tropical forests. It's another
This question is for Eduardo, and I'm going to apologize up front because I realized in my mind that the question is very much about context, so it kind of works against this compelling argument you make for us to remain trapped within the kind of human context. And it's even worse, it's like a discursive context question, asking you to put your own project into a discursive context. But on one hand, you describe this kind of desire to go to a place for kind of slow, remote place where something can kind of seep up. Yeah. But my question is also about this invocation of thinking, whether or not this is also a very like kind of extremely strong gesture towards so much of a kind of, I guess, recent philosophy that's pushing towards a kind of post-human, multi-species kind of shift. Mm-hmm. Would turn to this moment of Descartes and Cartesian thinking, I think, therefore I am, as being the thing that needs to get undone. Mm-hmm. So what you're doing by, rather than kind of doing away with thinking, putting it at the center and saying, well, actually, it's not about not thinking, it's about this very expanded notion of thinking. Mm-hmm. Is this part of what your project is also attempting to kind of contribute?
Yeah, I mean, the thinking... I mean, for example, the title "How Forests Think," it came to me very late. It was just something I was like, "Oh, that's what I should call the book." Like after it was already very much written. I mean, not so much the question of thought so much, but I guess, part of this, there is a context for this thing. It wasn't exactly. The context is something that's coming out of my life. When I went into the field and doing field work, I knew there was something wrong with my field, that somehow we can only think about things in terms of humans, but I didn't have any, when I was doing field work, I was a very naive graduate student. I'm not a very well-read graduate student. I didn't know who Bruno Latour was, I didn't know who Donna Haraway was, I didn't know anything of this stuff. I was just doing this stuff in the forest. And then later came to these theoretical things, although we were all driven by the same problem. I think the larger context of why I do this kind of work is, and I think we all are doing, is it's as Elizabeth Pavanelli says, it's symptomatic in some sort of shift that's happening in the world. I guess you can call that a context, but it's a different kind of context. But clearly, yes, I have to do a lot of work to undo very specific kinds of intellectual contexts that I'm fighting against. So a lot of this work is really, it's written for academics because we're the ones who are creating these analytical frameworks that I'm trying to undo. And so, one of the ways that's often been done is to go into a kind of phenomenological approach, right? Everything is embodied, everything is body. And for me, that sort of cuts up, it's still a kind of Cartesianism. And my sense to do it is to say, well, actually, there is stuff out there that isn't stuff-like, it's absential-like, and well, thought gets at that better. So it's, rather than saying that we're all more matter-like, I don't think I'm really doing a dualism type of argument, but it's just pushing it in a slightly different direction to get at something that's sort of specific about life.
I have a mic, yeah. I have a question where I want to pick up on that notion of translation that you've brought up. It seems to me what connects probably the two presentations is this attempt precisely to open up new modes of thinking. I think this came through in both. And I wonder about the role of visual material that you've employed in your two presentations, which seem to be following different approaches. And I wonder about the kind of capital that you try to produce with this visual material. I mean, you're sitting in front of this great still life, and what kind of credibility, or in terms of the aesthetics it employs, kind of in terms of the evidence it tries to produce, and what kind of capital it tries to generate there. And I wonder about what your thoughts were about what could be achieved with this kind of different ways of working in that stage of translation. How the visual could be employed in the moment of opening up new modes of thinking about the forest, as it were. Yeah, that's something we spoke about when we had our preliminary conversation. I mean, we think about these things. I mean, you much more so, because I wasn't really going with your book under my arm into the field, but we still do this work, using language and using representation, and ultimately those are the tools that are involved in creating these hyper problems that we have, and yet I still see that in the video image there is this potential of coming a lot closer to that imagistic kind of gesture that you're speaking about, and that comes much closer to the dream image, to this thinking image, maybe. I mean, not thinking, not verbally thinking, but visually thinking, and definitely there's a lot of potential there to work on these issues.
And you also, your ability to sort of see, imagistically see connections among disparate things that seem disparate in some of your other projects around flooding and the flooding in one place and polar melting. And these are just you're sort of attuned in a certain way to. I mean, it's a kind of imagistic thinking that allows you to be attuned to something emergent. That seems to me that it's something you're.
Yeah, just as an essayist, I want to say things. I'm a verbal artist.
Yeah.
But I could definitely conceive also to, like certain scenes, a lot of things are completely performative. They act out kind of some relationships between body and earth and so on. So it's not all just articulated in verbal terms. But I was also thinking that doing the opposite, maybe from what you do, using thoughts, consider thoughts and treating thoughts in my work as objects. They become also things among other things. They don't become this all-powerful spirit that imbues everything. So I think that's another way one could go about it, that I'm exploring in the piece I'm working on right now. Yes, I haven't told you about this yet.
I'm afraid we're going to have to close. A couple of quick things. I invite you all to come back tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. We have the beginning of another day of similarly excellent panels that will culminate in our closing keynote tomorrow at 4:45 by Audra Simpson, which promises to be an exciting end to the day, and that will be followed by a reception here upstairs, so you're all invited to come back tomorrow. I invite you similarly now to make your way down to the opening of the World of Matter exhibit at the Leonard and Bina Ellen Gallery in the McConnell Library building, which starts now. And finally, join me in thanking Eduardo and Ursula for an outstanding. That's everything, right?
Thank all our panelists.
Oh. It's today for an outstanding day, yes.